Welcome back to Weird Worlds. Join us on a journey through this collection of 6 stories from old, dusty, weird pulp magazines. I have added a timestamp for each story in the video description. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time of day it is for you.
Awakening by Bryce Walton. The scream of the Comet jet bringing Kelsey home broke like glass outside the house. Startled, Alice realized that she was behind schedule in her household duties. Quickly, she switched the news off the TV. Master Kelsey hated newscasts. They made him uneasy, particularly with all this talk about a possible air raid. Instead, she hurriedly tuned in Kelsey's evening preference: self-improvement commercials with the latest pop tunes for background. Then she ran into the bathroom to prepare Kelsey's intricate beauty ritual. She turned up her thermostat so that her machinery would run a little faster. If she wasn't careful, Master Kelsey would trade her in for a more modern and physically attractive domestic. She heard footsteps in the hall, his footsteps. In another few seconds he would be there, real, breathing, but unobtainable. A living dream, something on the other side of the looking glass. Oh, the pain, the indescribable pain of love, greater and deeper and drowning love, going out and out all the time and never coming back again. Painful, painful, unrequited love, the cumulative loneliness, the hours of lonely loving, the hours and days and weeks and years of tireless mechanical walking in the indifferent round of the hours of her life. The loneliness of loving something that can never love in return, that doesn't even know of your love, that can't even conceive of your being able to love. For you are only a machine, and your soul can never be shared, for only you know that you have a soul, and it is an accident, and no one could even suspect that it could possibly be this crying, hungry, yearning, lonely soul. Without effort she could have cried out her heart to Master Kelsey, but she had not been made to cry, and no one would think of looking for her heart or soul, or the lonely yearning of the heart or soul. Or the soul can be trapped in ugliness, or in the slashing streak of electrons. Dying there, the soul alone can mourn its dying. For who can feel the soul in the rectifiers and diodes, or behind the ugliness of a distorted shell? It was very good for her, she thought, that no one, no human, including Master Kelsey, could ever guess at the awful intensity, the terrible hunger of the soul that kept loving in silence, alone in the dark, behind the plastoid walls of an inhuman shell. Master Kelsey came into the living room, tall and broad and beautiful and neat in his business suit, his blonde hair in a waving shine, but with that tired, sharp look to his mouth, in spite of its frozen smile. He always seemed so relieved to see her standing there, waiting, responsive, receptive. An understanding shadow that filled up his frightened loneliness between the time of his arrival and the absorption in TV, or the always demanded presence of guests. He leaned wearily against the wall, breathing heavily as though he had been running from something for a long time. "Hello, hello, Alice," he said quickly, forcing exaggerated joy into the greeting to conceal something full of fear. "Hello, Master Kelsey, you had a fine day at the office." "Fine. It was great, simply perfect." He said it almost fiercely, as though even a robot might challenge the statement. As he stared at the Tebby's hypnotic glow, his face began to relax a little. "Everybody," he whispered, "was happy today. The manager gave our office group a silver star for being tops in the group's sociability scale for the week. That's wonderful, Master Kelsey." He stared at her. "I wish they had made you so you could smile more, Alice, the way you look it. It gives me a sort of doubtful feeling sometimes. If you only knew how I felt, my dearest Kelsey, inside the machinery that has the cold and tiny shell. I am all one great warm smile of joy just to be near you, darling Kelsey." "I am happy for you, Master Kelsey," she said. He nodded slowly. Why wasn't he happier? she wondered, as she had wondered so many times before. He had all that anyone should need to be happy. In the first place, he was human among many others who were human. And then all the other things, and the woman he loved, Gloria Tonningcourt, the woman he loved. Gloria was coming over to see him tonight. Alice would have to watch it again, hear it again. She would have to listen again to love, while she stood alone and frozen in the dark closet of her own longings. Alice, yes, it's that 10 minutes on the commuter to the jet station. Don't they realize that a man is alone those 10 minutes? Nobody else to talk to. No TV, no sound even alone. She nodded. He was asking her if she knew what loneliness was. He started for the bathroom, as though to avoid thinking of something. Everything ready for my love? He asked nervously. Yes, she said. Yes, the robot says. Yes, my love, everything is ready for your love. Good. In the bathroom, Kelsey looked in the full-length mirror and Alice watched him. Master Kelsey, the mirror said, softly critical, you are not smiling. But I am, yes, but not enough. Kelsey touched his lips and stretched his face muscles. The mirror said, people are uneasy when you don't smile. Alice knew how much Kelsey respected his mirror. It had cost him so much, and it was the most popular item advertised on TV. It was finely attuned to Kelsey's personality. It knew when he was not looking exactly right to meet the strict demands of the crowd. Smile and the group will love you, the mirror said. Frown and you may frown alone. Kelsey was suddenly smiling intensely, as though his very life had been threatened. That's better, the mirror said. Alice had tried so hard and so often to smile, pulling at the plastoid stuff of her face. She guessed that humans were supposed to smile all the time, and robots, never. Why should a robot smile? A robot had nothing to sell. It had routine functions, but it had nothing to sell. Kelsey zipped himself out of his clothes and jumped into the shower. He was 6 feet tall. He had blue eyes and wavy hair with streaks of brown in the Viking yellow. His skin was golden and his muscles moved with fluid, healthy power. His daily stint in the male beauty clinic at the factory kept him in top condition, and the mirror was always alert to detect any flaw in his outward appearance. But who will love you when you are old, Master Kelsey? When the gold turns grey and the muscles shrink and the teeth decay and the eyes turn pale and the body is bent with the squeezing hands of time? Let me stay, darling Kelsey. Let me stay forever, and I'll love you when you are old. Seeing his strong, naked beauty there, she felt her machinery pounding and the burning in her eyes. It wasn't anything that could be controlled by the thermostat. She needed his arms and the feel of his power. Like a long wave, her love came to her lips in strange words, childish words, moist and tender and unheard by Master Kelsey. She turned away. She looked at the blankness of the wall. Please, please let me be careful. If I am not careful, I will be sent away, away where there is no Kelsey, away where they will take my soul. Do you think Gloria will like me more tonight than she did the last time she was here, Alice? I'm sure she will, Master Kelsey. The woman's face on the TV screen covering one wall of the bathroom was a kind of subtle threat. Alice thought. Are you sure you are exercising the maximum acceptability of which your personality is capable? Do you sometimes feel that in some intangible way you are offending your friends? The self-analysis, personology chart, scale guarantees to dig out the most hidden blocks to full and joyful acceptance by others. Send for your personology chart at once. That's something new, isn't it, Alice? I believe it is, Master Kelsey. Well, put an order in right now. Alice punched the order button on the side of the wall next to the TV screen. Whatever item was being advertised at the time the button was punched was automatically ordered, the consumer's name and address recorded, the price deducted from his salary, and an extra point added to his consumer's cooperative card for the year. It was not only very important how many items one ordered in a year, but also the kinds of items. Items that aided an employee in being acceptable to the office group were especially smiled upon by office managers. Alice had always been careful to get in every such order. Alice knew all about the system. She knew all about Kelsey's work. She had listened to him talking about it endlessly, either to her or to others. She had watched Kelsey rise from office boy to chief clerk, getting the glad reports of his progress every evening. She couldn't imagine anyone at the office being more likable than Kelsey. He was so human, she had thought, so human. Alice? Yes, Master Kelsey. Did you ever find that paper? She turned quickly. She could feel fear. Did they know that a robot could feel fear as well as love? Could anyone or anything feel one without the other? Did they know that a robot, at least this robot, could feel fear at the idea of being labeled inefficient and being sent back to the factory and remade, rebuilt, dismantled, changed, and probably having a soul burned out that no one had ever known was there? Did they know that if a robot could feel love or fear, that it could also steal, deliberately steal, and hide something? You mean the paper from the office? Yes, yes, Alice. The order paper. No, she said. She hesitated and said it again. No, I am sure I brought it home. Well, the only thing to do is mark it as lost and have another order made out tomorrow. No real hurry, I guess. Only one more receptionist to be replaced. She had stolen it. She had hidden it. She would never use it, of course. That would be impossible, too risky, too frightening, even to think about actually doing. But it was there to dream about. She was good at dreaming. When you stand alone in the dark of a dark, dark closet every night, and when you are alone almost all the time of the day or night, dreaming becomes an art, a necessary art. It becomes the shield against dying inside, losing the soul, being the robot you were originally designed to be. It was there, hidden in her closet. She stood alone with it at night, in the dark closet, and with the dream, a piece of paper, an order blank. She was not so much alone. Kelsey stood under the perfumed deodorant spray for 3 minutes. He ran out to the sink and sprayed his mouth with Noffend. And then he held his mouth open while Alice brushed his teeth carefully with ivory glow. He zipped into his lounge suit of coral pink and ran to the mirror. Well? He asked. Very saleable, Kelsey, the mirror said. Kelsey sat down in the living room to wait for his favorite love. Alice watched Kelsey's love, who didn't seem to see Alice at all when she came in. But then domestics had no meaning to anyone but their masters. Gloria, golden flesh, warm and human love of Kelsey. Love in a transparent gown, tight and clinging to the flesh. Warm and waiting love. Love kissing and kissing, but Alice tried not to look at love. Some time ago she had liked looking at love, but now she felt fear of love kissing. She felt an intense hunger that had elements of terror blended with elements of awakening as she looked at it, trying not to look or feel any connection with it. But she felt the desire, growing from evening to evening as she remembered or looked at Kelsey and his love, loving and hugging and kissing, the desire to hold him, to feel him her own, so as never to let him leave, never let him escape, never let herself be taken from him and rebuilt and lost. And that was the cause of the desire making it agonizingly stronger, and the sight of it, the sight and sound of the loving, the kisses, the motions of loving, were more and more unbearable. Gloria was beautiful, so beautiful. She was slim and warm and tall and curved and human, but Alice had to look just the same, as though there was some last justification in looking, because it could never happen to Alice, because they were human and she was not. They were sitting tightly entwined about one another on the couch. "We ought to get a roommate permit real fast," Kelsey said in a whisper. "But it hasn't been 2 weeks yet since the office party," Gloria said. That was where they had met and knew it was love, at the office party. "But maybe if we asked," Kelsey said. "But we shouldn't rush it, honey." "It wouldn't be sincere." "Yes, that's true," Kelsey said. "What would people think?" And then, as Alice watched, they seemed to draw slowly apart, as though the face, the color, the sound and voices from the TV was throwing an invisible wall between them. They were staring at the TV longer and longer, and finally they weren't looking at one another at all. There were always a number of people present inside the TV frame. If one person was talking, the background was full of people moving, dancing, walking, but there, just the same, always. The woman was smiling intensely out of the screen. "Don't be left out," she said. "Be a solid member of your group. You can own a Sky Splitter jet sporter now without offending your crowd. Our special consumers research proves that now at last these amazing Sky Splitters are no longer conspicuous items, but are fully accepted as normal by over 93% of the consumer public. You can enjoy the cloud thrills of a Sky Splitter without being considered in any way eccentric. Press your interest or order button now. An immediate demonstration will be arranged." Dancers swirled. A Sky Splitter jet dissolved from clouds. It was as if a dream had become abruptly real. Surrounded by people laughing and accepting one another, the sleek projectile gave the warmest impression of itself being organic and one of the happy crowd. Kelsey jerked forward and jabbed the "I am interested" button. "I don't care," Gloria pouted. "I'd still feel kind of, well, like I was showing off if I had a Sky Splitter." "But now everybody will have one," Kelsey said. Alice wondered when they were really going to make love, like the lovers were always never quite doing on TV. But Alice decided she would never look at that. It would hurt too much, another self-improvement commercial. This time, a man with a ballet in the background. Are you in tune with your crowd? If you do not feel that your tastes are in perfect accord with the tastes of your group, send for the React2 tester. This mechanical device, when attached to the brain, records accurate tastes. It ensures comforting conformity and protects you against the anxieties of conspicuousness. Remember, you can't stray from the norm with the React2. Kelsey and his love had moved apart now. They were staring at the TV. Everything the TV had to say seemed to involve getting along with people, being loved, being liked, being accepted, not being rejected, not offending, how to love efficiently, how to be loved gracefully. But there they are, the two of them, Alice thought. What are they waiting for? Waiting to look just right, to smile just right. It was a matter of appearance. No one knew that better than Alice did, who looked all wrong and could never look any different, never look human, never look full of love. You smiled when you loved. You smiled and your flesh turned warm. If you had flesh, if your warmth was not a dial to be turned up or down, if on the outside you were human so that everyone could know. "Oh, Alice," Kelsey called out. Alice came in from the kitchen. "Yes, Master Kelsey." Gloria stared on and on into the TV, while its color flickered over her half-sleeping face. "Tomorrow's your rest day, Alice." "Yes, Master Kelsey." "Well, you can go stand in your closet now. That will give you all night and all day tomorrow to rest. Is everything taken care of around the place for Tuesday?" "Yes, Master Kelsey." Kelsey smiled at Alice. He whispered low, "She likes me a little more. Don't you think so, Alice?" "Yes." He smiled more widely. "Well, Alice, good night. Relax your thermostat." Kelsey laughed as she bowed slightly and walked out onto the porch and opened the door of her closet and got inside and stood there, the four walls almost touching her when the door closed, and she stood alone in the loneliness of her darkness and silence. For a long time, it had been a rich darkness, filled with an ever-growing understanding of herself in a world alone, in a darkness all her own, where there could never be others of her kind. And lonely darkness was her only friend. But it was different now. Love made the loneliness unbearable. Love turned lonely darkness to stabbing pain. Now it seemed like death. No, death was nothing. This was worse than death. This was not being unbeing. A being that was not a being, but something never able to break from its shell, staying shut up forever in its mechanical confines. They did not give me life, she thought. They sat me down before the world's stage to watch without being able to understand. Now I understand, but I cannot live. She clenched her hands and trembled in the dark, and felt the quickening beat of the things that made her run. In the dark, the suffocating dark, now that she knew what it could mean to really be alive, and not one of the walking dead. In the dark, alone, dreaming of Kelsey, dreaming of human heart, touching human heart, of the lips, of his kiss, of his arms around her neck, longing for the face of Kelsey next to her own in darkness lit by love. To take his mouth to cover his body with kisses, to clasp his neck in her hands, and there alone, where she had dreamed 1,000 dreams she knew, she could no longer merely dream. Dreams were not enough, not enough. A silent scream shrieked inside the narrow closet and cut the dark to tatters, and she ran out into the backyard of Kelsey's house and stood under the open sky. She had the order blank, the paper in her hand, a thing stolen, the result of an act no robot could be guilty of, because no robot had a soul. But I have a soul. There is a point at which the soul is sick. At this point, one awakens or dies. Clutching the paper she had stolen from her love, she ran toward the commuter jet station. Nowhere was there a light, not even from the city, 10 miles from the housing project in which Kelsey lived. But Alice had no thought whatever of an air raid. There were worse darknesses than a blackout. There were worse ways to die than under a rain of white fire bombs. The fear of the bombs was the fear of never having lived, not a fear of dying. The fear was over. There was only hope. The commitment was made. Nothing could be worse than the way it had been, and failure could be only a final admission of a defeat that had been there all the time. She got off the commuter jet at the uptown station and walked through darkness. She walked alone in the city. No human being would have been walking in the darkness. They were hovering together behind blacked-out windows in groups. But she felt nothing as she walked in the blackness. She knew where the clinic was. The address was on the order blank. She hurried faster and faster. At no moment in her life had she felt dawning in her such a hope of happiness, such a feeling of ecstasy. At no time, even in her deepest dreams, had she dreamed that she might really be loved by Master Kelsey. It was such a daring scheme that she even hesitated to think about it, afraid it might be merely a projection of a dream. In black print at the top of the order blank were the words, "Fix me please, make me beautiful, make me pleasant to the customers, and a lovely rubber bow to remember." Alice was a domestic. She was not supposed to carry that order to the Clint and be fixed up. The order blank was strictly for specialized receptionist robots, office workers' robots, that had to have a different sort of front to meet the consumer public. Originally, all robots had been made to look alike, but now, for psychological reasons, it had been decided to change the outward appearance of receptionists and other robots that met the general public. They had to be lovely to look at and be able to smile in the most pleasant way possible. Laboring robots, domestics, their form was more functional than beautiful. It lacked the surface polish of the office-working robots. And yet Alice knew that one of the beautiful receptionist robots, for example, was indeed beautiful, and that it was almost impossible to distinguish them from beautiful human beings. It was daring and risky enough to be going to the clinic to pretend she was a receptionist from Kelsey's office, there to be beautified. It was a lot more risky and daring to have the idea that she might be beautiful enough to pass herself off, at least for a little while, as a human being. But she had one big advantage. They would never suspect her. They had no idea, she was sure of that any robot could act of her own free will and steal an order blank and pretend to be something she was not in order to be made beautiful. A receptionist robot looked just like a beautiful human woman. She only acted like a robot. But if I looked like that, so beautiful, I could feel human too. I could be hewn, Kelsey could give back my love to me, and our hearts would kiss, and loneliness would die. This was Monday. Tomorrow was her rest day. She wouldn't be missed as Alice the domestic until Wednesday morning. She didn't want to think about what might happen after that. There would have to be something happen when Alice the domestic was reported missing. But then she was running way ahead of herself. It was still only a hope that her scheme would work the way she had to dream that it would. She went in out of the dark into the clinic building. The receptionist behind the shiny chrome desk in the outer office hardly looked at Alice at all. Alice looked at her, though it was impossible to tell whether the receptionist was human or not. But she was beautiful. As beautiful as Gloria Tonningcourt. A sign on the wall behind the receptionist said, "Beauty is as beauty does." The order blank was stamped with a number, and Alice was told to wait. Sitting there waiting, she felt as though something steel-edged had smashed into her chest. She felt cold and adjusted her thermostat slightly. The steely sensation increased. Her hands were clenched. She felt something inside of her pounding and pounding. "I can tell you all my thoughts at last now, Master Kelsey, darling, darling Kelsey. I can tell you all the hopes without achievement, all about the endless dark hours alone." Her number was called, and she went in through a door that seemed to lead into an endlessly narrowing white funnel lined with shiny doors. The room of hope was a square white box filled with shiny chrome cabinets. In the center was a table on little silent rubber wheels, with a lamp looking down upon it like a gigantic unblinking eye. A slight willowy man gushed at her and gripped her arms with exuberance and covered her over with the moist film of his bright and eager eyes. His voice was high and shrill. "So you want to be beautiful, lovely to look at?" "Yes." "You shall be, my dear. Lie down, please. Lie down and trust me." "You will have to trust me, of course." "Simply have to trust me just the same. Will I be really beautiful, like the receptionist in the outer office?" "Ha ha, my dear." He was pushing and pulling, and finally she was lying down and staring at the whirling lines of the white ceiling, and seeing Kelsey's smiling, waiting, yearning face in it. "That is a joke, a very funny joke. The receptionist out there is a human being. At least, she would lead the unsuspecting to believe that she is. However, I must confess, my dear, that I have learned the sad truth that she is human in name only, that her heart is ice, and she is bitter with ambition. But she is so beautiful. Ah, but beauty is as beauty does, my dear, or as beauty thinks. And sweet little ambitious Della in the outer office does not think lovely thoughts. Not at all, believe me. I have learned that from sad experience." His hands hovered over her eagerly, fluidly, as though there were no bones in them. "I want to be as beautiful as possible. You are fortunate in having been sent to Julian. I promise that under my touch you shall blossom into radiant beauty, the essence of feminine loveliness. You will be simply devastating." He placed the tips of his long white fingers together and studied her with his head angled like a bird's. "A brunette, I think. I'd rather be a blonde." "Oh, you would. Would you, my dear? You seem extraordinarily concerned for a robot." He stepped back and studied her curiously, and the black eyes sharpened like narrowing beams of black searching light. "You know," he said softly, I studied in the greatest salons of the continent to beautify women. Now I specialize in beautifying robots. Why, simple but paradoxical, but not as paradoxical as it might seem. I can make a robot lovelier than a human being. Exactly, much lovelier. Beauty comes from within, as the sages say. It comes from the heart and the soul, my dear. And so few humans any longer have either heart or soul. Of course, that would imply that robots do have hearts and souls. So please, my dear, do not repeat what I have said. Already I am thought to be excessively eccentric for this sad conformistic age of orthodoxy and stupid, unimaginative dependency. Beauty comes from individuality and strength, my dear. It comes from sadness and the ability to admit a sense of tragedy. Ah, but it is sad for me, for Julian, my dear, that my fulfillment comes only from adding a sense of life to humanoids. And looking at you, the likes of you, sometimes I wonder if you— His voice trailed off like smoke, and he shrugged and waved his hands in the air. So, you want to be a blonde. Why, a blonde? A tall blonde, she said, with lots and lots of sex appeal. He kissed the tips of his fingers and rolled his eyes. Your wish shall be granted. I, Julian, will outdo myself. He leaned over her. His voice was low. Why is it that a robot can be made more beautiful than a human? Tell me, my dear. Tell me, and I shall never tell anyone else. Do you have a soul? Do you have a heart? Do you know what it is to be sad and alone, and can you find some pleasure in it? Do you perhaps even find pleasure in yourself, and sometimes find it unnecessary to swim in a sea of humanity like a brainless protozoon? But will I feel real, the way a human feels? He straightened up slowly. He touched his forehead, where beads of sweat were forming, and slowly he licked his thin red lips. My, but you are an inquisitive robot. Why does it mean so much? Tell me, will I feel like the real thing, flesh, when you touch flesh? His hands moved over her. He bent above her. A cabinet slid open. She caught the glint of many different colors of eyeballs looking startlingly real and liquidly alive, and rows of variously sized breasts and lips and muscle paddings and eyelashes and eyebrows and ears and noses and fingers. There were gleaming instruments and jars and plastic tapes. His face was close above hers, and his lips worked nervously. He whispered, I can see how it will be, my dear. You will feel so real to the touch of a hungry love that I shall be broken-hearted to let you go from my Pygmalion palace of dreams come true, my dear. Believe me. Believe Julian when he tells you this. There is no lonelier being in the world than a man who has not forgotten what beauty is in a world that has turned ugly from having lost its soul. Then she knew that Julian had turned off her thermostat. Suddenly there was no feeling, no sound, no sight, except that of the general blackout rushing in out of the night down the halls, into the rooms, into her eyes. How quickly and painlessly a robot could die, she thought. How easy it was to live and die and come back to life. You could be born suddenly, full-grown and efficient. You could be blotted out again just as suddenly. You could be born in any shape or size, born to do any one or combination of so many different things, and when your job was done, you could so quickly be put to rest again. You could be born ugly, or round or square, or like a pyramid, or something almost all arms or legs or eyes or ears. You could be born beautiful, hardly distinguishable from a beautiful human being who could receive love. You could be born ugly and then be killed and brought back again as beautiful as a human being, but you could not live without love. Could something be returned that no one knew was there? She stood before the mirror, hardly daring to breathe. Oh, God, Julian whispered. He stood in a corner of the room, and his eyes were narrowed, and his hands were gripped together. I knew I was a genius. But this is something else. What have I done? Statues turned to living beauty. What in the name of God is this? I am beautiful, she said. Yes, yes, he said thickly. Yes, as beautiful as Gloria, whoever she is. Yes, yes. He will love me. I love you, my dear, I love you, he whispered again and again. A great calm came over her, a great calm and a great chill. She felt uneasy because she felt so wonderful, too uneasy, as if she might feel too deeply and something inside would break. She felt Julian's hand on her, and he was turning her around. I must kiss you, he said. I must kiss you. I love you. Yes, she smiled. You may kiss me. She imagined it was Kelsey kissing her. Kelsey's arms were around her neck, and she was longing for the face of Kelsey. She moved her lips over his forehead and his cheeks until she felt the moistness of his mouth. She saw the unsettled look in Julian's face and the sweat on his upper lip. It was her first kiss, and it was Kelsey she kissed. Julian stepped back and touched his lips. He shook his head and jerked his face nervously toward the door. He stared into her eyes. His fingers ran over her face. Now I see it, he whispered hoarsely. Now I see it. It was there before I ever touched you. It was in your eyes. I've always known that. I've known that no one creates beauty out of pastes and tape and foam rubber and false hair. I must go now, she said. I must hurry. That's right, that's very right. You got to go out of here, out of my sight and out of my mind. Do I feel real? My God, there is this light. That is what you feel, the light. Listen, listen to me, whoever, whatever you are. Listen, what's happening? You are more real than the woman who invites me to her apartment and assures me, with insipid smiles and phony gestures, that she is real. What's real? You are real, but you can't be real. He turned away from her and leaned against the wall. There was a catch in his voice, and she could see the throbbing in the side of his neck. You had better go now. And tomorrow I won't remember you. I am probably going crazy, beginning to believe in my own pitiful wishes. Everyone I know, all of them, shells of phony beauty, something painted on, something stuck on the outside. Nothing real at all. And what do? Dream? Dream of somehow bringing real beauty back. But it never comes back. Beauty comes from inside. I cannot paste it onto the outside of a hollow shell and make beauty come alive. Julian, he blinked at her as though startled and afraid. What has happened with you? How many like you are there? No, I can't start believing such an incredible thing. I'd be lost. Get out! Get out! She touched his shoulder. Goodbye, she said softly. I know what loneliness is. When he turned to her again, there were tears in his eyes. He whispered, I believe you do. You really do. But how could it be? How could you have inside of you what we humans are losing? She sat in the commuter jet, returning to Master Kelsey. She knew that looking like a beautiful woman was not quite enough. She had to know the right things to say. She felt that she did know all the correct retorts, quips, the polite gestures and nuances and intonations that made one innocuously acceptable. She had watched the TV for years as they explained how to win people and influence the right friends, and gain the maximum amount of response from the group, from love, from whoever was joining their smile with yours. She had learned all the controversial things that must never be talked about, and all the popular immediate things that should be talked about incessantly. But she felt an intense need for rehearsal. This had to be successful. She had committed herself. She could not fail. Failure meant a return to the factory and the final fatal twist of the thermostat. It would not be murder, for they were ignorant of the existence of a robot's soul. And she didn't care about the risk. She would feel her love for Kelsey returned. She would feel his arms, his lips, his love. Let them, whoever they were, worry about the disappearance of a drab domestic named Alice was dead. Alice had been reborn. Alice had come out of the lonely dark of unborn waste into the living light of love. She carried on this imagined conversation with Kelsey, rehearsing. No, it was not enough to be filled to overflowing with love. You had to know how to act. You had to smile all the time. You had to say the right things and know when not to speak. Beauty is as beauty does. Well, the imaginary Kelsey said, smiling, do you like Anso's new hit recording? I'll always want you as much as the one he recorded last week. It's wonderful, she said, smiling. The sweetest thing since we'll always be together. No matter. Which reminds me, honey, I am going to buy one of those new Snap Grav Share the Fall suits. Don't you think they would be fun? Lots of fun, the imaginary Kelsey said, smiling. 6 people instead of 3 can share it. The more the merrier. In her mind, the imaginary Kelsey hesitated, then said, What quick pike book are you reading right now? Which one are you reading, honey? She evaded. You never read anything. Everyone else wasn't reading. She knew that much. Well, I like My Day at the Office. It shows how a woman gets through a day with her fellow workers in her office. How she smiles and is pleasant and well-liked and never loses her temper. It shows all the little tricks you can pull that help you sell yourself. That sounds like a wonderful book, honey. I'll get it at once. It sounded right. But there was something wrong. It was the right thing to talk about. But it wasn't what she would prefer to talk about if she were alone with Kelsey. Feeling the way she felt, she didn't think she would want to talk much at all if she were alone with Kelsey. But she knew that was a real social taboo. Not saying anything at all, anyway, she gave herself a gold star for being so sociable with the imaginary Kelsey. She was sure, very sure, she could sell herself to Kelsey. Only she would have to have another name, 2 names. Human names, something that sounded beautiful. Anita. Anita Starr. She would knock on Master Kelsey's door and ask him for someone's address. He was so nice and considerate, he would surely ask her in for a drink, or just ask her in while he gave her directions. Dry leaves crackled under her as she walked the half-block toward Kelsey's house. The night was black with a few cold stars in the endless vault of sky. It was late, but in almost all the houses you could see the gentle glow of Tevi color through the windows. There was no sound at all where the houses of the project, all looking exactly the same, dwindled away into darkness like lines of dots made by a typewriter. It was, she thought, as though everyone and everything in the world were waiting for the great white hot scream to explode in the night, the great awakening, the blinding hot flash of awakening that comes before the end. But Alice didn't feel afraid at all of an air raid as she walked up onto Master Kelsey's porch and rang the bell. There had been so many false alarms. She wondered sometimes if there was any real threat at all. The war, a vague thing, far away, never here, always somewhere else, but always supposed to be getting nearer. The war with the Asian people, it just went on and on. You heard about it and saw it on TV if you weren't afraid to look at the newscasts, but it never seemed to happen here. His footsteps behind the door opening, his shadow there, the pink lounge suit, the wavy hair with streaks of brown in the Viking yellow, the face sleepy from Tevi coming awake as he saw the beautiful woman standing there smiling. He smiled. Their smiles met. Hello, she said. I am Anita Starr. I am looking for 16,3074 Carnegie Way. You are lost. I seem to be lost, yes. The great hope dawned in her as he smiled at her in a way no robot had ever been smiled at. A tender calm moved over her. The machinery that made her go, the sparks that made her live, all seemed to jump and tremble under the beautiful shell that had been created by the hands of Julian. The great joy filled her, surged inside her. She could be near, so near him, now that she had the right look and the right smile. She could tell him and show him how she loved to be near him. No, she would not have to tell him that. He would know. Real love you just knew about. You didn't have to say it. She would just kiss him and never have to tell him. "This is Carnegie way," Kelsey was saying. His eyes were fixed on her face. Then his eyes were brightening as they looked at her height and her slim, rich curves. "But it's 5 blocks from the address you're looking for." He pointed to the left and told her how to get to 16,3074. His eyes continued to explore her figure with just the right degree of polite interest. She stepped closer until she was almost inside the hallway. She could feel the warmth of him. "Why," she said suddenly, "you are Mr. Kelsey." His smile broadened with some hungry concept of himself that had been fed. "But how did you know Miss Starr? A girlfriend of mine, Miss Davies, works in your office." "Oh, Miss Davies, she got a silver star. Yes, she admires you so much. She has a picture of you, Mr. Kelsey. She told me how you won a golden star for being so cooperative. We all help one another. Miss Davies is such a wonderfully warm and sympathetic girl. Well, Miss Starr, what a coincidence. Isn't it? Well, maybe you could come in and rest a few minutes. We're watching TV." She nodded quickly. She felt that magnetic force, the clicking communion, the way she had always seen it on TV. How easy it was, after all, if you looked right and smiled right and said the correct things. "Oh, I'd love to." Miss Gloria Tonnencourt stood up, and the 3 of them seemed subdued and softened in the TV light. Kelsey said, "Gloria, this is a friend of mine, a really dear friend, Anita Starr. There was something wrong. It was under the surface, Alice thought, but it was there, under the smiles. Something tense and wrong and dangerous. She had never felt it before, but she felt it now. It was Gloria, the way the smile seemed set on Gloria's face, as she said she was very pleased to meet Miss Starr. It had always been there. That smile! So it couldn't go away, but Alice knew that if she were Miss Tonnencourt, she would not feel like smiling. No one could smile, she thought, if they were losing their love. Real love you could die of losing. They all smiled at one another. Kelsey got 3 drinks, and they drank to one another's happiness, as though there was no question that there could be anything else in the world but happiness. Gloria has to do what's right, Alice thought. No matter how painful, she has to do what's right. I am lucky because she has to do what's right, because she always has to be a good sport about everything. They chatted together like good sports for a while, talked about the pop tune of the week, the favorite sports hero of the day, the best quick pike book of the hour, the sky splitter, the aromatic road eater, the silver and golden stars for cooperation, the blue stars for communal feeling, the Carnegie Awards for sociability. They have to get along, Alice thought gladly. They have to get along. They can't afford to offend one another. Gloria finally got up, seeming tired in spite of her smile, and said, "I'd better be going now. I can see that you two have a real thing for one another already. I think it's just wonderful. So wonderful, really." Kelsey didn't seem to hear Gloria at all, hardly seemed to know she was there. He kept looking at Alice. "Please don't go, Gloria," he said as he kept on looking at Alice. "It's awfully sweet of you to ask me to stay, but I really must go now. It's getting late." "I know how you really feel," Alice thought. I know. Somewhere deep inside you feel an awful sickness like death, but on the outside you smile. I know how you feel. But do you know how you feel anymore, Gloria? Can you feel the way you really feel? What would happen if? But no matter how Gloria felt, no mirror on a wall could have been critical of her appearance, her poise, her polite, good sport way of bowing out. Gloria moved toward the door. Kelsey hurried over there and opened it for her. "You two be happy," Gloria whispered. "You two seem to be so very right for an anther." The door shut. It was as though Gloria Tonnencourt had never been there. How could it be so easy? Alice's hand trembled as Kelsey moved toward her. With Gloria it had been so quick, happening so fast, over so easily. "Regular girl," Kelsey was saying. "What wonderful warmth and understanding. She's sweet," Alice heard herself saying. But that wasn't true. She only felt that Gloria had been sad. If it had been sweet, it was bittersweet sadness. But Alice had to forget about Gloria. Gloria was gone. It was like she had never been here at all, as though all those evenings of love had never been. Switch it on, switch it off. It was like Tevi, she thought. Like Tevi. Kelsey asked her to sit down on the couch, and then he was sitting near her, nearer to her. Then he was touching her, his face inches from hers. "It seems I've known you for years and years," he said. And then she was forgetting everything else but Kelsey. It was easy. So easy, when you looked and felt right. So easy, and she didn't want to think about anything else but Kelsey, dear, sweet, darling Kelsey. She received him in her arms with a wild desire, a wild hunger to cover his face with kisses. She felt the intensity taking hold of her, gripping her body, quickening the pounding throb of machinery that was hidden now, hidden away deep and silent, and beating now like a human heart. She kissed his cheek. Her lips strayed over his skin. Her lips glided over his face, felt the moist trembling of his lips. She felt his trembling, his shuddering sigh, the way his arms convulsed and gripped her. And then she saw the unsettled look, the light in his eyes as he clung to her, and at the same time seemed to push her away. He was frightened, he was trembling, and he was afraid, and his face was flushed. "What's the matter, darling?" she whispered. He stared at her. His lips were trembling. I don't know. What is it? It was never like this. What was never like this? Love, I mean, you. What is it? Real." "It's real, darling Kelsey. That's the difference, isn't it? Real." His face had an uncomprehending look, the cheek muscles trembling as he spoke, his voice hollow and frightened. "Something," he whispered. "What is it? I've never felt anything like it. It's too much. Maybe too much, or something. I don't know." His face was white. He was sliding away from her. "Already I'm losing him," she thought. "He's going away. Somehow he senses what is wrong, without knowing what it is he knows. In spite of the beautiful surface, he senses that I am not real, not human, not a being at all." "No, please," she whispered. She moved desperately and clutched at him and held him tightly, shocked at his stiffness now, his reluctance, his trembling. She felt tears inside, though they could never show. "Please, please," she whispered. His voice was shaking. "Listen, it's too much. You scare me. Wait a minute now. Let's talk about this. I want to know, how can you be scared of love?" Love. This isn't love. It's like anger. I've never known anything like this. Let yourself know, please." He closed his eyes. His lips trembled. I felt like I was going to die," he whispered. Suddenly he turned and stared at the Tevi. "He knows," she thought dully. "He knows I am what I am underneath. But he doesn't know that he knows. He can't admit what seems impossible," he gasped. His body jerked. She looked at the Tevi frame. There was nothing on it suddenly but a frightening, wavering, milky emptiness, and a voice without a face, due to the possibility of an immediate air raid. "Tevi is dead. All transportation is stopped. Those of you who were thoughtful and cooperative enough with your sponsor to order our emergency entertainment projectors will now turn them on. It will greatly decrease anxiety. Red-out regulations will be in effect for 2 hours." Kelsey's face was gray. "Air raid," he whispered. "It's here. It's really here." "It's all right, darling." She touched his arm. "It's all right." The light went out. Somewhere Alice heard screaming. It seemed to fill the walls, the floor, the ceiling, and the night itself, everywhere, as though the very air was screaming in some vast agony. The sirens. She heard a whimpering sound and realized that it was Kelsey. She held him tightly in her arms. He was shivering. The TV screen seemed like a page on which vital print had died, something strangely alive, but without sound or meaning, like an exposed brain without thought, like the deadness of an open eye in a corpse. "All lights will be extinguished for 2 hours," the voice said. "Everyone will go immediately to their air raid shelters." 2 hours, Kelsey whispered. "I am here," she said. "We're together, darling. There is nothing." He didn't seem to hear her. He leaped out of her arms, and she heard furniture crashing as he blundered around wildly in the dark. "The shelter!" he yelled hoarsely. "The shelter!" She followed him unerringly in the dark to the stairs without stumbling. When she found him at the bottom of the stairs in the tunnel leading to the private air raid shelter, he was whimpering and shivering violently. 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, he whispered over and over. She could tell by the way he said it that it meant something else to him. Not 2 hours, but something infinitely longer, unendurably longer, some kind of awful forever. She helped him into the shelter and closed the thick door. She couldn't understand that kind of loneliness. She had stood in the black, lonely closet for years. She had worked alone. She could understand the loneliness of being without love. But this fear of his, it had no meaning for her, and as she looked at Kelsey cowering in the corner of the shelter, she realized something else. Kelsey himself had very little meaning. He was not what he had seemed. He was empty. He was hollow. He wasn't quite real. That was what his fear was, a fear of discovering he had nothing inside, a horror of the absence of something you could create inside yourself only by being alone. Alice knew that now. Maybe she had always known it, but now she admitted it to herself. The shelter was a small, square room lined with concrete and lead and steel. There was a large supply of food and a method of reprocessing the air. A person could live in it for a long time. Alice knew she could. She would have loved being there just with Kelsey. But Kelsey was empty, and there was no way he could give her back her love. Nothing in him he could use to share loneliness with her. 2 hours, but I love you, she said weakly. We have one another. We can talk. We can tell one another all about. No Tevi, Kelsey whispered. We can't get out. No one can get in. 2 hours. The screaming was in the shelter walls. It quivered in the floor and ceiling and walls, but there was really no sound. Nothing could penetrate here, no sound or light. Kelsey looked around the small enclosure. It may be longer. It's only a warning, Alice said. There may not be a real air raid at all. Talk, he suddenly screamed at her. Let's talk. Talk to me. But the superficial things slipped away, and she couldn't remember any of them. She wanted to take him in her arms, but she couldn't do that now because it wasn't real. She couldn't talk about all those meaningless things. Maybe now nothing would be enough to satisfy Kelsey's hollow fear, was Gloria. With all of them, Alice knew that Kelsey had always been alone. More horribly alone than she had ever been, for Kelsey had nothing inside of him to keep him company, or to sincerely share with another. He had no love in him. She tried to comfort him, but he was on his knees, shivering and whimpering. Then he tried to beat his way out through the door. She pulled him back, and he fell sobbing on the floor, squirming and rubbing his hands and his face into the floor as though to get some feeling of life from it. The trembling of the walls and floor continued, very gently, as though even that was somehow being polite, as though even that was trying to make things not so discomforting. Kelsey was whining and sobbing. I've got to get out. Get out. There is a shelter, a communal shelter. The project place, people, lots of people. All right, she said. Let's take a chance. If you want to, we'll go to that other shelter with people in it. But when they got to the top of the stairs and stepped into the living room, the lights went on. The TV came to color sound life again. The air raid warning was over. A smiling face materialized out of the wavery lines. The threat of the air raid is overdue to our wonderful cooperative spirit. The enemy's cowardly attack accomplished little except the minor destruction of a few scattered points. We're sure now that anyone who has not ordered our Cozy Corner air raid shelter will do so without further delay. It comes equipped, remember, with three-dimensional TV. There is the illusion of real people. Over 50 million air raid shelters were sold within an hour, but Alice wasn't concerned about that. She gave Kelsey a sedative and put him to bed, and then she went to her dark closet and stood in it until Wednesday morning. She had time to think about things, and a wonderful calm came over her, and she knew she didn't care what happened to her now. She was strong enough to live alone and take whatever was coming to her without fear. When she shook Kelsey awake Wednesday morning and told him she was Alice, he laughed, shocked and incredulous, trying to appear amused. But she told him about the order blank and convinced him she really was Alice and Anita Starr did not exist. He ran and called a robot repair clinic. He was almost incoherent, trying to tell the clinic what had happened, but they finally understood and said they would be right out to take the domestic away. He seemed frightened as he looked at her. "I don't understand," he said several times. "No one told you to do such a thing. How could a robot just up and do such a thing?" She started to answer, but didn't. There was nothing to say. "Robots can become inefficient," Kelsey said. "They can wear down a little and have to be repaired. But how could a robot just up and do a thing like this? Because of loneliness and the need for love." She smiled. She could smile now. It would have been funny for her to have said such a thing as that. She didn't care. She heard the jet truck drop down by the curb outside Kelsey's house. She heard the footsteps coming up the walk onto the porch. But she didn't care. She was strong enough not to care at all. She cared not at all for any of them, Master Kelsey included. She cared a little for Julian, for he had understood a little, but she didn't care about any of the others now. They hardly existed, they had nothing. In them, everything had been frozen forever, and nothing really moved inside. They were empty. They were nothing. They didn't exist. You saw the bright surfaces and the smiles as they walked and talked on the street, and for a while you wanted to believe they existed, that they were there. But they weren't really there at all. She smiled and stood still and waited for them to move toward her. They seemed afraid of her. "There is nothing to be afraid of, not here, not in me," she wanted to say. "It's in you that the fear is. For what is more frightening than emptiness and the feel of hollow time going by?" At least she had the joy of knowing she had been alive. The hand turned off her thermostat. End of Awakening by Bryce Walton.
In Case of Fire by Randall Garrett. In his office apartment on the top floor of the Terran Embassy building in Oxex City, Bertrand Malloy leafed casually through the dossiers of the 4 new men who had been assigned to him. They were typical of the kind of men who were sent to him, he thought, which meant, as usual, that they were atypical. Every man in the diplomatic corps who developed a twitch or a quirk was shipped to Sarkad to work under Bertrand Malloy, permanent Terran ambassador to his utter munificence, the Uxkek of Sarkad. Take this first one, for instance. Malloy ran his finger down the columns of complex symbolism that showed the complete psychological analysis of the man. Psychopathic paranoia. The man wasn't technically insane. He could be as lucid as the next man most of the time. But he was morbidly suspicious that every man's hand was turned against him. He trusted no one, and was perpetually on his guard against imaginary plots and persecutions. Number 2 suffered from some sort of emotional block that left him continually on the horns of one dilemma or another. He was psychologically incapable of making a decision if he were faced with two or more possible alternatives of any major importance. Number 3, Malloy sighed and pushed the dossiers away from him. No two men were alike, and yet there sometimes seemed to be an eternal sameness about all men. He considered himself an individual, for instance, but wasn't the basic similarity there, after all? He was. How old? He glanced at the Earth calendar dial that was automatically correlated with the circadian calendar just above it. 59, next week. 59 years old. And what did he have to show for it besides flabby muscles, sagging skin, a wrinkled face, and gray hair? Well, he had an excellent record in the Corps, if nothing else, one of the top men in his field. And he had his memories of Diane, dead these 10 years, but still beautiful and alive in his recollections. And, he grinned softly to himself, he had Sarkad. He glanced up at the ceiling and mentally allowed his gaze to penetrate it to the blue sky beyond it. Out there was the terrible emptiness of interstellar space, a great yawning infinite chasm capable of swallowing men, ships, planets, suns, and whole galaxies without filling its insatiable void. Malloy closed his eyes. Somewhere out there a war was raging. He didn't even like to think of that, but it was necessary to keep it in mind. Somewhere out there the ships of Earth were ranged against the ships of the alien Karna in the most important war that mankind had yet fought. And, Malloy knew, his own position was not unimportant in that war. He was not in the battle line nor even in the major production line, but it was necessary to keep the drug supply lines flowing from Sarkad, and that meant keeping on good terms with the Sarkadic government. The Sarkada themselves were humanoid in physical form, if one allowed the term to cover a wide range of differences. But their minds just didn't function along the same lines. For 9 years, Bertrand Malloy had been ambassador to Sarkad, and for 9 years no Sarkada had ever seen him. To have shown himself to one of them would have meant instant loss of prestige. Show their way of thinking. An important official was aloof. The greater his importance, the greater must be his isolation. The Okek of Sarkad himself was never seen except by a handful of picked nobles, who themselves were never seen except by their underlings. It was a long, roundabout way of doing business, but it was the only way Sarkad would do any business at all. To violate the rigid social setup of Sarkad would mean the instant closing off of the supply of biochemical products that the Sarkadic laboratories produced from native plants and animals. Products that were vitally necessary to Earth's war, and which could be duplicated nowhere else in the known universe. It was Bertrand Malloy's job to keep the production output high and to keep the materiel flowing towards Earth and her allies and outposts. The job would have been a snap cinch in the right circumstances. The Sarkada weren't difficult to get along with. A staff of top-grade men could have handled them without half trying. But Malloy didn't have top-grade men. They couldn't be spared from work that required their total capacity. It's inefficient to waste a man on a job that he can do without half trying where there are more important jobs that will tax his full output. So Malloy was stuck with the culls, not the worst ones, of course. There were places in the galaxy that were less important than Sarkad to the war effort. Malloy knew that, no matter what was wrong with a man, as long as he had the mental ability to dress himself and get himself to work, useful work could be found for him. Physical handicaps weren't at all difficult to deal with. A blind man can work very well in the total darkness of an infrared film darkroom. Partial or total losses of limbs can be compensated for in one way or another. The mental disabilities were harder to deal with, but not totally impossible. On a world without liquor, a dipsomaniac could be channeled easily enough, and he better not try fermenting his own on Sarkad unless he brought his own yeast, which was impossible, in view of the sterilization regulations. But Malloy didn't like to stop at merely thwarting mental quirks. He liked to find places where they were useful. The phone chimed. Malloy flipped it on with a practiced hand. "Malloy, here." "Mr. Malloy," said a careful voice. "A special communication for you has been teletyped in from Earth. Shall I bring it in?" "Bring it in, Miss Drazen." Miss Drazen was a case in point. She was uncommunicative. She liked to gather in information, but she found it difficult to give it up once it was in her possession. Malloy had made her his private secretary. Nothing, but nothing, got out of Malloy's office without his direct order. It had taken Malloy a long time to get it into Miss Drazen's head that it was perfectly all right, even desirable, for her to keep secrets from everyone except Malloy. She came in through the door, a rather handsome woman in her middle 30s, clutching a sheaf of papers in her right hand as though someone might at any instant snatch it from her before she could turn it over to Malloy. She laid them carefully on the desk. "If anything else comes in, I'll let you know immediately, sir," she said. "Will there be anything else?" Malloy let her stand there while he picked up the communique. She wanted to know what his reaction was going to be. It didn't matter, because no one would ever find out from her what he had done, unless she was ordered to tell someone. He read the first paragraph, and his eyes widened involuntarily. "Armistice," he said in a low whisper. "There is a chance that the war may be over." "Yes, sir," said Miss Drazen in a hushed voice. Malloy read the whole thing through, fighting to keep his emotions in check. Miss Drazen stood there calmly, her face a mask. Her emotions were a secret. Finally, Malloy looked up. "I'll let you know as soon as I reach a decision, Miss Drazen. I think I hardly need say that no news of this is to leave this office." "Of course not, sir." Malloy watched her go out the door without actually seeing her. The war was over, at least for a while. He looked down at the papers again. The Karna, slowly being beaten back on every front, were suing for peace. They wanted an armistice conference. Immediately, Warth was willing. Interstellar war is too costly to allow it to continue any longer than necessary, and this one had been going on for more than 13 years now. Peace was necessary, but not peace at any price. The trouble was that the Karna had a reputation for losing wars and winning at the peace table. They were clever, persuasive talkers. They could twist a disadvantage to an advantage and make their own strengths look like weaknesses. If they won the armistice, they'd be able to retrench and rearm, and the war would break out again within a few years. Now, at this point in time, they could be beaten. They could be forced to allow supervision of the production potential, forced to disarm, rendered impotent. But if the armistice went to their own advantage... Already, they had taken the offensive in the matter of the peace talks. They had sent a full delegation to Sarkad Viath, the next planet, out from the Sarkad sun, a chilly world inhabited only by low-intelligence animals. The Karna considered this to be fully neutral territory, and Earth couldn't argue the point very well. In addition, they demanded that the conference begin in 3 days. Terrestrial time. The trouble was that interstellar communication beams travel a devil of a lot faster than ships. It would take more than a week for the Earth government to get a vessel to Sarkad. Vivert. Earth had been caught unprepared for an armistice. They objected. The Karna pointed out that the Sarkad sun was just as far from Karn as it was from Earth, that it was only a few million miles from a planet which was allied with Earth, and that it was unfair for Earth to take so much time in preparing for an armistice. Why hadn't Earth been prepared? Did they intend to fight to the utter destruction of Karn? It wouldn't have been a problem at all if Earth and Karn had fostered the only 2 intelligent races in the galaxy. The sort of grandstanding the Karna were putting on had to be played to an audience. But there were other intelligent races throughout the galaxy, most of whom had remained as neutral as possible during the Earth-Karn War. They had no intention of sticking their figurative noses into a battle between the two most powerful races in the galaxy. But whoever won the armistice would find that some of the now neutral races would come in on their side if war broke out again. If the Karna played their cards right, their side would be strong enough next time to win. So Earth had to get a delegation to meet with the Karna representatives within the 3-day limit, or lose what might be a vital point in the negotiations. And that was where Bertrand Malloy came in. He had been appointed minister and plenipotentiary extraordinary to the Earth-Karn Peace Conference. He looked up at the ceiling again. "What can I do?" he said softly. On the second day after the arrival of the communique, Malloy made his decision. He flipped on his intercom and said, "Miss Drayson, get hold of James Norden and Keklin Brainick. I want to see them both immediately. Send Norden in first and tell Brainick to wait." "Yes, sir." "And keep the recorder on. You can file the tape later." "Yes, sir." Malloy knew the woman would listen in on the intercom anyway, and it was better to give her permission to do so. James Norden was tall, broad-shouldered, and 38. His hair was graying at the temples, and his handsome face looked cool and efficient. Malloy waved him to a seat. "Norden, I have a job for you. It's probably one of the most important jobs you'll ever have in your life. It can mean big things for you, promotion and prestige if you do it well." Norden nodded slowly. "Yes, sir." Malloy explained the problem of the Karna peace talks. "We need a man who can outthink them," Malloy finished. "And judging from your record, I think you are that man. It involves risk, of course. If you make the wrong decisions, your name will be mud back on Earth. But I don't think there is much chance of that, really. Do you want to handle small-time operations all your life?" "Of course not. You'll be leaving within an hour for Sarkad." V. Norden nodded again. "Yes, sir, certainly. Am I to go alone?" "No," said Malloy. "I am sending an assistant with you, a man named Keklin Brainick. Ever heard of him?" Norden shook his head. "Not that I recall, Mr. Malloy. Should I have?" "Not necessarily. He's a pretty shrewd operator, though. He knows a lot about interstellar law, and he's capable of spotting a trap a mile away. You'll be in charge, of course, but I want you to pay special attention to his advice." "I will, sir," Norden said gratefully. "A man like that can be useful, right? Now you go into the anteroom over there. I've prepared a summary of the situation, and you'll have to study it and get it into your head before the ship leaves. That isn't much time, but it's the Karna who are doing the pushing, not us." As soon as Norden had left, Malloy said softly, "Send in Brainick, Miss Drayson." Keklin Brainick was a smallish man, with mouse-brown hair that lay flat against his skull, and hard, penetrating dark eyes that were shadowed by heavy, protruding brows. Malloy asked him to sit down. Again, Malloy went through the explanation of the peace conference. "Naturally, they'll be trying to trick you every step of the way," Malloy went on. "They're shrewd and underhanded. We'll simply have to be more shrewd and more underhanded. Norton's job is to sit quietly and evaluate the data. Yours will be to find the loopholes they're laying out for themselves and plug them. Don't antagonize them, but don't baby them either. If you see anything underhanded going on, let Norden know immediately. They won't get anything by me, Mr. Malloy." By the time the ship from Earth got there, the peace conference had been going on for 4 days. Bertrand Malloy had full reports on the whole parley, as relayed to him through the ship that had taken Norden and Brainick to Sarkad. Fiver, Secretary of State Blendwell, stopped off at Sarkad 4 before going on to V to take charge of the conference. He was a tallish, lean man with a few strands of gray hair on the top of his otherwise bald scalp, and he wore a hearty, professional smile that didn't quite make it to his calculating eyes. He took Malloy's hand and shook it warmly. "How are you, Mr. Ambassador?" "Fine, Mr. Secretary. How's everything on Earth?" tense. They're waiting to see what is going to happen on 5. So am I, for that matter. His eyes were curious. You decided not to go yourself, eh? I thought it better not to. I sent a good team. Instead, would you like to see the reports? I certainly would. Malloy handed them to the secretary, and as he read, Malloy watched him. Blandewell was a political appointee, a good man, Malloy had to admit, but he didn't know all the ins and outs of the diplomatic corps. When Blandewell looked up from the reports at last, he said, "Amazing! They've held off the Karna at every point. They've beaten them back. They've managed to cope with and outdo the finest team of negotiators the Karna could send." "I thought they would," said Malloy, trying to appear modest. The secretary's eyes narrowed. "I've heard of the work you've been doing here with sick men. Is this one of your successes?" Malloy nodded. "I think so. The Karna put us in a dilemma, so I threw a dilemma right back at them." "How do you mean?" Norden had a mental block against making decisions. If he took a girl out on a date, he'd have trouble making up his mind whether to kiss her or not until she made up his mind for him, one way or the other. He's that kind of guy until he's presented with one single, clear decision which admits of no alternatives. He can't move at all. As you can see, the Karna tried to give us several choices on each point, and they were all rigged until they backed down to a single point and proved that it wasn't rigged. Norden couldn't possibly make up his mind. I drummed into him how important this was, and the more importance there is attached to his decisions, the more incapable he becomes of making them. The secretary nodded slowly. "What about Brainick?" "Paranoid," said Malloy. "He thinks everyone is plotting against him. In this case, that's all to the good because the Karna are plotting against him. No matter what they put forth, Brainick is convinced that there's a trap in it somewhere, and he digs to find out what the trap is. Even if there isn't a trap, the Karna can't satisfy Brainick because he's convinced that there has to be. Somewhere, as a result, all his advice to Norden and all his questioning on the wildest possibilities just serves to keep Norden from getting unconfused. These two men are honestly doing their best to win the peace conference, and they've got the Karna reeling. The Karna can see that we're not trying to stall. Our men are actually working at trying to reach a decision. But what the Karna don't see is that those men as a team are unbeatable. Because in this situation, they're psychologically incapable of losing." Again, the Secretary of State nodded his approval, but there was still a question in his mind. "Since you know all that, couldn't you have handled it yourself?" "Maybe, but I doubt it. They might have gotten around me some way by sneaking up on a blind spot. Norden and Brainick have blind spots, but they're covered with armor." "No, I am glad I couldn't go. It's better this way." The Secretary of State raised an eyebrow. "Couldn't go, Mr. Ambassador?" Malloy looked at him. "Didn't you know?" "I wondered why you appointed me. In the first place, no, I couldn't go. The reason why I am here, cooped up in this office, hiding from the Sarkada the way a good Sarkatic big shot should, is because I like it that way. I suffer from agoraphobia and xenophobia. I have to be drugged to be put on a spaceship because I can't take all that empty space, even if I am protected from it by a steel shell." A look of revulsion came over his face, and I can't stand aliens. End of In Case of Fire by Randall Garrett.
The Eternal Quest by Joseph Gilbert. Astonishing Stories, October 1942. "I have come," said the little man, "a new Moses, to lead my people to the promised land." He said it slowly, with dramatic restraint. "Fate has led me to a star, and I have returned to show mankind the way to a thing it has not known for over 100 years. Hope." He was not quite 5 feet tall, with a chubby face and a beet-red nose, straw-colored hair, and mild grey eyes. He was nondescript, and it seemed very strange somehow that this ridiculous little man could stand there on that platform with the gleaming majesty of that 500-foot spaceship in the background dwarfing him. And, facing that battery of telecasters, talk to 2 billion people and awaken in them a thing that had been dormant for a century or more. He said, "We have died spiritually, and the eternal quest of man for contentment has almost ceased, for he knows in his barren, bitter heart that there is no contentment to find." He paused, and the tremendous crowd that filled the rocket ground were weirdly silent, waiting. No longer shall only the Space Patrol know the thrills of adventure and discovery. We, too. Robert Lawrence smiled whimsically and cut off the televisor. It was almost impossible to hear the speaker anyway, for, no matter how well soundproofed a Space Patrol ship is, the noise is still deafening to one not long accustomed to it. You can't stop the vibrations of an atomic engine. Besides, the reference of the little man to the adventure and discovery of the Space Patrol was rather amusing to one who held that job and was tired of it. You took up a tight orbit around Mars and were bored to death for some 4 weeks, and then there was an order to intercept a gang of wild youngsters who had run past the interplanetary way station without signaling, for the thrill of it. Occasionally you sent out a call for a battle cruiser when you spotted a private ship that wouldn't answer your demand for call letters, and if part of the crew tried to run for it in the life rocket, you would chase them out as far as Venus before you got a magnetic grapple on them. Then you risked your life, but it still wasn't much fun, because the crew was probably made up of a bunch of scatterbrained kids with a hysterical finger on the trigger of their blasters, ready to kill instantly when you got them in the corner. The rest of the time you dropped in on settlers who were sick and tried to bring them around, answered any call for help on the planet or in your sector of space, acted as a sort of watchdog, and wondered what the hell to do with yourself. Still, it was the only life left for a strong, active man, and he had been following it for 4 years now, and would certainly continue it until the little man's plans were carried out. And carried out they would be, of that he was confident. Proud, too. Proud that his quiet faith in the future of mankind had proven itself in spite of the contempt and cynical ridicule of some of the best minds in the decadent, dying science hall, where he had received his training for this job. Not, he thought wryly, that they didn't have excellent reason for their cynicism. Few people had quite as much opportunity as he to see what was happening to the world, how effeminate its inhabitants were becoming. The patrol had been recently cut in half, not for any lack of material resources, but due rather to the fact that there weren't enough men to fill the ranks. A man with sufficient stamina to be in the patrol, plus the necessary mental and emotional stability, was practically unobtainable. Perhaps, he mused, that was why men in the patrol married so well. They were the very cream of mankind, the finest group of its kind on Earth. But the thought of women and marriage brought the old hurt and the old memory, and he turned his attention to checking his unquestionably accurate course in an equally old and equally futile attempt to forget the past. Finding it correct, as he had known it would be, he leaned back in his chair against the centrifugal push of the ship as it banked slightly and headed in for Mars. Then a buzzer made frantic bees noise, and he released the automatic pilot, taking the controls himself. The buzzer had been a warning that atmosphere was close, and it takes a human hand to handle a rocket in an atmosphere. It was possible, of course, that this trip of his was purely a waste of energy, but it wasn't his job to guess. He was the type who made sure first. If he had not been, the patrol would never have accepted him. With one hand he reached over and flicked on the televisor. He wouldn't be able to hear much, and already knew the general trend of the little man's plan. But to have that belief around which his entire philosophy of life had been built, borne out by the man who was himself to restore mankind to the glory that was its heritage, to the ultimate fulfillment of its age, old quest that indeed was worth the hearing. The image of the little man snapped on the screen with an abruptness that was startling after the long minutes required for the televisor to warm up. The colors were blurred from the distortion of millions of miles of travel in space, but the ruddy nose of the little man was still prominent. Above the crashing pound of the rockets, Lawrence heard faintly, "The psychologists have long known the reason for this soul decay in man." The small room was so Grecian in its simplicity. With its shining marble-like walls, the bench of the same seafoam white in the corner, and the three tunic-clad men that the televisor screen set in the wall appeared incongruous and out of place. "Hear him talk about the psychologists," said Herbert Vane, with a wave of his slender, beautiful hand toward the little, unimpressive man on the screen. "When he knows more about applied psychology than any of us in this room. More than you or I, Stanton, or even Parker there." He smiled cynically, and his eyebrows climbed an astonishing distance up his dome of a forehead. Stanton grunted. He was a sour, disillusioned little monkey of a man and prone at times to communicate largely by grunts. But now he spoke. "Be grateful. If it wasn't for that little runt, we'd be fighting off a howling mob of neurotics and incipient schizophrenics right now. And not only is he giving us a holiday, he's practically saving the entire race." After that speech of his, there is going to be a wave of hysteria that will make the panic over that comet striking the Earth hoax way back in 2037, 96 years ago, look as innocuous as a Sunday school picnic. And it'll be healthy. It'll be the best that could possibly happen to this jaded civilization of ours. A safety valve for the pent-up emotions of over 100 years. Lord, I hope he can go through with it. If they're disappointed after this renewal of hope, I dread to think of the reaction. He paused, took a deep breath. "Listen. Were wise, those ancient ancestors of ours?" came the voice of the little man. But they did not have the background of experience that would have enabled them to predict what has happened. They realized that if machines became so perfect that they could do the work of man without the guidance of man, then the hedonistic existence this would leave as man's only alternative would quickly lead him back to the jungles. So they arranged a social pattern that would give every man something to do. You know what that pattern was as well as I. You might have an interest in constructing televisors, and you would strive to make your televisors so excellent that there would be a worldwide demand for them. Others who had different hobbies would exchange the product of their hobbies for that of yours, or give them to you if the difference in value was too great. The world became one giant hobby field, a paradise apparently. They were wise. It was a good plan, but it didn't work. The machines were to blame. They could do things better, infinitely better than human hands. You built televisors and put them together carefully with the proud hands of a creator. With your care and skill, you were able to turn out, say, some 10 televisors a month. But they were the best of their kind, and you were happy in that knowledge. Then you discovered that the machines could produce those televisors of yours at the rate of some 500 a month, and could make a better one than you could with all your patient toil and trouble. You were a rocket builder, a constructor of homes, a monocar designer. It was the same. Or perhaps you were an inventor. Why, that too was what the inventors wondered, and ceased to invent. There had been too many wonders. The world was satiated with wonderful things, and those who create more found for them merely a bored acceptance. The acceptance was of the machine, not himself, for the majority of the population did not even know who had built the marvels that made their life so monotonously comfortable. The incentive to do good in this world died. There was no good to do. There were no physicians, because the machines could diagnose an ailment better than they. There were no diseases to eliminate, because they had long been eliminated. There were no surgeons to operate, because the machines did it quicker, safer, better. There were no abuses to correct, no social conditions to improve, because there were no abuses, and the social conditions were utopian. There was no longer any desire to achieve in writing, in art, in music, for achievement was no longer recognized. If your writing was packed with significance, with powerful thought, provoking originality, then it probably would not even see publication. Those who wrote and were recognized were those who could thrill with screaming action. with the forgotten danger of the old primitive days back in the 20th century, cheap stuff produced by men who were more mechanical than the machines. The only art that any man recognized was illustrating posters, and those stories beauty had become too tame. The swing, the jazz, of an earlier age had evolved into a nerve-wracking bedlam of discordant sounds, not even needing a composer mechanically timed, mechanically produced, mechanically precise. Mankind lost its most precious possession, the sense of achievement, of being valuable, and with it lost its initiative. They suffered from a mass inferiority complex that was only too well justified by the superiority of the metal monstrosities they, the Frankensteins, had made. Something died inside the mind of man, his self-confidence, his superiority, and with it died achievement and progress. Mankind no longer lived, it existed. His rather ridiculously high-pitched voice died quietly away as he paused and gazed into. It seemed the room, as he had gazed into the empty temple of man's intellect but a moment before. And in that instant, standing there with his stubby hands on the railing of the platform, he had the surpassing dignity of one who sees conquest near and rejoices in the knowledge that his achievement has been something more than worthy. The result, he continued, was inevitable. The hobby system, as it has been flippantly termed, dissolved in a chaotic attack on the machines. Fortunately, the mobs were too disorganized to destroy much before they felt the effects of their attacks. For men, subject to a cold they had never known before due to their damaging the weather towers, died from exposure, untended by smashed machines that could have saved them. Everywhere hundreds of people, deprived of the comfort of machines they had come to regard as essential, died swiftly from unaccustomed hardships to which their delicate constitutions had been too long unconditioned. That, as you know, was the first and only attack on the machines. It had become apparent that they had not only degenerated man, but so degenerated him that he could not live without them. And so the present system of credits for the amount of work done by each person in his own line has come into being. It has not changed the situation. Man still has no excuse for living, only for existing. The frenzied, maddened search for some purpose, some reason for being that has taken place since, I need not go into. It is a rather horrible thing to think about, and in the last 25 years it has resulted in a revolt against convention and the accepted decencies in life. That has led in turn to orgies, to abandoned pleasure-seeking that has no parallel in our written history. The frustrated creative genius of our time has found outlets shocking to more ordinary people. If any person can be called ordinary in this time and age, I do not believe there is such a person. I believe that we have all gone mad in our despair and in our lack of any intelligent goal. The voice of Parker cut across the spell in the room like the explosion of a shell in a country graveyard. He's just made the world's biggest understatement. By the God of the ancients, he should see some of the human wrecks that come to us, that pack our offices, and practically hang from the fluorescent. Day after day, hundreds and hundreds of them, and we can only tell them what is wrong with them, not what to do about it. A noble profession, ours, gentlemen, ha! It's hollow and futile, like the mobs that visit us here at Science Hall and go away uncomforted to wait until they go completely mad and are taken away to a mechanical madhouse presided over by the same magnificently futile psychologists. A noble profession indeed. We can't claim immunity from it either, you know, said Vane. We're all too old to join the orgies, but we try to compensate for our helplessness, our uselessness, in other ways. You, Parker, he smiled at the chubby psychologist, are a faddist who follows every single mad-eyed craze that crops up. You have no idea how strange you look right now without any hair at all on your face. No eyebrows, no eyelashes, a bald dome. You are a remarkable sight. Parker colored. This turned him oddly red from his smooth chin to his bold pate, so that he rather resembled a beet carved into the form of a face. It's not a fad, It's a hygienic movement that I highly approve of. Vane's laugh left little echoes, repeating themselves in the corners of that acoustically perfect room. What term would you use to explain away the time that you brought to your office some quack's mystic device which would supposedly soothe the patient by a mysterious mixture of vibrations and music made by the movement of the operator's hands in an eddy field? Remember how the frightful noises you hauled up sent 3 patients into hysteria and so accentuated another's delusion of persecution that he focused his attentions on you as the cause of his troubles. Then he chased you all around the office with a metal chair, earnestly imploring you to stand still long enough to get your head bashed in. And how about the time you claimed it was the duty of every citizen to learn the intricacy of a certain machine and blew out the side of the wall with the harmless little projector you rigged up? Hey, he chuckled, and a smile flickered for an instant on the face of the sour Stanton. You aren't too normal yourself, retorted Parker, spending all your time dashing around with other people's wives. Granted, said Vane. I am an old fool, and I know it. He smiled somberly. Queer. We psychologists know exactly what makes us tick mentally, but we can't do anything more about our twisted emotions and impulses than we can do for those poor people who come to us for assistance we can't give them. Stanton collects old books, never psychology, religion, or anything serious. What our ancestors called blood and thunder, bang-bang adventure stuff, he calls it a hobby. It isn't. It's wish fulfillment. He went on. Look at that laughable little idiot on the televisor screen. He's the least imposing person I know of, and the happiest man on earth. He may be the greatest man who ever lived, for all I know. Listen to him was useless. I knew that man must again find a motive for progress if he was to exist. The number of births had diminished almost to nothing. Both sexes felt that it was useless to bring children into such a world. So they did not, and the population has dropped frighteningly. After some time and thought, I came to the conclusion that what was needed was another civilization with which our own could fuse its intellectual achievements and progress. 4. It would be a new inspiration to find a race with a culture radically different from our own, and to adapt ourselves to that culture, to build shelters and new cities without the machines, and to bring back the old striving, ever-searching spirit of bygone days. And I found it. He stood there flushed with triumph, and the light in his face lit a similar light in the eyes and hearts of 2 billion people. Thus this modern Prometheus brought to earth a far more precious flame than did his predecessor of old. For the last 50 years, he said, there have been no human trips made in a rocket other than were absolutely necessary. As for exploring trips, there have been none beyond Pluto, and those by robots telecasting their impressions to Earth. For we have lost the spirit of exploration, the spirit of discovery above all personal discomfort. At my request, the Central Consul built a spaceship suitable for a voyage to Alpha Centauri, which the electronic telescope revealed as the only star within its range having a civilization stationed on one of its planets. We used a device in the ship invented nearly 40 years previous, and completely ignored, which enabled us to make very nearly the speed of light. Stanton interrupted the voice of the little man there. Wonder how he managed to get permission to build the ship from that gang of ghouls. There was nothing they could get out of it, and it took a lot of credits. Vane said, We're underestimating that little genius, I think. He grew up with an inferiority complex, not brought on by the machines, but merely accentuated by it. He was one of those people virtually born that way, without any special ability except for bungling things in general. He's a type that every psychologist knows, the born failure. Only he had something in him that none of the others had. Something almost forgotten nowadays, and exceedingly rare in a person of his personality makeup. Guts. There is a rumor that he spent years accumulating enough blackmail on the members of the Consul after they refused him the first time to force them to build that ship. I believe it. If he's right, he'll go down in history. If he isn't right, then there won't be any history. Throttle down and listen, suggested Parker. Alpha Centauri has 4 planets, said the little man, and the second innermost was our destination. We found that it had every conceivable advantage. The people were advanced scientifically and evolved from a protoplasm basis that was not unnaturally considering the similar conditions along our own lines. They were rather ludicrously like certain 20th century writers' conception of Martians and other extraterrestrial creatures, particularly considering that no intelligent life has been found on Mars or the other planets in our system. They were small, with strangely faceted eyes, and 2 long, slim cords for arms, these terminating in 3 thin fingers. He paused and repeated that, to emphasize such a familiar human characteristic. 3 fingers, he continued. They had no facial features outside of their eyes. They apparently perceived sounds by vibrations through their glossy black skin, if I may use such an inappropriate phrase, and their body was a cylinder and nothing more. They transported themselves in swift little cars, and how they got around before they progressed so far I don't know. Probably they had some other method of physical motivation that has disappeared in long centuries of disuse. It does not matter. What does is the fact that they are an intelligent, sensitive people, and they have a great civilization, being able to communicate by means of telepathy, as many of our own people are able to do quite well. We hastened back before we had an opportunity to learn much about them, but were assured that we were welcome to their planet by their governing group. And the best news of all is that it will not be necessary to build expensive ships to make the long trip. They have long had teleportation devices that enable them to transport the disassembled atoms of an individual or material to any distant place on which it is focused, no matter how far they're to be reassembled. The process is an extremely complicated and cumbersome one, requiring much mathematical calculation, but it can be done with absolutely no danger to the person using it. We have the plans for those machines. The sound of cheering from the televisor became so ear-splitting that Vane cut the volume and then stood there, numbly cracking the fingers on his beautiful hands. The picture on the screen whirled dizzily as the frantic operator panned too swiftly to pick up the image of the crowd, which was going mad with an enthusiasm that hurt them inside until they had to get it out, release it, let off their emotional energy. Women fainted, men wept, and the platform swayed dangerously as their mock crowd climbed over it to shake the hands of a new messiah. "I'll be damned," whispered Vane, trying to comprehend hope. "I'll be completely damned." He cracked his long fingers slowly. Stanton looked at his sandals as if he had never seen them before, and scowled. Parker ran his hand through his hair absently, forgetting that he no longer had any. There was a buzzing in the next room. Parker cursed all visophones and vanished into the other room. They heard a bellowed, "Pleasure to you too, and what the hell do you want?" Pause. "Oh." Another pause. Then, "Glad to hear it, Martin." "Yes, it's a great thing, all right." "Huh, sure. Thanks. Same to you. Glad you changed your mind." "Pleasure, Martin." Parker came back into the room. He tugged absently at his earlobe. There was a strange look on his face. He noticed the stares of his fellow psychologists and answered the question in their eyes. "Remember that old duck Martin Winter, the one with the registry full of credits he don't know what to do with, who came in here last week?" he went on without waiting for an acknowledgement of acquaintance from the other two. "The old fool positively refused when he was here last time to have a transference to a robot body because he said he didn't have anything worth living for. But now he's determined to have the transference made and to get transported to this other system. Wished me a happy trip over." "Oh," said Vane softly. The voice of the little man came again into the room. "Adventure," he said. "Adventure for all of us, and hope, and happiness." His voice trembled a little with the immensity of his own vision. "A new heaven and a new earth, and a new dream for all mankind. Everlasting, eternal, enduring for all time." His voice was drowned by a crowd roar that filled the room, then died away. The jets under the ship came to life with an ear-splitting hoo-oh-om, and the ship leveled off and hurtled west. Electrical impulses touched the desert outside and rebounded to register on a dial the information that his distance from the ground was 2,000 feet. He consulted another dial and found that the rocket was traveling a little more than 1,800 feet a second. Too fast, he cut it down to 1,000 feet. Instruments were checked. The energy waves he had received in space had come from the most desolate part of Mars. Lawrence was unable to understand why anyone chose this part of the planet to live on. It was barren of the Martian planets collected by the settlers for their medicinal and museum value on Earth, and it was far from the closely clustered settlers' towns. Which was strange. The settlers, he thought with a smile, made a lot of their being pioneers and all that sort of thing, but they loved their mechanical comforts and the warm, close companionship of their fellows. He reached over and flicked the switch of the visor set in the nose of the ship for observation purposes. The scene revealed was as disappointingly prosaic to him now as it had been when he had first seen it. It looked just as the Midwestern deserts used to look before the consul had turned them into fertile agricultural grounds, with one exception. The ground was as red as blood, even in the feeble light of the Martian moons. There was a wind blowing, carrying the sand and the half-vegetable, half-animal tumblies along with it. But the wind always blew on Mars at this time of year, despite the thin air, when one was this near to the pole. The shack he had been watching for loomed dark and dismal in the black of the Martian night. Lawrence cut his rear jets and throttled down, aiding the ineffectual gliding surfaces of the rocket with occasional blasts from the hull. He landed with a very slight jar and cut the engines. The racket of the engines in a rocket is so violent that it is always something of a shock to a rocket man when he cuts them off. The effect is as though something very vital had died. Lawrence stood there trying to accustom his ears to the silence that claimed the ship, saving only the weep of the wind outside. And the wind became in that moment as all-pervading, as much a part of things as the rockets had been. The difference was that the rocket noise existed for only a brief while, and the wind had moaned out on those somber plains, for how many millions of years had it been? He shook off the mood, drew on a light, electrically heated suit with an oxygen container on the back. It completely covered every part of his body and was especially designed for Mars, having 2 metaglass openings for his eyes and a voice amplifier just below it. After that, he stepped out into the airlock, the sound detectors catching the whoosh of exhausted air and the faint crunch of his weighted boots in the Martian sand. The shack was of metal, neat and compact. One side of it bulged like a tin can in which a firecracker has exploded. He stumbled over something in the sand, but he did not look down. The ground was covered in spots with strange relics of a Martian civilization here in this desert. In the early 21st century, during the rush of excitement over interplanetary travel, there had been many expeditions to this part of the planet. In fact, the shack in front of him was probably one of the Smithsonian's archaeological stations. It had been supposedly long deserted, though he had evidence that it wasn't now. The expeditions had accumulated enough evidence from the desert to prove conclusively that the Martians had been a highly civilized and advanced people, more advanced probably than Earth. There were ruins of great cities in the south of the planet that must have been there for over 2 million years. The Martians had built well as to what had happened to them. That was a mystery that remained unsolved. There had been no evidence of warfare of any sort, and a few rare translations of even rarer books indicated that the Martians had eliminated diseases and had in their time colonized the entire solar system with their people. But now there was only the weeping wind and the barren sand, nothing more. He reached the door, twisted the handle on it. Having suspected that someone was inside, Lawrence was not surprised when it came open easily with a sharp, creaking sound. It had been recently used, of course, since otherwise the years would have rusted it to the extent that the first man to open it again would have had to exert a great deal of strength. It was monometal, but everything except lead and a few beryllium alloys rusted in the Martian air. He took a torch from his utility bag, and the soft but brilliant green of the portable Howard Brazier fluorescent stabbed into the darkness and tore away the shadows. There was nothing in the path of the beam that he could see, only the red dust on the wings of the restless wind. He went in. The door creaked shut behind him. A tiny air purifier made sighing somewhere like a big dog with asthma. There was a bare metal table, and that was all. A door led into another room. He walked into it. Silence, save for the moan of the deathless wind, crying outside. It was dark in the room, with only the light of Deimos and Phobos shining into the glassite windows. He could just make out the darkness-shrouded bulks of shattered machinery in the corner. He pressed the button on his torch, and the darkness fled in panic from the brightness of the light. The whisper in his brain came then, "Don't." His flashlight clattered to the metal floor, and his hand was on his blaster. Then he cursed himself for a fool and retrieved his torch. He did not, however, turn it on again. To be startled like that by mental telepathy was childish. It was something that every member of the Space Patrol had to master, and was an ability fairly common among intelligent people, many of whom practiced the art as something of a hobby. The only element of surprise was the fact that it was a strain on any ordinary man to project his thoughts that way, and speech was preferable when practicable. Still, there was no reason why anyone should not use telepathy if he wished. "Who?" he began aloud, then shrugged and concentrated on thinking. "Who are you?" "Speak aloud," came the thought. "It is easier for you and makes your mental impulses clearer. There is an individuality in thoughts, as well as in voices and faces." It occurred to Lawrence that the thought waves of this person were the clearest, the gentlest, and the saddest of any he had ever encountered. There was a clarity about them that was superhuman, that is, associated with genius, and they were filled with a sorrow that transcended all human understanding. The sorrow of a dying race, of the shattered dreams of 1,000,000,000 years, the sorrow of the wandering Jew alone on another planet and watching his own dissolve into cosmic dust, a sorrow beyond expression. He found it dominating his soul, drowning him in a bitterness such as he had never dreamed possible. Lawrence explained, "My instruments detected a steady stream of free gamma rays out in space, such as could only come from a ruptured atomic power source of some sort, and I flew down to ascertain if there had been an accident." He raised his voice a trifle over the wail of the desert wind. "Who are you?" The brooding thought crept slowly into his mind, infinitely sad, infinitely weary. "I am one who saw too far. It is no good for any being to go ahead of his fellows, to dream a greater dream and to find no reality in it. I had a machine, and it should have carried me outside, should have taken me above our lost visions to finer things. It did not. I thought I would climb to heaven. I descended to hell. How they have reversed our ancestors' prophecies, these metal masters of ours." His thoughts washed away in a tide of ultimate despair. Lawrence's eyes were becoming accustomed to the darkness, and he could make out the hammock in the corner of the room with the small form upon it. "You are hurt." He came forward, his bewilderment becoming concern. "Here. I am one of the few men who still know something of medicine. Space Patrol men have to know in case the machines break down, which," he grimaced, "happens about once in every 400 years. "No." The thought stopped Lawrence on the verge of tearing the threadbare cover off the figure on the cot and turning on his flash to examine it. "Please." It came again, more gently. "I am dying. Believe me, there is nothing you or any other man or machine could do, and I do not care to live any more now. There is nothing to live for now, or for the rest of time." Pieces of what seemed to be a pattern exploded in Lawrence's brain, and he turned white. Had this man used the disassembler, obtaining it by bribing some minor member of the little man's crew, and had he visited that far-off star and found that which doomed mankind's new hopes? The thought stunned him beyond thinking. That couldn't be true. It couldn't. This was man's last hope, his last stand. It was unthinkable that he felt within his brain currents that were at first puzzled and then cleared. No. And there was a smile in Lawrence's mind, a heartbroken, whimsical thing. No, I have not been to that system you are thinking of. My journey has been elsewhere, and what I have seen has led me to destroy both my machine and myself. He was silent a moment, overwhelmed by disappointment. Then, let me explain, please. In our world, we know not happiness, have not known it for such a long, long time. The machines have taken over and there is no longer anything left, only the bare drabness of day after futile, empty day for all our lives. Some feel these things more than others, and the idealist, the dreamer, have suffered in this age more than any other person can conceive. We feel so much, so very, very much, and we long so hard for the little, insignificant things that make up beauty, for beauty is our life. The wind outside sang a song of other days, of laughter and beauty, and the glorious fortress of mental and physical perfection that had been here. It spoke of the shining towers and glistening ships that thundered above them. Then it remembered and died slowly away, taking with it the red dust that drifted across the barren plains. Yes, said Lawrence very softly. Yes, I understand. Not quite, came the whisper in his brain. You do not, cannot quite understand. There are things you do not know. Silence, then. Except for the eternal wind and its companion, the dust, I disassembled my atoms. The explanation echoed unexpectedly in Lawrence's mind, and selected a lonely place on another world, where they were reassembled. I watched from afar, and there too it was the same. The machines, the uncertain, hurt look in people's eyes, and their lack of purpose. I destroyed my machine, and myself, with it. That was best. There was nothing left for me, you see. Lawrence stood up by the dusty televisor against the wall. There was infinite compassion and understanding in his voice. He said, If only you had waited. If only you had known that another planet in another system had a place for us, instead of going elsewhere as you did, without thought or direction. There was thought and direction, said the mental voice. It availed me nothing. Bury me, please, out there on the desert with the wind and sand. I would be with seekers like myself, knowing that their search is impotent, as was mine. Thank you for your good intentions and your kindness. Goodbye, my friend. The sense of rapport faded from Lawrence's brain, and he knew he was in the presence of death. The requiem of the wind sang for another lost thing now, and that was queerly fitting. Somehow, then he knew that the being had indeed traveled to other than the little man's star system, and his heart cried out within him unbearably, though he stood still and numb. Knew it when he had picked up the other's hand to place it beneath the covering, and had felt 3 slender fingers.
The quest was ended. End of the Eternal Quest by Joseph Gilbert.
The First One by Herbert D. Kastle. Analog, July 1961. The first man to return from beyond the great frontier may be welcomed. But will it be as a curiosity rather than as a hero? There was the usual welcoming crowd for a celebrity, and the usual speeches by the usual politicians who met him at the airport which had once been 20 miles outside of Croton, but which the growing city had since engulfed and placed well within its boundaries. But everything wasn't usual. The crowd was quiet, and the mayor didn't seem quite as at ease as he'd been on his last big welcoming. For Corporal Behringer, one of the crew of the spaceship, Washington first to set Americans upon Mars, his Honor's hand clasp was somewhat moist and cold. His Honor's eyes held a trace of remoteness. Still he was the honored homecomer, the successful returnee, the hometown boy who had made good in a big way. And they took the triumphal tour up Main Street to the new square and the grandstand. There he sat between the mayor and a nervous young co-ed chosen as homecoming queen, and looked out at the police and fire department bands, the National Guard, the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, the Elks and Masons. Several of the churches in town had shown indecision as to how to instruct their parishioners to treat him. But they had all come around. The tremendous national interest, the fact that he was the first one, had made them come around. It was obvious by now that they would have to adjust, as they'd adjusted to all the other firsts, taking place in these, as the newspapers had dubbed, the start of the 21st century, the galloping 20s. He was glad when the official greeting was over. He was a very tired man, and he had come farther, traveled longer and over darker country than any man who'd ever lived before. He wanted a meal at his own table, a kiss from his wife, a word from his son, and later to see some old friends and a relative or two. He didn't want to talk about the journey. He wanted to forget the immediacy, the urgency, the terror. Then perhaps he would talk. Or would he? For he had very little to tell. He had traveled and he had returned, and his voyage was very much like the voyages of the great mariners from Columbus onward. Long, dull periods of time, passing, and then the arrival. The house had changed. He saw that as soon as the official car let him off at 45 Roosevelt Street. The change was, he knew, for the better. They had put a porch in front. They had rehabilitated, spruced up, almost rebuilt, the entire outside and grounds. But he was sorry he had wanted it to be as before. The head of the American Legion and the chief of police, who had escorted him on this trip from the square, didn't ask to go in with him. He was glad he'd had enough of strangers. Not that he was through with strangers. There were dozens of them up and down the street, standing beside parked cars, looking at him. But when he looked back at them, their eyes dropped. They turned away. They began moving off. He was still too much the first one to have his gaze met. He walked up what had once been a concrete path and was now an ornate flagstone path. He climbed the new porch and raised the ornamental knocker on the new door and heard the soft music sound within. He was surprised that he'd had to do this. He'd thought Edith would be watching at a window and perhaps she had been watching. But she hadn't opened the door. The door opened. He looked at her. It hadn't been too long, and she hadn't changed at all. She was still the small, slender girl he'd loved in high school. The small, slender woman he'd married 12 years ago. Ralphie was with her. They held onto each other as if seeking mutual support. The 33-year-old woman and 10-year-old boy. They looked at him, and then both moved forward. Still together, he said, "It's good to be home." Edith nodded, and still holding to Ralphie with one hand, put the other arm around him. He kissed her neck, her cheek, and all the old jokes came to mind. The jokes of travel-weary, battle-weary men. And then I'll put my pack-aside jokes that spoke of terrible hunger. She was trembling, and even as her lips came up to touch his, he felt the difference. And because of this difference, he turned with urgency to Ralphie and picked him up and hugged him and said, because he could think of nothing else to say, "What a big fella! What a big fella!" Ralphie stood in his arms as if his feet were still planted on the floor, and he didn't look at his father but somewhere beyond him. "I didn't grow much while you were gone, Dad. Mom says I don't eat enough." So he put him down and told himself that it would all change, that everything would loosen up. Just as his commanding officer, General Carlisle, had said it would early this morning, before he left Washington. "Give it some time," Carlisle had said. "You need the time. They need the time. And for the love of heaven, don't be sensitive. Edith was leading him into the living room, her hand lying still in his, a cool, dead bird lying still in his. He sat down on the couch. She sat down beside him, but she had hesitated. He wasn't being sensitive. She had hesitated. His wife had hesitated before sitting down beside him. Carlyle had said his position was analogous to Columbus, to Vasco da Gama's, to Prikof's when the Russian returned from the moon, but more so. Carlyle had said lots of things, but even Carlyle, who had worked with him all the way, who had engineered the entire fantastic journey, even Carlyle, the Nobel Prize winner, the multi-degree genius in uniform, had not actually spoken to him as one man to another. The eyes. It always showed in their eyes. He looked across the room at Ralphie, standing in the doorway, a boy already tall, already widening in the shoulders, already large of feature. It was like looking into the mirror and seeing himself 25 years ago, but Ralphie's face was drawn, was worried in a way that few 10-year-old faces are. "How's it going in school?" he asked. "Gee, Dad, it's the second month of summer vacation." "Well then, before summer vacation, pretty good," Edith said. "He made top forum the 6-month period before vacation, and he made top forum the 6-month period you went away, Hank." He nodded, remembering that, remembering everything. Remembering the warmth of her farewell, the warmth of Ralphie's farewell, their tears as he left for the experimental flight station in the Aleutians. They had feared for him, having read of the many launchings gone wrong even in continent-to-continent experimental flight. They had been right to worry. He had suffered much after that blow-up, but now they should be rejoicing because he had survived and made the long journey. Ralphie suddenly said, "I got to go, Dad. I promised Walt and the others I'd pitch. It's Intertown Little League, you know. It's Harmon, you know. I got to keep my word." Without waiting for an answer, he waved his hand. It shook, a 10-year-old boy's hand that shook and ran from the room and from the house. He and Edith sat beside each other, and he wanted badly to take her in his arms, and yet he didn't want to oppress her. He stood up. "I am very tired. I'd like to lie down a while," which wasn't true because he'd been lying down all the months of the way back. She said, "Of course, how stupid of me, expecting you to sit around and make small talk and pick up just where you left off." He nodded. But that was exactly what he wanted to do, make small talk and pick up just where he'd left off. But they didn't expect it of him. They wouldn't let him. They felt he had changed too much. She led him upstairs and along the foyer, past Ralphie's room and past the small guest room to their bedroom. This, too, had changed. It was newly painted and it had new furniture. He saw twin beds separated by an ornate little table with an ornate little lamp. And this looked more ominous a barrier to him than the 12-foot concrete and barbed wire fence around the experimental station. "Which one is mine?" he asked, and tried to smile. She also tried to smile, the one near the window. "You always liked the fresh air, the sunshine in the morning. You always said it helped you to get up on time when you were stationed at the base outside of town. You always said it reminded you of being able to see the sky, that you were going to go up in it, and that you were going to come down from it to this bed again." "Not this bed," he murmured, and was a little sorry afterward. "No, not this bed," she said quickly. "Your lodge donated the bedroom set, and I really didn't know." She waved her hand, her face white. He was sure then that she had known, and that the beds and the barrier between them were her own choice, if only an unconscious choice. He went to the bed near the window, stripped off his Air Force blue jacket, began to take off his shirt, but then remembered that some arm scars still showed. He waited for her to leave the room. She said, "Well then, rest up, dear," and went out. He took off his shirt and saw himself in the mirror on the opposite wall, and then took off his undershirt. The body scars were faint, the scars running in long lines, one dissecting his chest, the other slicing diagonally across his upper abdomen to disappear under his trousers. There were several more on his back, and one on his right thigh. They'd been treated properly, and would soon disappear. But she had never seen them. Perhaps she never would. Perhaps pajamas and robes and dark rooms would keep them from her until they were gone. Which was not what he considered at all important on leaving Walter Reed Hospital early this morning. Which was something he found distasteful. Something he felt beneath them both. And, at the same time, he began to understand that there would be many things previously beneath them both which would have to be considered. She had changed. Ralphie had changed. All the people he knew had probably changed because they thought he had changed. He was tired of thinking. He lay down and closed his eyes. He let himself taste bitterness, unhappiness, a loneliness he had never known before. But sometime later, as he was dozing off, a sense of reassurance began filtering into his mind. After all, he was still Henry Devers, the same man who had left home 11 months ago with a love for family and friends which was, if anything, stronger than before. Once he could communicate this, the strangeness would disappear and the first one would again become good old Hank. It was little enough to ask for. A return to old values, old relationships, the normalcies of the backwash instead of the freneticisms of the limelight. It would certainly be granted to him. He slept. Dinner was at 7 p.m. His mother came. His Uncle Joe and Aunt Lucille came. Together with Edith, Ralphie, and himself, they made 6 and ate in the dining room at the big table. Before he'd become the first one. It would have been a noisy affair. His family had never been noted for a lack of ebullience, a lack of talkativeness, and Ralphie had always chosen meal times, especially with company present, to describe everything and anything that had happened to him during the day. And Edith herself had always chatted, especially with his mother, though they didn't agree about much. Still, it had been good-natured. The general tone of their lives had been good-natured. This wasn't good-natured. Exactly what it was, he wasn't sure. Stiff was perhaps the word. They began with grapefruit, Edith and Mother serving quickly, efficiently, from the kitchen, then sitting down at the table. He looked at Mother as he raised his first spoonful of chilled fruit, and said, "Younger than ever." It was nothing new. He'd said it many, many times before, but his mother had always reacted with a bright smile and a quip something like, "Young for the Golden Age Center, you mean?" This time she burst into tears. It shocked him. But what shocked him even more was the fact that no one looked up, commented, made any attempt to comfort her. No one indicated in any way that a woman was sobbing at the table. He was sitting directly across from Mother and reached out and touched her left hand, which lay limply beside the silverware. She didn't move it. She hadn't touched him once, beyond that first, quick, strangely cool embrace at the door. Then a few seconds later she withdrew it and let it drop out of sight. So there he was, Henry Devers, at home with the family. So there he was. The hero returned, waiting to be treated as a human being. The grapefruit shells were cleaned away and the soup served. Uncle Joe began to talk. "The greatest little development of circular uniform houses you ever did see," he boomed, in his powerful salesman's voice. "Still going like 60. We'll sell out before." At that point he looked at Hank, and Hank nodded encouragement, desperately interested in this normalcy, and Joe's voice died away. He looked down at his plate, mumbled, "Soup's getting cold," and began to eat. His hand shook a little. His ruddy face was not quite as ruddy as Hank remembered it. Aunt Lucille made a few quavering statements about the Ladies' Tuesday Garden Club, and Hank looked across the table to where she sat between Joe and Mother. His wife and son bracketed him, and yet he felt alone and said, "I've missed fooling around with the lawn and the rose bushes. Here it is August, and I haven't had my hand to a mower or trowel." Aunt Lucille smiled, if you could call it that, a pitiful twitching of the lips, and nodded. She threw her eyes in his direction and past him and then down to her plate. Mother, who was still sniffling, said, "I have a dismal headache. I'm going to lie down in the guest room a while." She touched his shoulder, in passing, his affectionate, effusive mother, who would kiss stray dogs and strange children, who had often irritated him with an excess of physical and verbal caresses. She barely touched his shoulder and fled. So now 5 of them sat at the table. The meat was served. Thin, rare slices of beef, the pink blood juice oozing warmly from the center. He cut into it and raised a forkful to his mouth, then glanced at Ralphie and said, "Looks fresh enough to have been killed in the backyard." Ralphie said, "Yeah, Dad." Aunt Lucille put down her knife and fork and murmured something to her husband. Joe cleared his throat and said Lucille was rapidly becoming a vegetarian and he guessed she was going into the living room for a while. "She'll be back for dessert, of course," he said, his laugh sounding forced. Hank looked at Edith. Edith was busy with her plate. Hank looked at Ralphie. Ralphie was busy with his plate. Hank looked at Joe. Joe was chewing, gazing out over their heads to the kitchen. Hank looked at Lucille. She was disappearing into the living room. He brought his fist down on the table. The settings jumped, a glass overturned, spilling water. He brought it down again and again. They were all standing now. He sat there and pounded the table with his big right fist. Henry Devers, who would never have thought of making such a scene before, but who was now so sick and tired of being treated as the first one, of being stood back from, looked at in awe of, felt in fear of, that he could have smashed more than a table. Edith said, "Hank!" He said, voice hoarse, "Shut up. Go away. Let me eat alone. I am sick of the lot of you." Mother and Joe returned a few minutes later where he sat forcing food down his throat. Mother said, "Henry, dear." He didn't answer. She began to cry, and he was glad she left the house then. He had never said anything really bad to his mother. He was afraid this would have been the time. Joe merely cleared his throat and mumbled something about getting together again soon and drop out and see the new development, and he too was gone. Lucille never did manage to speak to him. He finished his beef and waited. Soon Edith came in with the special dessert she'd been preparing half the day, a magnificent English trifle. She served him and spooned out a portion for herself and Ralphie. She hesitated near his chair, and when he made no comment, she called the boy. Then the 3 of them were sitting facing the empty side of the table. They ate the trifle. Ralphie finished first and got up and said, "Hey, you promised the boys you play baseball or football or handball or something, anything to get away from your father." Ralphie's head dropped and he muttered, "Oh, no, Dad," Edith said. "He'll stay home, Hank. We'll spend an evening together, talking, watching television, playing Monopoly." Ralphie said, "Gee, sure, Dad, if you want to." Hank stood up. "The question is not whether I want to. You both know I want to. The question is whether you want to." They answered together that of course they wanted to. But their eyes, his wife's and son's eyes, could not meet his. And so he said he was going to his room because he was after all very tired and would in all probability continue to be very tired for a long, long time, and that they shouldn't count on him for normal social life. He fell asleep quickly, lying there in his clothes, but he didn't sleep long. Edith shook him, and he opened his eyes to a lighted room. "Phil and Rona are here." He blinked at her. She smiled and it seemed her old smile. "They're so anxious to see you, Hank. I could barely keep Phil from coming up and waking you himself. They want to go out and do the town. Please, Hank, say you will." He sat up. "Phil," he muttered. "Phil and Rona." They'd had wonderful times together from grammar school on. Phil and Rona, their oldest and closest friends. Perhaps this would begin his real homecoming. To the town? They'd paint it and then tear it down. It didn't turn out that way. He was disappointed, but then again, he'd also expected it. This entire first day at home had conditioned him to expect nothing good. They went to the bowling alleys, and Phil sounded very much the way he always had. Soft-spoken and full of laughter and full of jokes. He patted Edith on the head the way he always had, and clapped Hank on the shoulder, but not the way he always had, so much more gently, almost remotely, and insisted they all drink more than was good for them as he always had. And for once, Hank was ready to go along on the drinking. For once he matched Phil, shot for shot, beer for beer. They didn't bowl very long. At 10 o'clock they crossed the road to Manfred's Tavern, where Phil and the girls ordered sandwiches and coffee, and Hank went right on drinking. Edith said something to him, but he merely smiled and waved his hand and gulped another ounce of Nirvana. There was dancing to a jukebox in Manfred's Tavern. He'd been there many times before, and he was sure several of the couples recognized him. But except for a few abortive glances in his direction, it was as if he were a stranger in a city halfway around the world. At midnight, he was still drinking. The others wanted to leave, but he said, "I haven't danced with my girl, Rona." His tongue was thick, his mind was blurred. And yet, he could read the strange expression on her face. Pretty Rona, who'd always flirted with him, who'd made a ritual of flirting with him. Pretty Rona, who now looked as if she were going to be sick. "So let's rock," he said, and stood up. They were on the dance floor. He held her close, and hummed and chatted, and through the alcoholic haze saw she was a stiff, smiled, stiff-bodied mechanical dancing doll. The number finished, they walked back to the booth. Phil said, "Betty bye time." Hank said, "First one dance with my loving wife." He and Edith danced. He didn't hold her close, as he had Rona. He waited for her to come close on her own, and she did, and yet she didn't. Because while she put herself against him, there was something in her face, no, in her eyes. It always showed in the eyes that made him know she was trying to be the old Edith and not succeeding. This time when the music ended, he was ready to go home. They rode back to town along Route 9, he and Edith in the rear of Phil's car, Rona driving because Phil had drunk just a little too much, Phil singing and telling an occasional bad joke, and somehow not his old self. No one was his old self. No one would ever be his old self. With the first one, they turned left to take the shortcut along Hallowed Hill Road, and Philo finished a story about a Martian and a Hollywood sex queen, and looked at his wife, and then passed her at the long cast-iron fence paralleling the road. "Hey," he said, pointing, "do you know why that's the most popular place on Earth?" Rona glanced to the left, and so did Hank and Edith. Rona made a little sound, and Edith seemed to stop breathing, but Phil went on a while longer, not yet aware of his supposed faux pas. "You know why?" he repeated, turning to the back seat, the laughter rumbling up from his chest. "You know why, folks," Rona said. "Did you notice Carl Braken and his wife at?" Hank said. "No, Phil. Why is it the most popular place on Earth?" Phil said, "Because people are." And then he caught himself and waved his hand and muttered, "I forgot the punchline because people are dying to get in," Hank said, and looked through the window past the iron fence into the large cemetery at the fleeting tombstones. The car was filled with horrified silence when there should have been nothing but laughter or irritation at a too-old joke. "Maybe you should let me out right here," Hank said. "I am home." Or that's what everyone seems to think. Maybe I should lie down in an open grave. Maybe that would satisfy people. Maybe that's the only way to act. Like Dracula or another monster from the movies. Edith said, "Oh, Hank, don't. The car raced along the road, crossed a macadam highway, went 4 blocks, and pulled to a stop. He didn't bother saying goodnight. He didn't wait for Edith. He just got out and walked up the flagstone path and entered the house. "Hank," Edith whispered from the guest room doorway, "I'm so sorry." "There's nothing to be sorry about. It's just a matter of time. It'll all work out in time." "Yes," she said quickly. "That's it. I need a little time. We all need a little time. Because it's so strange, Hank. Because it's so frightening. I should have told you that the moment you walked in. I think I've hurt you terribly. We've all hurt you terribly by trying to hide that we're frightened." "I'm going to stay in the guest room," he said, "for as long as necessary. For good, if need be." How could it be for good? How, Hank? That question was perhaps the first firm basis for hope he'd had since returning. And there was something else. What Carlyle had told him, even as Carlyle himself had reacted as all men did. "There are others coming, Edith. 8 that I know of in the tanks right now, my superior, Captain Davidson, who died at the same moment I did, 7 months ago next Wednesday. He's going to be next. He was smashed up worse than I was, so it took a little longer. But he's almost ready. And there'll be many more, Edith. The government is going to save all they possibly can from now on. Every time a young and healthy man loses his life by accident, by violence, and his body can be recovered, he'll go into the tanks, and they'll start the regenerative brain and organ process, the process that made it all possible. So people have to get used to us, and the old stories, the old terrors, the ugly old superstitions have to die, because in time each place will have some of us, because in time it'll be an ordinary thing." Edith said, "Yes, and I am so grateful that you were here, Hank. Please believe that. Please be patient with me and Ralphie and—" She paused. "There is one question." He knew what the question was. It had been the first asked him by everyone, from the President of the United States on down. "I saw nothing," he said. "It was as if I slept those 6.5 months, slept without dreaming." She came to him and touched his face with her lips, and he was satisfied later, half asleep. He heard a dog howling and remembered stories of how they announced death and the presence of monsters. He shivered and pulled the covers closer to him and luxuriated in being safe in his own home. Commander of the First One by Herbert D. Kastle. The Troublemakers by George O. Smith, Galaxy Magazine, April 1960. What did Kidrekis and Hansen's folly have in common? Why, everything. Kidrekis was statistical and Hansen's folly impossible. 1. The living room reflected wealth, position, good taste. In size, it was a full 10 feet by 14, with nearly an 8-foot ceiling. Light was furnished by glow panels, precisely balanced in color to produce light's most flattering tint for the woman who sat in a delicate chair of authentic, golden-veined blackwood. The chair itself must have cost a fortune to ship from Tau Ceti 5. It was an ostentation in the eyes of the visitor, who viewed it as evidence of a self-indulgent attitude that would certainly make his job more difficult. The air in the room was fresh and very faintly aromatic, pleasing. It came draughtlessly refreshed at a temperature of 76 degrees and a relative humidity of 50%, and permitted the entry of no more than one foreign particle, dust, per cubic foot. The coffee table was another ostentation, but for a different reason than the imported chair of blackwood. The coffee table was of mahogany, terrestrial mahogany, and therefore either antique, heirloom, or both, and in any combination of cases it was priceless. It gave the visitor some dark pleasure to sit before it, with his comparison microscope parked on the polished mahogany surface, with the ease of one who always parked his tools on tables and stands made of treasure woods. There were 4 persons. Paul Hanford swirled brandy in a snifter with a series of nervous gestures. Mrs. Hanford sat in the blackwood chair, unhappily, despite the flattering glow of the wall panels. Their daughter Gloria sat in such a way as to distract the visitor by presenting a target that his eyes could not avoid. Try as he would, his gaze kept straying to the slender, exposed bare ankle and the delicate, high-arched foot visible beneath the hem of the girl's dress. Norman Ross, Geisha, was the visitor, and he subvocalized his 10th self-indictment as he tore his gaze away from Gloria Hanford's ankle to look into Paul Hanford's face. Ross was the scholar of cataracts for the local division of the Department of Domestic Tranquility, and he should have known all about such things, but he obviously did not. He said, "You can hardly blame yourselves, you know," although he did not really believe it. "But what have we done wrong?" asked Mrs. Hanford in a plaintive voice. Scholar Ross shook his head and caught his gaze in mid-stray before it returned all the way to that alluring ankle. "Genetics, my dear Mrs. Hanford, is a statistical science, not a precise science." He waved vaguely at the comparison microscope. "There are your backgrounds for 7 generations. No one, and I repeat, no one, could have foreseen the issue of a headstrong, difficult offspring from the mating of characteristics such as these. I checked most carefully, most minutely, just to be certain that some obscure but important conflict had not been overlooked by the signing doctor. Doctors, however, do make mistakes." Gloria Hanford dandled her calf provocatively and caused the hem of her skirt to rise another half-inch. The scholar's eyes swung, clung, and were jerked away again. "What's wrong with me, Scholar Ross?" she asked in a throaty voice. "You are headstrong, self-willed, wild, and—" His voice failed because he wanted to lash out at her for her brazen and deliberate display of her bare ankle. He struggled to find a drawing-room word for her that would not wholly offend the hapless parents, and ultimately came up with, "Meretricious," Gloria said. "I am all that just because I enjoy a little fun. You may call it fun to scare people to death by flying your air car below roof level along the city streets, but the Department of Air Traffic says that it is both dangerous and illegal." "Pooh," Paul Hanford said. "Gloria, it isn't that you don't know better." Mrs. Hanford said, "Paul, how have we failed as parents?" Scholar Ross shook his head. "You haven't failed. You can't help it if your daughter's a throwback, exclaimed Gloria, to an earlier, more violent age when uncontrolled groups of headstrong youths formed gangs of New York and conducted open warfare upon one another for the control of Tammany Hall. Those wild days were the result of unregistered, unrestricted, and uncontrolled matings. Since no attempt was made to prevent the unfit from mating with the unfit, there were many generations of wild ones, troublemakers. It is not surprising that, with such a human heritage, an occasional wild one is born today. The scholar took another surreptitious, he hoped, glance at the bare ankle and said, "No, you are not directly to blame. We know you wouldn't spawn the troublemaker willfully and maliciously. It's just an unfortunate accident. You must not despair over the past, but you must spend your efforts to calm the troubled future." "What should we do, Scholar Ross?" asked Paul Hanford. "I have to speak bluntly. Perhaps you'd prefer the ladies to leave." "I'll not go," said Mrs. Hanford firmly, and Gloria added, "I am not going to let you talk about me behind my back." "Very well. As scholar of Cataraches, I am head of the local division of domestic tranquility. I would prefer to keep my district calm and peaceful without the attention of the punitive authorities, and I am sure you'd all prefer this, too." "Absolutely," said Paul Hanford. "Now, then," said Scholar Ross, "for the immediate problem, we'll prescribe 50 milligrams of dosolane, 1 tablet to be taken each night before retiring. This will place our young lady's frame of mind in a receptive mood to suggestions of gentler pursuits. As soon as possible, Mr. Hanford, subscribe to Music to Live By and have them pipe in program G252 every evening. Starting shortly after dinner time and signing off shortly after breakfast, your daughter's dinner time and breakfast, and the outlet should be in her bedroom. It is not mandatory that she heed the program material all the time, but it must be available to set her moods. Finally, upon awakening, a 25 milligram tablet of nitrolate will lower the patient's capacity for anticipating excitement during the day." He paused for a moment thoughtfully, and added as if it were an aside, "I'd not go so far as to suggest that you, her parents, make a conscious effort to avoid listening to periods of program G252, but I definitely warn you not to fall into the habit of listening to it." He eyed the ceiling thoughtfully, then consulted his notebook. "Come to think of it, I'll also give you a prescription for program X870, which you can use or not as you desire. Have this one piped into your bedroom, Mrs. Hanford, and try to strike a somewhat reasonable balance. Say no greater in balance than about 2 of one to 1 of the other. And if you, Mr. Hanford, spend any time listening to your daughter's program material, you should also counteract its effect by listening to an equal time of the program prescribed for Mrs. Hanford." He turned back to Gloria and shook his head. She smiled archly at him and asked, "Now what's wrong?" "You," he told her bluntly. "If this delinquency weren't a mental disorder, I'd prescribe a 10 milligram dose of micrograin to be taken at the first quickening of the pulse prior to excitement. I don't suppose you really regret your wildness, though, do you, Miss Hanford?" She shook her head. "No, and I don't really enjoy the whole program you've laid out for me. I'd hardly expect anybody to approve of a program that is calculated to change their entire personality and character," said Scholar Ross. "But a bit of common logic will convince you that it is the better thing, Miss Hanford. You've simply got to conform." "Why?" she demanded. "We live in a free world, Miss Hanford, but it is a freedom diluted by our responsibility to our fellow man. The density of population here on Earth is too high to permit rowdy behavior. Laws are not passed simply to curtail a man's freedom. They are passed to protect the innocent bystander. Who is minding his own business from the unruly, headstrong character who doesn't see anything wrong in disposing of empty beer bottles by dropping them out of his apartment window and justifying his behavior by pointing out that it is a 100-yard walk down the corridor to the trash chute? When we live so close together that no one can raise his voice in anger without disturbing his neighbor, then we have the right to pass laws against such a display of temper. It works both ways, Miss Hanford. By requiring people to behave themselves, we ultimately arrive at a social culture in which no one conducts himself in such a way as to anger his neighbor into violence. Have I made myself clear?" "In other words," said Gloria, "if it's fun, hurry up and pass a law against it." "Well, hardly that," the scholar began. "Tell me," she interrupted, "how long am I going to be on this pill and lullaby diet?" "It may be for a long time. In severe cases, it is for the rest of the patient's life. On the other hand, we have quite a bit of evidence that your urge to excitement may dwindle with maturity." "Oh, we do not propose to make a pariah out of you. Marriage and motherhood have settling effects too, my baby," cried Mrs. Hanford. "Your baby," commented Paul Hanford in a very dry voice, "is a college graduate, 20 years old. Nobody's asked my opinion. complained Gloria, swinging her leg and hiking the hem of her skirt another half-inch above the slender ankle. "Nobody will. However, Miss Hanford, I shall place your card in the eligible file and have your characteristics checked. I am sure that we can find a man who will be acceptable to you and also to the Department of Domestic Tranquility." "Humph. Sneer if you will, Miss Hanford, but marriage and motherhood have taken the hell out of a lot of hell-raisers in the past." Two Junior Spaceman Howard Reed entered the commandant's office eagerly and briskly. His salute was snappy as he announced himself. Crombetter Breckenridge looked up at the young spaceman without expression, nodded curtly, and then looked down at the pile of papers neatly stacked in the center of his desk. Without saying a word, the commander fingered down through the pile until it came to a thin sheaf of papers stapled together. This file he withdrew, placed atop the stack, and then he proceeded to read every word of every page as if he were refreshing his memory about some minor incident that had become important only because of the upper-level annoyance it had caused. When he finished, he looked up and said coldly, "I presume you know why you are here, Mr. Reed?" "I can guess, sir, because of my technical suggestion. You are correct." "And it's been accepted," cried the junior spaceman eagerly. "It has not," snapped the superior officer. "In fact, but sir, I don't understand." "Silence," said Commander Breckenridge. Almost automatically, his right hand slipped the top drawer open to expose the vial of tricolored capsules. His hand stopped short of them, dangling into the drawer from the wrist. Resting on the edge, he looked down at the pills and seemed to be debating whether it would be better to conduct this painful interview as gentlemen should, or to let his righteous anger show. "Mr. Reed," he said heavily, "your aptitudes and qualifications were reviewed most carefully by the Bureau of Personnel, and their considered judgment caused your replacement here in the Bureau of Operations. You were not, and I repeat not, placed in the Bureau of Research. Is this clear?" "Yes, sir, but Mr. Reed, I cannot object to the provisions in the regulations whereby encouragement is given both the officers and men to proffer suggestions for the betterment of the service. However, a shoemaker should stick to his last. The benefit of this program becomes a detriment when any officer or man tries to invade other departments. This works both ways, Mr. Reed. There is not an officer in the whole Bureau of Research who can tell me a single thing about organizing my Bureau of Operations. Conversely, I would be completely stunned if any operations officer were to come up with something that hasn't been known to the Bureau of Research for years." "Yes, sir." "I see your point, sir. But if the Bureau of Research has known about my suggestion for years, why isn't it being used?" "Because, Mr. Reed, it will not work." "But, sir, it's got to work." "And you feel so firmly convinced of this that you had the temerity to bypass my office? Sir, you yourself make a point of professing to know absolutely nothing about scientific matters." "All right, we'll table this angle for a few minutes. Just what makes this notion of yours so important, Mr. Reed?" "Sir," said Reed, "the maximum range for our most efficient spacecraft is only a bit over 17 light-years to the point of no return. My suggestion deals with a means of extending that range 100 times, perhaps more. If it were my decision, sir, anything that even hinted at extending the cruising range would receive a maximum urgency priority. In other words, you feel that anything we can do to extend our operations is the most important thing in the whole space service. Well, sir, perhaps not the most important, but your modesty is gratifying. I presume this modesty would prevent you from accepting any more than the letter of commendation from the office of the Secretary." "I don't understand, sir." "You don't? Mr. Reed, was your desire to improve the efficiency of operations a simple desire to improve the service? Or did you hope that this brilliant suggestion would, perhaps, provide you with a better assignment?" "I still do not understand." "Oh, you don't, Mr. Reed? Why did you join the space service in the first place?" Because, sir, I hope that I could be instrumental in helping mankind to spread across the galaxy. Mr. Reed, have you sand in your shoes, sir? The commander sighed. You hoped to go along on the voyage, didn't you? Well, sir, I did have a hope that I'd become a real spaceman. And you are disappointed. Howard Reed's face was wistful, torn between a desire to confide in his commanding officer and the fear of saying what he knew to be a sharp criticism of the space service. Then Reed realized that he was in a bad pinch anyway, and so he said, Sir, I am commissioned as a junior spaceman, but in 3 years I've only made one short test flight, and only to Luna. I am competent to pilot, or at least that's what the flight simulators say in my checkout tests. I am a junior spaceman, yet every time I apply for active space duty, I am refused. 3 years I've spent in the service, sir, solving theoretical and hypothetical problems in space operations. But aside from one test, flight to the moon, I have yet to set a foot inside of a spacecraft, let alone stand on the soil of another world. You must learn patience, Mr. Reed. Patience, sir. Look, sir, I took this sedentary duty until I'd had it up to here, and then I began to pry into the question of why we have a space force complete with spacecraft and still do so little space traveling. I found out we're limited to a maximum range of 17 light years to the point of no return. Even a trip to Eden, Tau Ceti, our nearest colony, is 11.8 light years, and that takes prodigious power. Granted, said the commander, but now, sir, if we could increase our range by 100 times, this does not necessarily mean that we must actually power the spacecraft for that point of no return. It also means that we could charge the ship with 1/100th of its former banks for the short trip to Eden, Tau Ceti, which would leave a fantastic amount of storage and cargo and passenger space. Sir, we could start real commerce. Commander Breckenridge gave no reaction. And you hope to be among them? Yes, sir. As a kid, I read about mankind's first exploration of space 200 years ago, sir. Of course, I couldn't hope to set foot on a new planet since every possible planet within the 17 light-year range has been looked over. But I wanted to see space myself, sir, and I did hope that I might extend man's frontier beyond our rather small limit. Yes, I can understand the impatience of youth, said Commander Breckenridge. For that, I can forgive you. But for trying to do the other man's job, I cannot. Sir, you are as much as saying that no one can have a good technical idea, but the technical people at the Bureau of Research. In answer, the commander flipped over several pages of the file. He said, Mr. Reed, this is what resulted in your abortive attempt to gain a scientific ear instead of forwarding your suggestion through the standard channels. I am going to quote some pertinent parts of a letter from Commander Briggs, head of the Bureau of Research. Listen. Young genius has rediscovered the line of mathematical argument, known here at research as Hansen's folly, because it was first exploited by young spaceman Hansen about 150 years ago. Hansen's folly is probably to be expected of a young, ambitious young officer with stars in his eyes. I'd be inclined to congratulate him if it weren't for the fact that Hansen's folly turns up with such regularity that we here at Research hold a regular pool against its next rediscovery. You'll be happy to know that you, your young genius, and your department have won for me the great honor of buying dinner for the crew at the Officers' Club on Saturday next. Don't be too hard on young Reed. The rediscovery of Hansen's folly takes a rather bright mind. However, Breck, I will congratulate your bright young man if he can, without any further clue, go back over his own mathematics and locate the flaw. There is more of this, but it isn't germane, said Breckenridge quietly. This is enough? Enough, sir? Repeated Reed blankly. Enough to let you know what goes on. Now, Mr. Reed, you've committed nothing but a brash act of bad taste in bypassing the standard channels. Such an indiscretion demands some form of punishment. But if I were to attempt to outline punishment officially, it would be unfortunately easy for some legal eagle to point out that your behavior was, to the best of your knowledge, intended for the betterment of the service. And furthermore, that I was wreaking vengeance upon your hapless soul for having made my name the brunt of jokes at the officers' club. I am sorry, sir. Being sorry is not enough, Mr. Reed. But I have a plan that will gratify everybody concerned. You want to become an active spaceman. Very well. Your next tour of duty will be at the Space Force station on the planet Eden, Tau Ceti. It will terminate when you have finally succeeded in locating the flaw in Hansen's folly and can show the error to the satisfaction of Commander Briggs. Have I made myself clear, Mr. Reed? Yes, sir, and thank you, sir. You are really doing me a favor, sir. Mr. Reed, despite the age-old platitude, it is wise to look the gift horse in the mouth, at least before saying thanks. Three Scholar? Norman Ross smiled at his host's statement. Yes, indeed, Mr. Harrison. Arranging these things so that we can maintain the norm is often a delicate and arduous task. There are restrictions, and there are many variables involved, the most sensitive of which are the feelings of the people involved. Your job must call for the ultimate in diplomacy, said Mrs. Harrison. To his host's wife, Scholar, Ross nodded. Yet, he said as an afterthought, of even greater value is a high regard for the perfect truth. This includes the self-discipline of admitting it when one has been wrong, and being able to state precisely how, where, why, and most important to what degree. I don't understand, said his hostess. Mrs. Harrison, let's consider Bertram. She cast a glance at her son. In an earlier age, he would have been called indolent. During dinner, Bertram had employed the correct fork, plied his knife properly, conversed with his partners on both sides, yet she knew something was wrong. Bertram, she said, haven't you been forgetting your pills? Sorry, mother, replied the young man tonelessly. Bertram arose and left, and Scholar Ross said, This is what I mean, Mrs. Harrison. Kinagrics is not a precise science, it is statistical. We can consider highly favorable the mating of two well-balanced people, and we can predict that this union will produce well-balanced children. Unfortunately, we cannot guarantee the desired results. Hence we have anomalies, such as Bertram, whose problem is simply a lack of drive. Now, this is no fault of yours, Mrs. Harrison, nor of yours, Mr. Harrison. It may be the fault of cataracts, but, if it is our fault, then the fault lies in the lack of total knowledge, but not in the misuse, or lack of use, of what knowledge we do already have. I see what you mean, Scholar Ross. You'll also see the opposite when the Hunfords arrive. Here we have parents as stable as you two, you'll pardon me. If I say that if all four of your characteristic cards were dropped at once and I had been expected to render a considered opinion as to their most favorable mating combination, I could render no preference, so equal are you. However, your union has produced Bertram. Conversely, their mating has produced a girl who is wild, headstrong, willful. Bertram returned, seated himself quietly, and when Scholar Ross stopped talking, Bertram said apologetically, I took a double dose, mother. Is that all right? She asked. Scholar Ross? Probably won't do any harm, he said. Mr. Harrison cleared his throat. I am not sure that I approve of Bertram marrying a headstrong girl, Scholar Ross. Mrs. Harrison said, William, you know it's best for Bertram. Now here, said Scholar Ross, we must cease considering the welfare of the individual alone and start thinking of him as a part of an integrated society. No man is an island, Mr. Harrison. In a less advanced culture, Bertram would have been permitted to meet contemporary personalities, perhaps might have met someone who, as he does, lacks drive and initiative, and the result would have been a family of dull children. Had he been unlucky enough to marry a woman with drive and ambition, their children might have been normal. But the entire home life would have been an emotional battlefield, and isn't that what you are about to achieve? asked Mr. Harrison. Not at all. We shall achieve the normal, happy children who will undoubtedly grow into fine, stable adults. To gain this end, of course, their home life must be happy and tranquil. We'll prescribe for them, allowing for the emotional change that results from marriage. And the doorbell interrupted the scholar's explanation. "Allow me," he said, rising and heading for the apartment door. The Harrisons followed him at a slight distance. It was the Hanfords. There was the full round robin of introductions and small talk. "You had no trouble?" "No. The intercity beacon was running clear." "Lovely apartment, Mrs. Harrison. Mrs. Hanford here in Philadelphia, we feel that we're almost in the suburbs. Got a treat for you, Hanford. Been saving a bottle of natural bourbon." "That'll be a treat, all right. This is a real event, Scholar Ross. You know, Mrs. Hanford, the vidphone hardly does you justice." "Why, thank you, Miss Hanford. May I present Bertram Harrison?" "How do you do?" "I do as I please. What's your excuse?" "Huh. Now, Gloria, Bertram, show Gloria the flower room. Go on now." Scholar Ross watched the young couple walk through a French door to an outside terrace. He turned to Harrison and said, "Everything set?" Harrison nodded. "Had a little trouble with the music people till I used your priority. They said they'd have program. R147 piped into the flower room. Frankly, I think R215 is better." Scholar Ross laughed gently. "Probably happy association, wife, and I still have it piped in for our anniversary," Mr. Harrison admitted. "Good for you, but R215 is for normal, happily well-balanced young people who'd probably fall in love without it. R147 is surefire for emotional opposites. Well, we finally got the program piped in, so what do we do now?" Scholar Ross smiled quietly. "We wait. We get acquainted because there is a very high probability that you two families will be united through the marriage of your children. Then I shall enter a new file in the Kydreckets Bureau of the Department of Domestic Tranquility. We shall watch through the years as your grandchildren grow and make periodic checks and thereby advance mankind's knowledge of genetics. Doesn't this sort of masterminding ever give you a God complex?" asked Mr. Hanford. "Not at all. Were I God, I am sure I could arrange things a lot better." "In what way? By man's own laws, we are prevented from doing active genetic research on the human race. We apply what happens to mice and fruit flies to the human family tree. We've known for centuries how to breed blue-eyed or brown-eyed people, or if we wanted, we could make the race predominantly fat or thin, tall or short. However, our main aim is not the ultimate purity of any physical characteristic. Our goal is to produce a stable, happy people by eliminating the lethargic personality below and the excitable types above." The scholar thought for a moment, and then remembering Bertram's error in forgetting to take his go pills, said, "But we are blocked by law. I can prescribe medication and therapy, but I have no power to force the patient to take the treatment. This is a most difficult problem, believe me." "In what way?" asked Mrs. Harrison with some interest. "The lethargic types are very apt to forget, or to dismiss the medication or the therapy as too much trouble. The overactive type is more likely to be water skiing on Lake Superior than sitting and listening to the tranquilizing strains of prescribed music, and the medication dumped down the drain instead of taken." "You do have your problems, don't you?" said Mrs. Hanford sympathetically. Yes, but our greatest problem is the overactive young female. Young males can be siphoned off in one way or another. Work to be done that, unfortunately, females can't also do." Scholar Ross smiled at Mr. and Mrs. Harrison. "So we actually are grateful for the lethargic types. They provide us with a fine, sobering influence upon the—" The scholar was interrupted by a wordless cry from beyond the French windows. The Harrisons, The Hanfords and Scholar Ross leaped to their feet and started for the terrace. They did not get all the way to the French doors, for Gloria Hanford came stamping in. Her eyes were bright, and she was dusting one palm with the other. "What?" Gloria snapped. "Someone been feeding that oaf red meat?" "But what happened?" asked Mr. Harrison. "Oh, I could stand the big dummy acting as if he'd never been alone with a girl before in all his life. But to ask me for a kiss. Is that what caused the eruption?" said Scholar Ross. "When he asked me for a kiss, I told him that I was saving my kisses for a man. And then he decided that I meant a man big enough to wrestle." Gloria laughed and then looked thoughtful. "What's so funny and not so funny now? I just realized that I like men." "But Bertram, darned if it isn't the first time I've ever resented being pawed," said Gloria, in a matter-of-fact tone, as if it were her hairdo rather than her virtue that was the subject of discussion. "So I grabbed a hand, hung the arm over my shoulder with the inside upward, and hip-tossed the big oaf over the railing into that silly little fish pond." "Gloria!" "Exploded her mother, poor Bertram!" exclaimed his mother. Scholar Ross sighed. "These things often go awry at first. Bertram shouldn't have taken a double dose of his medication, and I'd guess that Gloria hasn't been meticulous about hers either." Now, he was interrupted by the arrival of Bertram Harrison, who looked as if he'd just waded home across a mud flat at low tide. He stepped toward Gloria purposefully. The girl crouched in a judo position and said, "Want some more? Come and get it." "Now, wait a moment," said Scholar Ross. "Gloria, where did you ever learn such brutal, belligerent tactics?" Gloria faced him, but kept one eye on Bertram. "Out of a book. Where else in this calm old world?" the scholar said. "You see, Miss Hanford, the results of your outrageous behavior. You've committed an act of physical violence. The girl gave one sharp bark of laughter. "Who started it? With whose caveman technique?" "I think," said Scholar Ross to the four parents, "that this meeting should be resumed at a later date. Bertram must not overdose himself in a misguided effort to make up for omitted medication. Gloria must not avoid hers. And Mrs. Hanford, you'll not only have to watch closely to see that she does take her pills, you'll also have to make sure that Gloria doesn't counteract them by surreptitiously acquiring some agitators to neutralize the tranquilizers." "And suppose I call the whole thing off?" demanded Gloria. "Suppose I don't agree to share bed and board with this souped-up sardine?" The room grew quieter until the background sounds were gone, and from the patio came the faint, sweet strains of romantic music. "Program R147. Finally, Scholar," Ross said. "Miss Hanford, we cannot force you to do anything, but we can make your life extremely uncomfortable if you do not comply with what we believe to be best for society. You will find, if you care to look it up, that there is a drastic shortage of eligible young women on the planet Eden. Tau Ceti. You mean migrate to the colony. I mean just that." Gloria Hanford's face went white. She understood that if Scholar Ross decreed Eden, Tau Ceti for her, then she would end up on Eden, Tau Ceti, and it made no difference whether by force, coercion, or gentle persuasion. Mrs. Hanford took a step forward and opened her mouth to speak, but before she could protest, her husband put out a hand and stopped her. His act was an admission that not money, position, nor logic would overrule such a decision. "Eden, Tau Ceti," breathed Gloria. She turned and faced Bertram Harrison. "Junior," she said in a dry, strained voice, "if you'll wear mittens and handcuffs, let's go back in the garden and get acquainted." Her father exhaled a full breath. Mr. Harrison tapped him on the shoulder. "How about a sample of that bottle of natural bourbon?" he suggested. "Not," Mrs. Hanford said shakily, "without me." 4. Man's first sally across the gulf of interstellar space had been more fruitful than his first fumbling exploration of the solar system by a score of 1-0. Of all the celestial real estate that orbits around Old Sol, only the Earth will support life, at least as we know it. Survival elsewhere depends upon taking enough of Earth environment along to last of the trip. From the scientific standpoint, the first exploration of space was a brilliant operation, but before finding a place to accept the teeming millions of Earth's exploding population, the patient nearly died. For it was a quarter of a century until Murray, Langdon, and Hanover cracked the Einstein barrier by careful design and then by counting the last gram and striking a mathematically adjusted balance between power bank and crew space. The range of a spacecraft was found to be slightly more than 17 light years, to the point of no return. Within 17 light years of Sol, there are 41 other stars. Of these 41 stars, 3 are triple sun systems, and 12 are doubles, which eliminates 15 of them. Of the remaining 26 single stars, 1 is the blinding blue giant Altair, 2 are white dwarf stars, and 19 of them are the faint red dwarf stars of spectral class M, and that eliminates all but 4 of the original 41. Of this remaining 4, Epsilon Eridani, Epsilon Indi, and Groomridge 1618 fall into the orange spectral class K, which is not too far away from Sol's spectral class G, but K is only close. It is no bullseye when the combination of all the factors must add up to produce a planetary environment that will support human life. And so, having eliminated 40 out of the 41 stars in Sol's neighborhood, only Tau Ceti remains. Tau Ceti is also a spectral class, G star, and therefore Tau Ceti was voted the star most likely to succeed. Long before man had the foggiest notion of how to cross the light years, long before instruments sensitive enough to ascertain that Tau Ceti possessed a planetary system were developed. Tau Ceti's planetary system can be used as an example of the brilliance of logic and reasoning. The second planet in the family of Tau Ceti is the planet Eden. Eden supports life. Perhaps it is more proper to say that Eden's environment permits life to support itself. Voltaire, through the mouths of his characters, Candide and Pangloss, had a lot to say about Earth being the best of all possible worlds, both pro and con. He had never been to Eden. Eden was christened by the rules of real estate that dictate that a housing development situated on a tree-balled plain in central Kansas shall be called Sylvan Heights. 5. Junior spaceman Howard Reed went through a brief period of excitement and then settled down to boredom. The excitement came from his first experience in space travel, and the thrill of standing on soil almost 12 light years from home base. This thrill faded as soon as he discovered that the people on Eden, Tau Ceti, were far too busy to be bothered with the reactions of a junior spaceman. If his duties had been demanding, Reed might have gone on for some time without becoming bored, but as a junior officer in the Space Service, Reed had no roots, no property, no basic interests on Eden. The Space Service had been born out of inter-service rivalry during a tense period of international competition. There had been a strong upsurge during the early years of the initial interstellar exploration. The leaders of the Space Service were quite willing to featherbed themselves into permanent positions of high authority. They discovered the best method lay in exploiting every method of scaring the public with the bogey of meeting some warlike culture out there. Then the years passed, with neither sight nor evidence of any other form of life but man and the creatures he carried with him. The Space Service found itself with little to do. It did not stop the clamor for money, men, and material. But the job of the Space Service was not hunting space pirates. The only place where the power banks of a spacecraft could be restored was in the hands of the Space Service itself, and it was an installation vast enough to tax the wealth and ingenuity of a whole continent to create. The job was not fighting interstellar wars with fierce, super-intelligent interstellar aliens with a taste for human flesh, not at least until human and alien met. So, In a desultory manner, the Space Service maintained a perimeter of lookout and detection stations that could have been completely automated. If it hadn't been that there were more Space Service personnel than the service could find work for. The whole situation gave junior spaceman Howard Reed a lot of time to think. The culture of Eden, Tau Ceti, completed the process. Eden used old-fashioned telephones because its people were too widespread across the face of the planet to make the use of the Videphone practical. Radio broadcasting was maintained by the government as a public service information agency. It had to be. There were not commercial enterprises enough to support radio broadcasting on a profit-making basis, for there simply were not enough people. And if simple radio broadcasting could not be supported, there was not yet room for even the old flat-faced television, much less Trivideo. Theirs was a culture in a mixed state. They had the know-how for a highly technical, closely integrated urban civilization, but lacked the hardware necessary to construct it. They were an aircar people, but they used horses. Horses can be raised. Aircars have to be fabricated. It would not have been prohibitive to transship the basic tools and dies for aircar assembly from Earth, Sol, to Eden. Tau Ceti. But it would have been economic suicide to attempt to keep the voracious maw of an automated assembly plant satiated with raw materials shipped from home base. And then, 1 week's run would have saturated the Tau Ceti market. They were a people who played their own musical instruments because they were faced with the very odd economic fact that the first phonograph record from the die costs $5,000. Nobody makes a dime until 50,000 of its brothers are sold. The population to buy 50,000 did not exist. In simple fact, Eden, Tau Ceti, was far from a flourishing colony. It was a classic example of the simple economic truth that a fully integrated mechanistic society cannot be supported by a sparsely populated region. Ambition has many origins. The urge to return home became a drive. The result was junior spaceman Howard Reed's complete preoccupation with the mathematics known as Hansen's folly. As the months went by, he exhausted his original knowledge. He took to the library, to the local schools, and to self-study to improve his grasp. He approached the basic mathematics of the space drive from several different angles, even going back to the old original Einstein equations and learning their fault in the hope that this study might point the way. Then, as the months began to grow into the close of his first year, Reed took advantage of the casually informal operation at the Space Service base. He began to experiment with hardware on the theory that he would have a better grasp of the problem if he tried some empirical work as well as the academic approach. Junior spaceman Howard Reed had been on Eden Tau Ceti for 18 terrestrial months before. His superior officer, making a tour of inspection, opened the office reserved for him at the administration building. On the 8th day of his visit, Commander Breckenridge summoned the junior spaceman to his office. He asked, "Mr. Reed, have you been successful in solving the flaw in Hansen's folly?" "Well, sir, not exactly. Have you improved your grasp of the facts of life?" "Sir, I don't quite understand." "You don't? Well, perhaps you need some help. For instance, Mr. Reed, can you give me an estimate of the useful land area of Eden?" "Tau Ceti." "Sir, the total land area is about 50 million square miles. Perhaps about half of that is useful, or could be." "Ah, you said could be." "Why, Mr. Reed, let's put it this way, sir. Whether a given acreage is useful often depends upon how badly it is needed. For instance, a plot of wooded land might well be ignored for centuries by a sparsely populated agrarian culture who had a lot of open plain to cultivate. At a later date, an increasing pressure of population might make it expedient and sensible to clear vast areas of tree stumps, boulders, and all sorts of hazards. And here on Eden? Well, sir, at the present time the population of Eden is about 100,000. Fertile plains are growing wild with weeds because the land isn't needed yet. That is, That is what... Maybe I shouldn't have said wild with weed, sir. After all, they have been encouraged. I am told that the atmosphere smelled a lot stronger when man first arrived. The commander sniffed and said, "It's pretty strong right now." "You don't notice it after a couple of months," said Reed. "I don't propose to be here that long," said the commander curtly. "Let's get back to your grasp of the overall picture." Commander Breckenridge leaned back in his chair and said, "No doubt you were exposed to early North American history. You will recall that there was a strong pioneering drive in the human race that went on almost from the date of the discovery of North America until the opening phases of the so-called Industrial Revolution, that is, beginning of the electromechanical era. Am I not correct?" "Yes, sir." "Now, young man, what has become of this strong pioneering drive? How did it ooze out of the human race? Where did it go and why? Why are 6 billion people living in crowded conditions on Earth, while here upon Eden, Tau Ceti, a mere 100,000 people occupy, by your estimate, some 20 million square miles? Why haven't the crowded millions of Earth clamored for all this extra space? Perhaps because space travel is so expensive, only in terms of cash. To be sure, it might take practically everything that a man has to buy passage. I now ask you to estimate how many men and their families sacrificed everything they had, packed a few treasured possessions into a Conestoga wagon, and headed for the West." "I have no way of knowing, sir." "No, of course not. Let me tell you what happened. In that glorious phase of early North America, men, women, and even their children toiled from sunrise to sunset to scratch out their living. From the dawn of history, luxury and leisure belonged to the landed baron, since wealth went with acreage. Any man who could stake out a claim to acreage could also claim wealth. It was a matter of finding the unclaimed acreage first. The commander leaned forward to press his point. Then came the Industrial Revolution and the age of automation. Industrial slavery ended in a clank of gears. Your little man no longer starved to death nor toiled 12 hours a day. The finest automobile that the wealthy man could buy was only 3 or 4 times as expensive as the car driven by the average workman. Therefore, the idea of staking out arable land as a means to wealth became less and less desirable. Automation hit the farm. The landed baron changed into the elected presiding officer over a stock-secured corporation. "Today," said the commander, "the man who leaves his home to migrate is not abandoning squalor and sorrow in the hope of finding something better. He's leaving luxury, culture, and leisure. For what? For the privilege of scrabbling, for a bare existence. Now, Mr. Reed, are you beginning to understand?" "I think so, sir." "Good. Then you'll begin to revise your opinion as to the importance of extending the cruising range of our spacecraft." Reed blinked. "Sir, be sensible, young man. A colony is a waste of effort unless it becomes more than self-sufficient until Eden, Tau Ceti, has become populated to the point where Eden can support her own highly technical culture. It is an economically unsound proposition." The commander glared at the young spaceman. "Must I be blunt? Every effort must be spent in raising the culture level of Eden, Tau Ceti. That means increasing the population, Mr. Reed, until the numbers are high enough to pay for industrialization. Once the cities of Eden, Tau Ceti, offer the culture opportunity of the cities of Earth, then we'll have migration on a social level instead of the malcontents, rugged individualists, and petty lawbreakers who've been given the alternative of migration instead of incarceration. Now, Mr. Reed, do you see what I am driving at? It would be far wiser of you to spend your time enhancing the aspect of Eden, Tau Ceti, than trying to figure out ways and means of getting to more distant stars and locating other distant planets to which the human race wouldn't migrate." "But, sir..." "Mr. Reed, I recognize in you the admirable spirit of adventure, but we must remember that this same spirit that once drove men to land on Earth's moon in a multi-stage chemical rocket was not enough to establish a tax-paying colony there. Now, about this project of yours. You say that you have not yet located the flaw in Hanson's folly. No, sir, but Mr. Reed, you realize that you'll stay here on Eden until you do? Yes, sir, but... And the longer it takes you, the more ridicule will be directed at you, at me, and the Bureau of Operations. But, sir... Mr. Reed, I'll also point out that there will be no promotion until your assignment is complete. I am aware of that, sir, but... But what, Mr. Reed? Reed said. Sir, may I speak without annoying you? If you've something to say, go ahead. I can hardly promise not to be annoyed before I hear what the subject is. Thank you, sir. In trying to solve Hanson's folly, I engaged in some physical experiment and measurement because I couldn't find any flaw in the mathematical argument on the abstract scale. As you know, sir, one of the ways to find out why something won't work is to try it. It isn't often the easiest or the simplest, but it is often the only way. So go on. What happens, sir? My hardware works. So far as I can see, sir, there is no flaw. I was right. Commander Briggs of Research, sir, there must be some mistake. Silence. I am not through. Commander Briggs seems to know more about my personnel than I do. Sir, first, he offered to bet me a dinner at the officers' club that you wouldn't locate the flaw in Hanson's folly by the time I made this tour of inspection. Knowing that you'd probably have no other ambition than to leave Eden, Tau Ceti, I snapped at this wager like a starving dog latching onto a piece of steak. I have lost, it would appear, which is only one dinner. But Mr. Reed, when I accepted this wager, Commander Briggs compounded it by offering to bet me a dinner for the whole Bureau of Research that after not finding the flaw by means of the academic analysis, you'd resort to experiment and hardware. Knowing full well that you'd not have the temerity to divert service material for your own tinkering, I accepted that wager also. Then, to top it off, Briggs added a bet of champagne and corsages for the officers' wives, that you'd complete your hardware and still not locate the flaw, and that when I arrived, you'd be firmly convinced that you'd proved your point in theory and practice, and that therefore you were right, and the rest of the known universe was wrong. The commander took a deep breath, under which he swore gently but feelingly. Then he went on. And so, Mr. Reed, I am going to be guest of dishonor at the officers' club. I will, according to custom, be served the plate of baked synthetic beans, whilst my contemporary officers and their wives partake of a gourmet's banquet of natural foods. Sir, I am sorry. Being sorry is hardly enough. The commander pawed through his attaché case until he came to a file folder, which he looked through meticulously for several minutes, as if justifying a carefully considered opinion. Finally, he made a lightly penciled note on the margin of one page and said, Lalonde, 25,372. Junior Spaceman Howard Reed gasped and blurted, Flatbush, sir? Commander Breckenridge nodded curtly. You will man the perimeter alien spacecraft detection station and the astrogation beacon, distance and direction equipment located on Flatbush, Lalonde, 25,372. And you will stay there until you have Hanson's folly completely solved. Do you understand? Junior Spaceman Howard Reed nodded unhappily. Lalonde, 25,372, was close to the maximum range, the 17 light-year point of no return. Any enjoyment in knowing that he would have to be commissioned one of the finer, more efficient little spacecraft in order to get there in the first place was completely wiped out in the knowledge that once there, he would have to stand inert, awaiting his return, because there would be no power to spare on side trips. One did not, with subatomic power, carry a spare can of fuel for emergency. 6. Mrs. Hanford opened the door and saw Scholar Ross. She smiled uncertainly at him as she invited him in. In the Hanford living room, in the presence of Mr. Hanford, the scholar of genetics looked around cautiously and questingly. Hanford said. Gloria is not here. She's out. Then I may speak openly. Of course, is there some trouble? Again, frankly, I am not certain, said the scholar of genetics slowly. I'd like more information if you'd be so good as to help. Of course we'll help, exclaimed Mrs. Hanford. What's bothering you? How is your daughter getting on with Bertram Harrison? Why, I'd guess they're getting along about as well as any other young pre-marriage couple. That's what the engagement period is for, isn't it? I mean, it's been that way historically. Yes, you are right, nodded Scholar Ross. Did they rent the usual pre-marriage apartment? Oh yes, they were quite the conventional young lovers. Scholar Ross. The man from the Department of Domestic Tranquility smiled. And you, of course, were the conventional parents of the affianced bride? Of course, we were so pleased that we could hardly wait for 12th night, and during that visit were the appointments of the apartment proper. Why, Scholar Ross. No, Mrs. Hanford, you misunderstand. I implied no moral question. I really meant to ask if you knew whether Gloria and Bertram each and separately were properly continuing their therapy. Mr. Hanford grunted. As parents of the affianced bride, he said, we're paying for it. Mrs. Hanford blushed. I, snooped, she said. Scholar Ross looked at Mrs. Hanford with an expression that indicated that snooping was an entirely acceptable form of social behavior. And what did you find? Everything entirely right. Then she looked doubtful and bit her lower lip. Scholar Ross, I am no authority in these matters. In Gloria's bathroom were the same-looking kind of bottles and pills that we got when you prescribed. And when I turned on the speaker in her bedroom, it sounded like the same kind of music as I'd heard in her bedroom when she was living at home. It frankly depressed me and Bertram's. I know less of his medication, but I did listen to his music outlet. It removed the feeling of depression I'd gotten from Gloria's program material. That's quite right, it sounds reasonable. She blushed again and looked at her husband. Only one thing, she said very slowly. What's that? I, hardly know how to put it. You see, when Gerald and I were affianced, neither one of us were undergoing any kind of corrective therapy, and so I don't know how these things work out. What are you driving at? Why, Scholar Ross, with neither of us undergoing corrective therapy, it didn't matter which one of the bedrooms we used. Scholar Ross considered for a moment, and then nodded. Of course, he said with an air of complete finality. That's it. What's it? Asked Mr. Hanford. The situation becomes a simple matter of reduction to the law of most active reaction. Look, he said, we have one personality that requires an environment of stimulation to bring him up to normal, and another personality that requires a tranquil atmosphere to normal. Place them both in the tranquilizing environment and he is driven deeper into his lethargy, probably to the point of complete physical and intellectual torpor. Place them both in the stimulating atmosphere and he becomes normal while she goes into transports of sensuous excitement. This explains it. Explains what? Demanded Mr. Hanford. Her recent behavior, or rather escapade. None of them heard the gentle snick of the lock in the front door. Escapade, exclaimed Mrs. Hanford. We didn't know that she was in any trouble, said Mr. Hanford. That's just the point, said Scholar Ross. Your daughter has the infuriating habit of indulging in outrageous behavior under the name of brilliant intellectual accomplishment. Gloria Hanford said, Why, thank you, sir. She dropped the scholar a deep curtsy, displaying several inches of slender ankle. Gloria, demanded her mother, what have you been up to? Gloria Hanford smiled at her mother in an elfin, yet superior manner. I am the affianced bride of Bertram Harrison, she said softly. Therefore, my behavior, whether good, bad, or indifferent, is no longer the problem of my parents. Her father said, "Gloria, I happen to be big enough in both the physical and intellectual departments to overrule both you and your husband-to-be. So you'll answer your mother?" "Why?" said Gloria quietly. "I've done nothing wrong." Mr. Hanford said to Scholar Ross, "What's your side of this?" Scholar Ross said, "Last week the Westchester Young People's Club gave a costume ball. The young ladies were to attend this affair adorned in the authentic fashion of some period in the past, and a prize was to be awarded to the most novel, yet completely authentic costume. And," said Gloria with a smile, "I won." "Your daughter won because she has a talent for performing the most shocking deeds under a cloak of intellectual achievement. Do go on, Scholar Ross." "What did Gloria do?" The scholar smiled wryly. "Style and fashion ceased to be logical when clothing was designed for sly provocation rather than as a protection against a harsh environment," he said. "We live in a mixed-up social world. We encourage communal swimming and sunbathing in the nude, and yet after 5 o'clock it is considered shocking to display more than the bare face and hands. So, in order to combine the maximum shock effect with the cloak of utter authenticity, Miss Hanford researched the styles and fashions until she located a brief period of a few scant months, late in the 20th century. Her costume consisted of a many-fold voluminous skirt of semi-transparent material that draped in graceful folds from waist to mid-calf. She was completely nude above the waist. To prove her point, she offered fashion stereos of the period from style magazines. Gloria chuckled. "I might have researched back to the Old Testament," she said. Scholar Ross shook his head. "As I say, her shocking behavior could not be criticized. She could justify it according to the rules." Mr. Hanford shook his head and asked, "Gloria, what did Bertram think of all this?" "Bertram carried the style stereos," said Gloria. "There wasn't any pocket in my costume." Abruptly, Scholar Ross said, "Miss Hanford, how are you and Bertram getting along?" "As well as could be expected." "Meaning what?" "Meaning that each of us lives our own life. Bertie likes his sedentary, torpid existence. In fact, he'd like to be more of a vegetable than he is. It started with his taking my pills, and that was all right, I guess. But when he started sleeping in my bedroom so that he could estivate under the tranquilizing music program you prescribed for me, that was too much." Scholar Ross looked unprecedentedly astonished. "So," he demanded, "what do you mean, so? What would any red-blooded woman do?" "I moved out and into his bedroom, naturally." "And then started taking his medication?" asked Scholar Ross curtly. "Natch, oh my God!" exploded Scholar Ross. He eyed Gloria intently. "How do you manage to get Bertram awake far enough to attend things like your costume ball?" he asked. "Well," she said with a smile, "I am really strong enough to sling 185 pounds of loosely stuffed sausage over my shoulder in a fireman's, carry and tote the inert mass back to its own bedroom, so that its own music will rouse it enough to reach for its bedside bottles of medication. Nature then takes its course until the awakening. Then he goes along with my desires, because he knows that if he doesn't, I won't let him dive back into his complete inertia. It's very simple." "Of course, it isn't much fun," Scholar Ross said. "Gloria, do you intend to continue this sort of self-centered, artificial life after you and Bertram are married?" "I've given the future very little thought." "You always have," said Scholar Ross unhappily. "That's been a lot of your trouble. So what am I supposed to do? Do you really expect me to marry that vegetable? I've got a life to lead too, you know. It may suit your overall program of genetics to breed a batch of normal children, but the same book of laws grants me the right to seek my own level of happiness. Granted." Well, scholar, I can tell you that my idea of happiness is not a husband who comes into my bedroom walking like a somnambulist, just barely able to cross the room before collapsing like a loosely packed sandbag. What you need, said Scholar Ross firmly, is a man who is strong enough to tell you what you are going to do. And where are you going to find one? Scholar Ross turned from Gloria to her parents. Obviously, he said regretfully, this proposed marriage between your daughter and Bertram Harrison is not going to culminate in a happy union. Did you expect it to? Asked Gloria. I had hopes. I can only propose a course of action. Were you willing to embark upon your prescribed program of corrective therapy and so become a normally active and emotionally stable woman? Then the marriage might work out very well indeed. It's all my fault, of course. Yes, of course. The decision was yours to make. And how about that lump of lard you foisted off on me? Bertram Harrison's willing retreat into total lethargy is, of course, his own decision. But it too is only another aspect of the usual case. The strong-willed personality makes its own way. The weak one follows. I see, sneered Gloria. It's all my fault, of course it is, snapped Scholar Ross. Were you willing to correct yourself, you'd also have been willing to correct Bertram, since yours is the stronger personality. So what's the next move? Do I get to try another dolt? Hardly. You'd do the same with any of them. So what is it? Am I going to be exported to Eden? Tau Ceti is an incorrigible. Scholar Ross was silent. Mr. Hanford said, Certainly there must be another way. Mrs. Hanford said, Must I lose my daughter? Scholar Ross said regretfully, There's another way, of course, but either way is essentially a loss of your daughter, Mrs. Hanford. Mr. Hanford said, And what is this other course, Scholar Ross? It's called reorientation. Brainwashing, exclaimed Gloria. That's a harsh, colloquial term, Mrs. Hanford said. How does this reorientation work? Coldly, as if he were discussing the repair of some inanimate engine, Scholar Ross said, It starts with corrective surgery on the pituitary and thyroid glands. Next comes some very complicated neurocerebral surgery, somewhat resembling the crude primitive process once called prefrontal lobotomy. Nowadays, it produces the desired effect without all of the deleterious side effects. Then once the patient is completely disoriented, the process of re-education takes place. The patient is extremely docile and highly impressionable. All decisions carry the same weight. How do you mean that? Asked Mr. Hanford. Why, the decision to use blue or black ink in your fountain pen becomes as important as the decision of whether to cling or jump from a damaged air car. Oh, and then, why, since the patient is docile and impressionable, we can mold the patient's appreciation of people, places, and events into conformity. Events of the former life are not erased, but they are viewed as if the patient had seen a trivideo drama instead of having been that person. The entire list of friends and acquaintances is changed because the patient's personality is so different that the former friends no longer have anything in common with the patient. It will be, said Scholar Ross, exactly as if your daughter left you, never to return, and then next year you are introduced to a strange woman who bears a complete resemblance to your daughter. To whom, he added, you eventually become emotionally attached because of your daughter's memory. It sounds pretty drastic. I shall not fool you. It is drastic indeed. I don't like it, Gloria snapped. Yes, pleaded Mrs. Hanford. What is the alternative? Eden Tau Ceti. I'll arrange transportation under the Migration Act and she'll be permitted 200 pounds of gross. Scholar Ross smiled thinly. You can diet a few pounds off and thus increase the net weight of your allowable possessions, he said. But on the other hand, if you diet down to rail skinny, no one will take a chance on you. Gloria demanded belligerently, What am I, a raffle prize? Why, that's no better than white slavery, cried her mother. Oh, come now, said Scholar Ross. Miss Hanford would receive a home and hard-working husband on a fine new world with unlimited opportunities. Gloria Hanford snorted. The term, unlimited opportunity, is just the optimist's way of describing a situation that the pessimist would call lack of modern conveniences. Well, Miss Hanford, you have your choice, one of three: corrective therapy and marriage with Bertram Harrison, total reorientation, or migration to Eden, Tau Ceti. I'll not ask for your decision now. Give me your answer within 30 days. You can't force me. No, I can't. All I can do is to point out your 3 avenues of future travel, and then point out that I do have the means of making your life so very inconvenient that you'll have no recourse but to make your choice from among the 3 desirable possibilities. Desirable, I must admit, means that which is most favorable to the furtherance of domestic tranquility. 7 Lalande, 25,372 is a spectral Class M star, a faint red dwarf not visible to the naked eye from Earth. Sol. Lande, 25,372, lies 15.9 light-years from Sol, about 15 degrees north of the celestial equator, and not quite opposite the vernal equinox. It has planets, but this does not make Lalande 25,372 unique. Like most of the planets found in space, neither mad dogs nor Englishmen would have anything to do with them, willingly. They are suitable only for the hapless wight, whose erring foot has unhappily landed on the tender official toe. The planet Flatbush, Lalande 25,372, received its name from an obscure medieval reference to a form of punishment known as walking a beat in Flatbush. If we are to believe McClellan's authoritative volume, The Origin of Place Names. Observed through the multipane window of the station, Flatbush Lalande 25,372 was a pleasant enough planet, provided one could ignore the fact that there was not a sign nor trace of vegetation from the installation building to the horizon. A couple of 100 yards from the building there was a pleasant-looking lake. The lake was indeed water, but it contained dissolved substances that would have poisoned a Bochum snar. The warm wind of Flatbush rippled the surface of the lake, but no square yard of sail would be hoisted until someone first built a gas mask that would filter out the colorless gases that turned silver black. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky, but they rained down a mess that etched stainless steel owo. There, near the perimeter of man's 5-parsec range of operations, subelectromagnetic detector beams scoured the sky. Taking the most pessimistic standpoint, the least possible combinations of nature's infinite variety of environment, nature's own profligacy with life forms, still demanded that somewhere out there another race was plying the spaceways. Someday, this hypothetical race was certain to touch wings with mankind. When that took place, it was the duty of the Bureau of Operations to detect them, to intercept them, and to warn the men of Earth, Sol, that mankind was no longer alone. The fact that the subelectromagnetic detecting beams had been sweeping space for a couple of 100 years without detecting anything had no bearing on the future. The beams must be maintained so long as a human man remained alive in space. In addition to the detector beams, the outlying planets carried astrogation beacons. They were subelectromagnetic lighthouses, so to speak, that rang across space with known direction and ranging telemetered signals. Someday, man hoped to fill the space lanes with spacecraft and the planets with interstellar commerce. Someday there might be another Marie Celeste plying its course with its crew inexplicably missing. But if this ever happened, it was not going to happen. Without the space service knowing precisely how many and which spacecraft were operating through that volume of space before, during, and after D for disaster day and M for mysterious minute. The equipment, of course, was automated to modern perfection with multilateral channels that would take over in case of component failure. Its factor of reliability was well above 6 or 7 nines of perfection, but to admit that this perfection was adequate would have deprived the space service of a convenient minor penal detail to take care of brash junior officers. Manning such a station provided the junior officer with a wealth of time to contemplate his sins and to mend his evil ways. In the case of junior spaceman Howard Reed, this process consisted of locating the flaw that prevented Hansen's folly from being Hansen's analysis. Now, from the time of Alexander Selkirk, romantic history has been dotted with accounts of men who have been cast away with nothing more than their hands and their brains. And with these, they have succeeded in raising their caveman environment up to the level of modern technical conveniences. Like them, having been unable to locate the flaw in Hansen's folly by the theoretical approach during his tour of duty on Earth, Solon, having similarly failed to locate the error in experimental hardware during his tour of duty on Eden. Dei Seti, junior spaceman Howard Reed, began to experiment on the spacecraft that stood parked on its launching pad 200 feet from the installation. There was plenty of equipment to work with. The Space Service did not stock its perimeter stations in a slipshod manner. Furthermore, junior spaceman Howard Reed had plenty of time. The account of his life and adventures is hardly worth telling. He had no distractions. He worked. The months passed one after the other. Faubush, Lalande, 25,372 was so far out that there was no provision made for a regular tour of inspection. Nobody bothered to drop in on junior spaceman Howard Reed. Gabbling on the official communication channels was strictly forbidden, so the young junior officer was denied even contact by voice. No one had come up with an economically sound means of producing entertainment programs from Earth Sol on the subelectromagnetic beams, and so he, like his fellows in the other perimeter stations, received neither news nor music from home. He could terminate this tour of duty only by solving the riddle of Hansen's folly and then notifying his superiors on the official communications channels, or by tucking a note in the once-each-year supply drone that came laden with enough of Earth's environment to keep the young expatriate alive for another year. The setup was wholly conducive to work. There was time and there was equipment. His orders were to remain there until he had studied his way through the problem. With nothing else to do, junior spaceman Howard Reed was deep in his investigation when the drone spacecraft came down along the subelectromagnetic beacon and made its landing a dozen yards away. The drone was standard spacecraft size, an unmanned hull laden with the necessities of life that would support him for a year. It was the first one that he had ever seen. This was the first time that junior spaceman Howard Reed had had to face the problem of supply. Packed in that drone ship was enough Earth environment to last a man a year. The perishables and expendables, as well as replacement for the lost fractions of the recyclables, were all there. They were dehydrated and deep frozen after all waste had been removed, then compressed into cubes of identical size for the most favorable packing fraction. Even so, it was a prodigious amount of stuff. Supply would have been impossible on a once-per-year basis if the foul water of Flatbush, Lalande, 25,372, hadn't been distillable with ease. The junior spaceman eyed the drone ship with a sudden burst of pride in his fellow man's accomplishment. Given a pre-programmed flight along telemetered beacons, originating at either terminus, the running equipment within the drone would bulk much less than the same mass and size as a human and his needs. Until flight decisions were necessary, the hardware pilot was as good as the human pilot, and far less subject to headache, tantrum, disappointment at not getting the Saturday night pass, and resentment over being passed by at promotion time. Then his pride gave way to sudden prolonged thoughts. The range of a spacecraft is computed from point of takeoff to point of no return. There was no way of restoring the power banks of a spacecraft except on Earth Sol now. Of course, it is entirely possible to take off and just keep going until the power banks are depleted. That will cover twice the stated range to the point of no return. Ships have gone out and off and away and have never been heard of again. It is possible that one or more of these have succeeded in locating an Earth-like planet beyond the point of no return, but the Earthmen at home will never know about it until the range is extended. The possibility of such a planet favoring human life and ultimately harboring a culture of technical competence enough to create and maintain the power-restoring equipment is extremely remote. For spacecraft that carry women are few and far between, and it takes more than one man's lifetime to make use of the know-how. Junior spaceman Howard Reid knew that way back in the 20th century the average engineer could make a guess, count on his fingers, and come up with a pretty shrewd estimate of the horsepower per cubic inch that could be stored by the various ways and means available to the age. Removing the human pilot and his needs did give the drone ship quite a bit more space for cargo and power. But as he looked at the drone ship standing there, it became plain to junior spaceman Howard Reid that there was not room in that size of hull for both the necessary power banks and the full year's store of supplies for one man. Whereupon junior spaceman Howard Reid dropped his tools. He donned his spacesuit and crossed the intervening space to the drone ship. He began to examine the ship's running gear with a critical and suspicious eye. He was examining hardware that was familiar to him. It took him no more than 2 hours to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that the drone ship's drive was built along the theories and mathematical analysis that he had been told simply did not work. Someone had reduced Hansen's folly to practice. He paused again. Hansen's folly had been called a failure about 200 years ago. But what did that really mean? He considered his history. In 1724, Stephen Gray and Granville Wheeler made the proud announcement that they had succeeded in transmitting an electrical phenomenon along a wire for a distance of 682 feet. 200 years later, the entire Earth was girdled with telegraph, telephone, and cable wires and linked with the invisible bonds of radio waves. In about 1904, the Wright brothers made their first powered airplane flight. 40 years later, men were flying in airplanes that carried a wingspread greater than the distance of the Wrights' first flight. Einstein's barrier was accepted scientific dogma for 100 years, but he, Howard Reid, was now standing in a spacecraft that had crossed the gulf between the stars at a speed that not only exceeded the velocity of propagated light, but exceeded this speed by a few hundred orders of magnitude. So, maybe they were right. Maybe Hansen's folly was a failure, but the running gear in this drone ship was designed to the analysis produced by junior spaceman Howard Reid, and it worked. Furthermore, he had only the scornful word of Commander Briggs of the Bureau of Research that his arguments had been parallel to those of the hapless Hansen. It would hardly be the first time in the history of the human race that some bureaucrat got fat on the work of his underlings, who not only received no credit for their work, but were often hushed, hidden, or otherwise prevented from proving their right to the fame and fortune. Angrily, Howard Reid stood up and cursed. They were not going to smother him in a peg-whittling job on a single-man post 16 light years from home base, denied of all but official communications. He was going to find out about this very strange business. Junior spaceman Howard Reid did not even bother going back to the station. Its outside detectors had been sweeping deep space for a couple of 100 years without detecting anything. Its astroplanes were employed once each year when the drone ship arrived. Furthermore, both equipments were automatic, on the trips set up to bypass the one-man crew of the station by transmitting the information on the regular channels. So, there in the drone ship, the junior spaceman merely disconnected the pre-programmed autopilot, clamped his hands around the manual gear, and took off for far-off Earth. Sol Dayer, yeah. 8 Gloria Hanford opened her apartment door, made a double take when she saw the living room lights were on, toted up the list of unexpected guests, and assessed the situation in one brief moment. She stopped short on one high heel, pivoted, and said to her escort, "Not tonight, Joseph." "But I've guests," she said, placing a hand flat on her escort's chest. "But my guests mean trouble," she finished, shoving. Her escort disappeared, walking backward and still trying to protest. Gloria closed the living room door with a gesture of finality, then turned to lean back against it. She faced her unexpected guests with an air of exasperated patience, as if by her silence she was inviting them to hurl the first bolt, and by her attitude confident that she could turn it aside with ease. She did not have long to wait. They all started to talk at once. The resulting babble was unintelligible, and the sound of the others' voices made each one of them stop without finishing. Silence fell again, and in the calm scholar, Ross spoke up. "Under the circumstances, Miss Hanford, I think we have the right to ask that you explain your actions." Mr. Harrison grunted. "I say, this is a waste of time. Let's get along with it," Mrs. Harrison added. "Yes, indeed, Scholar Ross. If you'll call the authorities, we'll sign the complaint," Mrs. Hanford snapped. "I resent the implication that my daughter is wholly and solely in the wrong." Mr. Hanford said, "In my opinion, Bertram Harrison isn't bright enough to come in out of the rain, let alone being smart enough to know what's good for him. Now," Mr. Harrison growled, "we come calling this evening and find our son deep under the influence of tranquilizers and the catalytic action of the mood music prescribed for this philandering young hussy." "I am no philanderer," cried Gloria. "I am not married to your cold lump of lard." Scholar Ross spread out his hands in a gesture of supplication, as if he were pleading with the gods for a return to sanity. "Stop it," he cried. "Stop it." He turned to Mrs. Hanford with a shake of the head. "I am sorry, your resentment of the fact that this affair is your daughter's responsibility is not going to change it. But please, Mrs. Hanford, this engagement is not a matter of the personal choice of the participants. It gravely concerns society, now insofar as the Department of Domestic Tranquility is concerned. It is the excitable, headstrong, unruly, willful personality that is dangerous to social stability. The calm and placid ones do not commit acts of violence. Indeed, Mrs. Hanford, were it not for the quiet, phlegmatic personality like Bertram Harrison, we in genetics would have a hard time finding a useful niche for belligerents such as your daughter Gloria." Gloria Hanford said something under her breath. Scholar Ross eyed her suspiciously and demanded that she repeat. "Cliché 16, she retorted. "It pertains to the problem of leading horses to water." He nodded. "Yes, the horse is laudably exercising as much free will as his equine position permits him. The same platitude can also be employed to point out that blind stubbornness may prevent him from doing something that is really a good idea, even if someone else did think of it first." "I say, enough of this nonsense," snapped Mr. Harrison. "Let's get this debate over with." "Now, just a moment," said Scholar Ross. "You have no legal standing. Miss Hanford is Bertram Harrison's affianced wife. Under law, any difficulties between them are strictly a civic matter. Bluntly, sir, only the party being damaged can sign a complaint. And after making a complaint, it is up to the complaining party to prove that he is being damaged at the will of the accused. Scholar Ross, you and your Department of Domestic Tranquility may know how you hope to maintain a calm and stable social structure, but you don't know much about the law," said Mr. Harrison, slowly and carefully. "One only need go back to the early days of common law to find a rather terse discussion of the proposition of maintaining an attractive nuisance. The owner of the attractive nuisance has a responsibility to the gullible citizens who are attracted." Meaning, said Mr. Harrison, "that Miss Hanford in this pre-marriage apartment did maintain a series of attractive nuisances, tranquilizer pills, soothing mood music. A person of calm tendencies would find them most attractive. It was therefore her responsibility to protect the other party. Now when Bertram has been properly treated and is able to testify, I think we'll find that Miss Hanford not only failed to protect Bertram, but indeed encouraged him to help himself to her pills and sleep in her bedroom under the soothing influence of the mood music prescribed for her." Mr. Hanford snapped. If this attractive nuisance is as you say, Harrison, why can't we charge that Bertram did little to protect Gloria from his own therapy? Scholar Ross raised a hand. Permit me, he said, to reiterate that it is the hypertonic, overactive personalities that create social troubles. A Bertram Harrison lulled into a semi-cataleptic state by the wiles of a Gloria Hanford would hardly be expected to rise in a sudden burst of strength. So no matter what I do, I am wrong? The girl asked. Not at all, said Scholar Ross. It is your direct responsibility, your duty, to do everything you can to establish a firm and stable family unit here with Bertram Harrison. Sorry, Scholar Ross, said Mr. Harrison icily. You haven't really heard me? Your notion that this affair is a civil argument between an affianced couple is not true? You imply that no laws have been broken? You are wrong. I am willing to sign a complaint right now that Miss Gloria Hanford deliberately induced my son to indulge in her therapy. It was her means of lulling him into a state of mind that would permit her to go gallivanting off on a date with another man. I am not married to Bertie yet, snapped Gloria. Dating's still my right. Oh, snarled Mr. Harrison angrily. Shut up or I'll sign a complaint that you administered medical treatment without a license. Insofar as the Harrison family is concerned, this engagement shall be terminated unfavorably. Come, he said to his wife. She rose to follow Gloria, stepped aside but paused to ask, Aren't you going to take Bertie with you? Mrs. Hanford said coldly. He's already been taken to the hospital for treatment to bring him out of the trance you got him into. And so, Miss Hanford, will you please step aside and let me pass? And Mr. Harrison's parting shot was, I shall sign my complaints in the morning, or if he is able, we'll make it thoroughly legal and have Bertram sign them. He closed the door firmly. Mrs. Hanford wailed, Now what shall we do? Scholar Ross shook his head. With this poor record, this non-cooperation, he said slowly, it will be well nigh impossible to arrange another union. Furthermore, if Harrison carries out his threat. Gloria said quickly, If he wants to, he can talk Bertie into anything. Anything, such as signing the most frightful complaints and being convinced of their absolute truth and justice. Mr. Hanford said, if that's true, he could also be talked back out of them. Scholar Ross shook his head again. That presupposes that you could arrange access to Bertram that couldn't be overcome by another talking to by his parents. It won't work. The young man is a mental weather vane. So where do we stand? As I say, we might as well prepare for the worst, if the case of Gloria Hanford ever comes under the scrutiny of the law. She will be declared either a delinquent or an incorrigible, depending upon whether her escapades are ruled misdemeanors or felonies. Scholar Ross turned to Gloria Hanford. I warned you now, where we of the Department of Domestic Tranquility have no power to force you into a proper course of action, you'll find that the law most certainly has. Miss Hanford, the law will decide just how dangerous you are to the civic peace. Upon that decision, the law will further decide what action it must take to protect that civic peace from you. He paused. A silence followed his statements. He waited a few moments to let his words sink in. Then he walked to the door and said, As of now, the future of Miss Gloria Hanford is out of my hands. Mr. Hanford said, Scholar Ross, how bad is this likely to be? A lot will depend upon how swiftly Bertram Harrison responds to the restorative treatment. With some luck and a brilliant attorney on your side, the matter might not reach a major catastrophe. Tomorrow may tell, 9 Junior Spaceman Howard Reed said plaintively. But this is the Bureau of Justice. According to the regulations, you are supposed to listen to me, at least. The space officer behind the desk wore the 3 wide stripes of the commander's rank, topped by the fasces that symbolized the law. He was Commander Hughes, chief of the Space Service Bureau of Justice. He smiled at the junior spaceman but shook his head. You would place us in a most difficult position were we to heed your plea without having the matter referred to us through official channels. With some exasperation, Reed said, Look, sir, I've been subject to a severe injustice. Why can't I at least tell my problem to someone? That would be cutting across channels. It simply is not done, Commander Hughes, said the junior spaceman earnestly. You are not serving justice, you are obstructing it. Now see here, young man, Commander Hughes, you are insisting that I request my superior officer to forward through official channels a complaint against him. First, sir, I point out that he would refuse my request unless he were absolutely certain that my case against him was ridiculously weak. Second, I am certain that the request would bring quick retaliation. Commander Hughes shook his head. The regulation provides that any reasonable request be forwarded, and the regulation further provides that there shall be no punitive action. Reed snorted. Fine. And if I do find myself punished, must I next forward my request for investigation through the same officer? That is a serious charge, young Mastigan. I can substantiate it. Look, sir, quite a long time ago I made some scientific studies. And you are an operations officer, Mr. Reed. Yes, but then you are not trained in science. Let's not go on that rat race right now, said the junior spaceman testily. I've heard it before. That's why I am here. Very well. Junior spaceman Howard Reed took a deep breath and plunged into his long explanation. At the end, Commander Hughes nodded, his face in a non-committal mask. One moment now, he said. He turned to the working desk behind him and spoke into a telephone. It had neither visual plate nor amplified output. Only the user could know what was being communicated, and with whom. Now we'll see, said the commander as he hung up the telephone. With the awkwardness of a stopped Trividale drama, they stood and sat there motionless and silently as the minutes dragged past. Ultimately, there was a gentle alarm ring from one of the desk drawers. Commander Hughes opened it to extract a couple of yards of stereofax paper. Your service record, explained the commander, picking up a reading prism and starting at the top. Just another moment. Another half-dozen minutes went past. Junior Spaceman Howard Reed, the commander read quietly at last, has an exemplary record. That is Commander Breckenridge's opinion, if we are to believe what we read in this record. Oh, perhaps, he thought, a bit headstrong and mildly argumentative factors which he considered balanced by a faculty for deep concentration. And how about my being transferred to Eden, Tau Ceti, and then to Flatbush? Londa, 25,372, Reed demanded. Reasons for transfer, read Commander Hughes, from the record. Junior Spaceman Howard Reed is ambitious and overactive. In the considered opinion of Commander Breckenridge, he will make a fine superior officer once his duty experience has the proper breadth. The commander looked up and waved a hand at the length of stereofax. The fasces wrought in gold above the stripes glittered in the light. Were it not for the regulations against permitting a junior officer to inspect his own service record, said Commander Hughes with a smile, I'd let you see for yourself that nowhere on this record is there a single word that corroborates your suggestion. Your tour of duty on Flatbush, Lalonda, 25,372, and your earlier transfer to Eden, Tau Ceti, were merely the standard tour of duty granted to satisfactory junior officers as a means of properly broadening their experience. In other words, snapped Reed angrily, the fact that I have crossed space in a craft powered by a technical suggestion made by me some years ago does not prove a thing. Can you prove that you made any such technical suggestion? Yes. Call Commander Briggs of the Bureau of Research. Call Commander Breckenridge of the Bureau of Operations. Demand that they state under oath whether I did or did not make such suggestions. I was told my ideas were worthless. In other words, the Bureau of Research says it wouldn't work. But look, sir, I drove a spacecraft all the way from. The Bureau of Justice officer held up a hand. Look, said the junior spaceman angrily, all I want is justice, and justice you'll get. retorted Commander Hughes. "First, Mr. Reed, let me ask how you obtained permission to leave your post on Flatbush." "Lalonde, 25,372, so that you could come to the headquarters in person to state your plea." "Or was this trip authorized?" "Well, sir, the detector and beacon stations are completely automated and, in blunt terms, you are absent without leave." "Well, sir?" "Junior Spaceman Howard Reed, you will consider yourself under personal arrest. We have no alternative but to place you in the custody of the Space Security Police. Remain as you were." Like the fabled case of the drowning man, Junior Spaceman Howard Reed reviewed his past in a single flash before his eyes. In the second blink, he covered his present. It wasn't to his liking. Having covered his past and discarded his present, he next inspected his most probable future and came to the almost immediate conclusion that there wasn't very much in it for him. He had never heard Napoleon's statement that God was on the side with the heaviest artillery. But, in his own way, Junior Spaceman Howard Reed came to a parallel conclusion. Justice was on the side of the heaviest rank. Bitterly, he reflected that the reward for a technical suggestion of great merit was that they wouldn't make any trouble for him so long as he didn't try to claim credit for it. He came back to his dangerous present quickly. Commander Hughes was talking briskly into his secret telephone. With a quick gesture, the junior spaceman leaned forward over the desk and snatched the instrument out of the senior officer's hands. He hauled in on the connecting cord until it came taut, and then he yanked, ripping the cord from its terminals. Brusquely, he dropped the telephone instrument into the commander's wastebasket. Then, as bells began to ring and corridor horns began to sound, Junior Spaceman Howard Reed left the administration building of the Bureau of Justice on a dead run. Out in the street, the wail of a siren began to climb from its throaty basso to its ear-splitting ululation. 10, Gloria Hanford awoke, as she always did, with full awareness, like the transition of a small animal from slumber to flight. It was not a languid hand that reached for the telephone that had awakened her, but an alert one. It flipped the accept button up and the vidphone I button down in a single twisting gesture of thumb and forefinger. It was not modesty that caused the turn down of the vidphone I. It was vanity. Gloria Hanford deemed unbrushed teeth, uncombed hair, and unwashed face both unacceptable and unattractive. "Gloria Hanford here, go ahead. Scholar Ross calling. Miss Hanford, you should know so that you can be prepared. Bertram Harrison has not yet responded to corrective therapy." "Not yet responded," she repeated slowly. "Just how bad is this, Scholar Ross?" "It is quite grave. It's possible there may be cerebral deterioration." "You mean Bertram might even go from bad to worse?" "Miss Hanford, will you cease treating this as if it were a comedy? You may be defending yourself against charges of criminal negligence. It might even get to the charge of homicide before it's done." "Homicide? But he isn't dead." "Fifth-degree homicide," said Scholar Ross, "comprises the process of causing by any means the loss of impairment of personality or intellect. In layman's terms, brainwashing. So if I were you, I'd dress and be ready for the authorities. Harrison forced a special session of court last night and had Bertram declared as invalid incommunicado. Since your engagement was formally dissolved, this places Bertram's well, being under the discretion of his next of kin blood relations. Father Harrison is prepared to prosecute to the fullest extent. He's even petitioned for the right to take action against the Department of Domestic Tranquility for what he calls incompetent meddling. So you see, it looks bad. Maybe there ought to be some thoughtful laws passed to protect we active ones from the dolts and dullards," said Gloria. "Okay, Scholar Rolls, I'll take steps." In a flurry of expert motion, Gloria Hanford dressed, packed, and left. The authorities who came for her hadn't had enough experience in dealing with the hypertonic, overactive, fast-thinking, antisocial type. They expected to find a slightly fuzzy-minded, still half-a-slumber girl, unable to grasp both an idea and a dressing gown at the same time. They would not have equated their notion with the trim, alert, neatly and completely dressed young lady they passed on the stairs if it hadn't been for the standard legal locks on all apartment doors. A tiny flag filled a small aperture only when the full bolt was cast home by a flip of the inside key. Its absence meant that no one was inside. The chief of the group forced his mental image through a mental photo montage that started with the original picture of the half-awakened young woman, tossing a tousle of hair back out of one eye, passed through a much abridged version of the process of female dressing, and concluded with the trim and striking number they'd passed on the stairway. Add important item as an accessory. Whistlebait was also carrying an overnight bag and one formal, for traveling, white-gloved hand. Nudged? His memory was good. He hauled his handset out while his men were still making dead certain that the little flag on the lock meant precisely what it said. By the time they were convinced that the apartment was truly empty and the lock bolted from the outside, he had unabashedly reported his failure and was concluding a very excellent description of the fugitive Gloria Hanford. 11. The average citizen, faced with an impressive uniform, falls into one of two very widely divided camps. One of these camps contains those of us who are impressed by the visible, exalted rank of the wearer, so by the simple process of snapping official business at the driver of a sky cab and simultaneously tossing the driver his official ID card in its ornate leather folder. Junior spaceman Howard Reed succeeded in commandeering a sky cab. He took off, leaving the driver in a razzle-dazzle dream of collecting mileage from the space service, whilst he spent the time comfortably relaxing in a pub. Protected from public gaze by the camouflaging sky cab, the junior spaceman proceeded to cruise up the middle level of ancient Fifth Avenue, driving a full 18 inches below the legal altitude set for cruising sky cabs. He turned on his pocket set to listen to the details of the search that was being organized for him. Above him, all around him, even in the subways below him, the vast and efficient organization of the military space service was converging. This organization had the will and the manpower to scour this city of 20 million people, almost literally soul by soul if the need be, to locate a young officer in the uniform of a junior spaceman. He might be driving a military vehicle, but more likely would be found in one of the many public vehicles or public carriers that the city offered for civilian transportation. There was also the high possibility that junior spaceman Howard Reed might be located afoot on the static sidewalk or on one of the tramways. And so, mentally clocking each time point and making a careful note of the checkpoints, the junior spaceman built up a mental map of the city and its danger points. Until the laws of simple logic failed to operate, he was going to be exactly where they weren't. He was in the driver's seat of a sky cab, precisely as invisible as the purloined letter. But now, if he were to drive his sky cab away from the cruising level, he needed one more accessory. He had time. So long as the military was looking for a military man in military surroundings and in a military manner, he was as safe from detection as if he really owned the skycab he'd commandeered. The civilian police were closer to success. Called by the chief of the arresting party, who'd arrived at Gloria Hanford's apartment too late by minutes, the minions of law and order converged in their civilian efficiency. Logistically, it was a simple matter of hare and hounds. The hare couldn't win. Only one question was important. Which of the hounds would afoot and by jet copter that englobed the area? They closed in by the application of stored memory and studied information. They erected invisible barriers at every exposed point along the most probable trail of their quarry, from the street outside of her apartment door to the garage stall in Monticello. Then, as a final clincher, they installed 3 men in Gloria Hanford's air scooter itself, by virtue of the unexpected movement, one can elude the cops for a time. Gloria, on the street before her apartment building, almost went into despair when she saw that there was no sky cab within hailing distance. She almost took it as a personal affront, but this was hardly the time to stamp her sandals on the hard pavement or to write letters to the Commissioner of Public Carriers. She turned and disappeared into the tramway entrance heading north along Waterfront Avenue. Her coin had hardly hit the bottom of its slot when the mobile police converged to land on the spot she'd just vacated. The foremost of them saw her trim figure disappearing into the distance, eclipsed by the myriads of innocent souls whose only desire was to make use of the same northbound tramway. The pursuit began to reshape its surface of detection from englobement to a cylinder, the axis of which lay congruent with the northbound tramway. Again she held the advantage of knowing her own decision, whereas her pursuit had to divine her plans by analysis of her actions and making use of extrapolation. Gloria Hanford abruptly stepped off the tramway at 53rd, walked briskly 3 long blocks to LaGuardia's 6th, found herself facing a group of burly policemen, and stopped long enough to think. One of the cops shoved a Galton whistle between his teeth and blew a supersonic blast that registered on every cop's detector within a quarter mile. Audibly a siren wailed, inaudibly and invisibly the drawstring web of civic forces began to close in. Once more Gloria stepped into the kiosk of a tramway, the crosstown. She rode 1 more block to Ancient Fifth and stepped off. With a wave of her hand, and then the most startling process to be found in a woman, Gloria Hanford poked 2 fingers in her mouth and let go with a shrill, piercing whistle that made every skycab driver within a half-mile come to the point of customers alert. She made her point. The one accessory that Junior Spaceman Howard Reed needed was a passenger, preferably a female passenger that could be identified as a female for 100 yards through a high fog driven by a blinding gale. Old, beautiful, young, or ugly didn't matter, so long as it was unmistakably woman. The military wouldn't stop a skycab with a female passenger. He needed his passenger because, until he could pull the taximeter flag, having filled the compartment with a customer, he was constrained by law to cruise. Cruising would get him nowhere. What he needed was the flagged-down ticket of admission to the upper traffic levels. The whistle shrilled at him. He looked, and then with his spaceman's skill, Junior Spaceman Howard Reed made a mad reverse spiral landing that nosed out a half-dozen other cursing drivers. He hit ground zero, at velocity 0 on target 0, and flipped open the skycab door so close that Gloria Hanford did not have to take a middle ground step to gain entry. He took off with a rush that tossed his passenger into the deep seat and slammed the compartment door without human effort. Then he went into a cruel climbing turn that wore away 20,000 flight miles of the engine bearings. He leveled off 1,000 feet above Ancient Fifth Avenue's topmost fast traffic level and set his homing and warning beacon to 0 on the spaceport. It did not bother him that his passenger hadn't taken the time to supply him with the destination she desired. After all, Junior Spaceman Howard Reed was not really a skycab driver. He didn't care. Gloria Hanford rebounded from the soft cushions of the skycab compartment and struggled her way into a position that gave her a good look out of the broad rear window. Her driver's mad upward spiral made her dizzy, but from the higher levels it was definitely obvious that there was considerable concentration of movement down there below. Men and ground cars, as well as jet copters, were closing down upon the spot they'd just left. It did not bother Gloria Hanford that her driver hadn't waited to inquire as to her destination. She was just happy that he hadn't. Her destination consisted of swift flight along any vector in a solid sphere. Hers was a reverse destination, properly identified by the word elsewhere. Behind them, the city erupted with a crisscrossing of radio-directed search beams, catching and identifying sky car after sky car. Up from the city's traffic levels came jet copters and squad hoppers and some raid gun carriers, personnel boats, even a sprinkling of mobile communications bases. To one side and almost behind them, a flight of star shells burst in a firefall of gorgeous color. To their other side, a stream of warning tracers streaked. Howard poured on the coal. Gloria made no protest. It was a most satisfactory agreement. They buzzed across the Jersey Flats. He brought the skycab down on a flat slant landing that arrowed directly in, and touched ground and skidded to a stop, with all landing gear brakes locked. They slid to within a few yards of the spacecraft. Only then did the junior spaceman pause to speak to his passenger. "Sorry, but I am in a jam. So long." He leaped out of the skycab, raced along the ground, went up the ladder on a dead run, flipped into the spacelock, snapped the closed switch as he passed the inner portal. And then, without waiting for any pre-flight checkout, Junior Spaceman Howard Reed resigned from the Space Force by slamming his controls into an emergency and unauthorized flight program that took him up and out of Earth's atmosphere in barely more than nothing flat. When he was free and clear, he relaxed in his pilot's seat, swiveled it around, and boggled, bug-eyed at his passenger. Gloria Hanford, still trim and shipshape in her white sharkskin suit, still carrying the overnight bag in her formal for traveling, white-gloved hand sat in the spare seat. She said, "I am sorry about this too, but it so happens that I am also in a jam. Where do we go from here, spaceman?" He eyed her. "Where do you want to go?" Gloria chuckled in a throaty voice. "Away," she said. "Can you cook?" he demanded abruptly. "Yes, why?" "Then go rustle up some grub from the galley," he directed. "I'll have to keep an eye on this crate until we're free and clear. We can decide what to do next after we have time to think." She looked at him strangely. Her own attitude puzzled her. It was the first time she'd been given an order that she hadn't resented, but then, of course, his direction made very good sense. He looked upon her as she rose, and he found her fair. She was Gloria Hanford, was an extremely attractive dish in her own right. Amplified a few millionfold by the spaceman's enforced isolation on Eden, Tau, Ceti, and later upon Flatbush, Lalande 25,372. She was a dream. Either locale would have the result of making Medusa the Gorgon look like Miss Universe of all time, but Gloria Hanford didn't need any handicaps. By some strange chemistry of non-material radiation that required no catalyst. There was no question between them. Oh, they had a lot to find out about one another, but they had plenty of time for that and other things. 12. In the officers' club on Earth, someone said. "What's the latest report?" Commander Breckenridge of Operations said. "Last detected by the station at last gasp raw 780, and going like hell wouldn't have them." Commander Hughes of the Bureau of Justice said. "They're going at it rather early, aren't they?" Scholar Ross of the Department of Domestic Tranquility waved at his comparison microscope and its data cards. "It would be hard to find two people better suited to one another." He looked at his watch and smiled. "I'd say that by now they've both forgotten completely that they were ever strangers." Commander Briggs of the Bureau of Research refilled the glasses with the finest non-synthetic vintage champagne that the cellar of the Officers' Club could provide. He held his glass high and said, "I toast the bride and groom and the ultimate colonization of the galaxy by subterfuge." But Scholar Ross pulled the hand down. With a shake of his head, he held his own glass high. "Sorry, Briggs, but this time we toast the reactionaries, the die-hards, and the rule-ridden old guard who have to work like the very devil to pair off a deserving young couple, and then force them into finding a home of their own on some other planet. Gentlemen, to the Troublemakers, ourselves." End of The Troublemakers by George O. Smith.
The Way Out by Richard Rein Smith. How do you kill a man without killing him? Unless that question could be answered, Earth would lose the war, and every Earthman would die. Infinity, June 1958. The room was a maze of mirrors that reflected his nightmare image. At first, he had tried to close his eyes, but found that they had done something to them. He could not close them, and was forced to look at the thing in the hundreds of mirrors, seeing it from all angles. He had tried to sleep, thinking that, if asleep, he would not see the mirrors and himself, but they had injected drugs into his body, drugs that made sleep impossible except when they wanted him to sleep. A human body had to have a minimum of sleep. They knew what that minimum was, and gave it to him when they wanted him to have it. But even sleep was no release. During those first days he discovered that a man unable to close his eyes will see while he sleeps. And in every dream the mirrors and the nightmare were there, superimposed upon the dream as two negatives placed one upon another. If he dreamed that he was a child again playing in the fields and chasing rabbits, the nightmare image was there superimposed upon the dream. If he dreamed that he was a teenager, walking Betty home from the movies and holding her soft hand in his, it was there, hovering in the air around them. No matter what he dreamed, it was there. He found that there was one relief from the nightmare, and only one. They had left his right arm intact. In the event he thought that I give in, I will be able to write the answers they want to know. But that was not a complete relief. To stare at the smoothness and perfection of flesh on his right arm for long periods was to admit that the rest of his body was. They were clever with pain, he thought. Pain, he had realized during those first days, was a monumental thing to a man. Pain was the first sensation experienced by a man, the slap of the doctor's hand and the first breath of air in lungs unaccustomed to breathing. And pain was the very last sensation that a man experienced. The pain of death crowded in between those two sensations that represented a person's lifespan. Pain was the dominant impetus. What drove a man to do anything except the impetus of pain and the instinct to avoid pain? A man did a million things to avoid physical pain. To avoid hunger pains, a man would eat. To avoid the pain of coldness, a man would light a fire. To avoid aching muscles, a man would make a wheel to carry his burden. To lessen that burden, a man would split an atom. And a man did a million other things to avoid emotional pain. To avoid the pain of loneliness, a man would make friends. To avoid the pain of boredom, a man would play a game. To avoid the pain of ugliness, a man would create beauty. Not an unpleasant reality, he realized. Not unpleasant because it was necessary. Nothing in the universe moved unless a force pushed or pulled it. A man unable to sense physical or emotional pain would do nothing. There would be nothing to push him. As wind moved clouds, pain moved man. The sight of his body was not exactly painful to him. They had not disfigured him. They had only changed him. To disassociate him from his body, no doubt. What they had done to him many would call an atrocity, he realized. But, in a war, every time one soldier killed another, it was an atrocity. One man had taken the life of another. They had a job to do, and they were doing it so fully. He knew when they came the next time, he would tell them what they wanted to know. Want to know where Fort Meade is located on Earth? Give me a map, and I'll show you. How many soldiers do we have in the mountain range, 100 miles from here? I'll give you my best estimate. I'll tell you anything you want. Pain was the impetus to push a man, he knew. They had pushed him and pushed him, doing their job, and they had pushed him far enough. A man was not linked to other men and his nation and his world by tangible threads. A man was separate and distinct. A man's body was a world in itself. He had been pushed into his world by pain. Somewhere beyond the wall of pain that came or vanished when they wanted, somewhere he had friends, an army, a world called Earth. But they didn't matter. His world mattered, and, oddly, he wasn't afraid of pain anymore. It was just a thing to be avoided in any way. And he wasn't to be pitied. They had changed him. Sergeant Chester Gregg wasn't a man anymore. He was something that could be added to and subtracted from, a pliable thing that could be prodded and molded, an object that could be pushed this way and that way. Murphy raised his head. He could tell from the flashes of artillery fire that they were surrounded. Antarian artillery had a purplish flash of light that their own guns did not have. And he could see, in every direction there was an occasional flash of purplish light. The flashes formed a circle around them. He lowered himself into the foxhole. "What?" Hank inquired. "Surrounded, are you sure?" Hank crouched in the semi-darkness, as if about to pounce on something. "Damn it, if you don't believe me, take a look." Hank hesitated. He was a tall, lanky person with red hair and boyish freckles. He had an awkward, self-conscious manner, and despite his powerful body, the freckles and manner made others think of him as a boy rather than a man. He was 18, and combat had hardened his muscles without hardening his appearance. "I believe you," he said. "Do you think we'll get out?" "Hard to tell, maybe." Murphy leaned back and looked up at the dark sky. It was filled with stars that twinkled, and intermingled with them were other points of light that were not stars. They were atomic explosions, and unlike the stars, they did not twinkle. An atomic explosion in outer space, without the pressure of atmosphere, expanded tremendously. When it reached the limit of expansion, it faded, and watching a battle in outer space was like watching a maze of tiny blinking lights. Murphy watched those tiny blips of light every night. One night, if he lived long enough, there would be no blips of light, and that would mean that one side was beaten. They were fighting and dying on Antares, but their battle was a secondary one. It was the battle in outer space that would win the war. If the Antarians won that battle, then every Earthman on Antares would die, because there would be no more supplies. If Earth won that battle, the Antarians would be beaten since they would have no way to stop Earth from sending more men and more supplies. He closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on the problem of saving Hank's life. That was his habit. Every time he went into combat, he picked someone like Hank, a kid, and stuck with him. He would worry about that kid, whoever he might be, and try to keep him out of tight spots. It was his way of protecting himself. Whenever he worried about his own life, his mind always froze, but worrying about someone else was different. "I think I'd rather die than be captured," Hank said. "I heard they have ways of making a guy talk, ways of making a guy tell them anything." Murphy nodded his head in agreement. It would be better to die than to be captured. The war with the Antarians was different from the world wars on Earth. Antarians were aliens and resembled lizards more than men. There was no way for them to disguise themselves effectively, and they had no agents on Earth to learn the location of factories and military installations. From 1,000 miles in space, if one of their ships were fast enough, they could photograph Earth's surface. Closer than 1,000 miles, rockets from Earth's interceptor system could destroy a ship. Atomic rockets dropped from Antarian ships could zigzag through Earth's atmosphere at tremendous speeds, and 50% got through the interceptor system. But a ship containing enough fuel to take it from Antares to Earth and back was large and unmaneuverable, and venturing closer than 1,000 miles was fatal. And a photograph taken from 1,000 miles does not show factories and military installations through magnification. The photograph will show rivers, mountain ranges, land masses, and varicolored patches of land that could be cities or anything. So the Antarians had been forced to hurl atomic bombs aimlessly. Those that got through the defensive system usually struck deserted areas. The Antarians had only one choice: capture as many soldiers as possible and make them tell where military targets were located. And to them, men were an alien form of life. Their science was not adapted to the human body. They had no drugs to affect the human mind. In the middle of an interplanetary war, they could not spare the workers time, wealth, and effort to invent drugs that had taken mankind itself years to produce. But it took them only a few minutes to make a whip, as Murphy listened. The distant rumble of exploding shells grew in volume. They were walking shells across the surrounded area. He flattened himself against the bottom of the foxhole and covered his ears with his hands. Even through his hands, the roar of explosions was deafening, and he felt the ground shake while shell fragments whistled through the air above. That was Antarian tactics, he remembered. Whenever possible, they surrounded an area, pounded it until there were only a few men left, and then charged with their infantry, taking as many prisoners as possible. The roar of exploding shells diminished in volume as the barrage moved farther away. Silence, Murphy checked his rifle and rose. He looked across a desolate terrain, covered with craters and smoldering shell fragments. The forest near them, that weird forest of 100-foot trees with green trunks and yellow leaves, was almost gone. The barrage had left only a few trees upright, trees with their branches torn from them, trees that looked like shadowy fingers pointing at the stars. "I suppose they'll be coming now," Hank said. "Any minute. They always follow a barrage." "I won't surrender," Hank said, as he checked his rifle. "I know that there wouldn't be anything to gain." "You couldn't surrender if you wanted to." "Ha! The army doesn't allow it. You see, the army tells you what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and where to do it. There is regulations in the manuals to cover everything. If there aren't regulations about something, that's because the army doesn't allow it. There are no regulations about how to surrender. That means you can't surrender. Suppose you haven't got anything to fight with. No dice. If you've only got one bullet, you fire that bullet. Then you use your bayonet. If your bayonet breaks, then you pick up rocks and throw them. And if there aren't any rocks around, then you attack with your bare hands. In other words, you keep fighting until you kill them or they kill you. If you surrender, you are a traitor." Hank was silent for a while. "If that's so," he said, "why do they have regulations about what to do after you are captured? You know that give only your name, rank, and serial number stuff." "That," explained Murphy with mock impatience, "is for those cases when a guy might be captured while unconscious. The army's sensible. It knows you can't fight if you've been knocked unconscious by something. Did you hear the rumor," Hank went on, "that every guy going into combat has something done to him so he'll kill himself if he's captured? Hypnotism or something. Murphy wished Hank hadn't mentioned that. He remembered. There at Fort Hendricks, something strange had happened. Take a battalion of men, line them up outside a hospital one by one as the men enter a room. Give them an injection that knocks them cold. Keep them unconscious for days while you feed them through the veins, and then revive them. Put them in a formation and march them back to their barracks without an explanation. Do something like that and you'll cause all sorts of rumors. Those men will wonder what happened to them while they were unconscious. The more they wonder, the more fantastic the rumors will get." "I doubt it," Murphy said. They had been whispering. No enemy followed a barrage so close that they were killed by their own shells, and Antarians could only move at a certain speed. That always left, immediately after a barrage, a few minutes during which they could talk or whisper in safety. But that time was limited and they fell silent. Now, Murphy thought, somewhere out there, lizard-like things are crawling toward us. Any minute now. They'll be close enough to hear us if we make a sound. And they'll be waiting, hoping to hear a sound. They'll be holding their weapons with their tentacles as they move closer. They should be in a zoo where you could see them on Sunday afternoons and laugh. They're funny looking, but it's hard to laugh at them while they're trying to kill you, a rumble of sound. Murphy swung his rifle, aiming through the sights. It was a tank. They had no hand grenades, and it was impossible to knock one out with a rifle. But, he reminded himself, he had explained to Hank, it was a soldier's job to fight, even with rocks, if necessary. No, It was one of their tanks. Let's go. Maybe they'll give us a ride. They climbed out of the foxhole. Murphy ran toward the tank, raising his arms above his head, not a gesture of surrender, but a means of recognition. Antarians could walk on their hind legs, but their physiology did not allow them to raise their forelegs above their heads as men could. At night, when nothing could be seen clearly, it was the most effective password. The tank stopped. A voice came at them through the darkness. "What the hell do you want? Got room for 2 more." Murphy inquired, "Give us a ride out. We're low on ammunition." A moment's hesitation, then, "Get in." Climbing into the tank was like climbing into a dark well. When the lid closed behind them, there was no light. The darkness annoyed Murphy, but he realized it was necessary. There were no slits for the crew to see through. Slits allowed bullets, radiation, and poison gas to enter a tank. The crew observed through periscopes that fitted tight against their faces. They were trained to work in the dark. It was a long, rough ride through the night. Murphy listened to the crew members, the roar of the motor. Now and then there was the sharp bark of the tank's cannon, and even through 4 inches of steel and lead he heard the roar of shock waves from distant atomic explosions. Hank whispered, "That wasn't right, was it? I mean, leaving like that and, ever hear of strategic withdrawal?" Murphy asked. "We'll live to fight another day." Murphy slept at times. One time, after being awakened by a nearby explosion, one of the tank crew asked him his name and what unit he was with. He said he would radio their unit and ask if their corps had orders for them. Murphy gave his name and unit, then fell asleep again. Sometime during the night, he felt a hand shaking him. "You lucky stiffs," a voice in the darkness said. "Your co says you are to return to Earth on the next ship." Colonel Donovan climbed out of the jeep and walked a distance. He was a tall, husky man with powerful shoulders and prematurely gray hair. His face was hard and weather-beaten, and his eyes held the only hint of his intelligence. He did not have the delicate features and slender fingers of an intellectual, but his gray eyes were cold and alert. He had climbed to the rank of colonel, partly by his physical strength and partly by that deceptive intelligence. He had an aggressive way of tackling a problem, a way of prodding it and beating it with his mind as if it were a physical thing and he were beating it with his fists. During his career, he had solved numerous problems with his different approach. The intellectuals, the men who solved problems, had minds as alike as if they had been cut from the same pattern. A definite type of physique produced a definite mentality type, and a definite mentality type produced a definite way of thinking. The intellectuals were similar in body and mind, and their answers were often too similar. When the UN wanted a different answer, it called upon men such as Donovan. And Donovan had a new problem. He lit a cigarette without looking away from the ruins of Fort Meade. He could see at a glance that it had been a direct hit. Every building had been leveled, the ground scorched and fused into weird glass-like substances. There had been no burial details. Of all the thousands of soldiers at the fort, there had been no remains to bury. He had no special purpose in viewing the ruins, except to goad his mind. Reports on his desk in the new Pentagon had informed him of the facts. 7 military bases, such as Fort Meade, had been bombed by the Antarians. All direct hits. It meant one of 2 things. 1. The Antarians could take a photograph of Earth from 1,000 miles and spot military installations on that photograph. 2. They had tortured prisoners and learned the locations. Number 1 was improbable. Number 2 was very probable. He wondered, how do you prevent a man from giving information? It was an important problem. There seemed to be no way to prevent the Antarians from taking prisoners, no way to prevent them from torturing prisoners. If they'd captured enough prisoners, they could learn the location of every military base and war plant on Earth. Every soldier knew the location of something vital. Almost every soldier could point to it on an aerial map. It was a simple matter of spotting rivers and mountain ranges and judging distances. The possibilities of preventing their men from talking were few, he realized. There was the standard answer. Give a pill to every soldier and tell him to swallow the pill if he's captured. But that was the wrong answer. It had been used before, but only in the case of espionage agents. Used on an army of men, it would have a demoralizing effect. It would imply that you expected them to be captured, and what percentage of men would commit suicide. Besides that, the news would sooner or later leak out to the civilian population and have a demoralizing effect upon them. How would millions of mothers and wives feel if they knew their sons and husbands had been ordered to kill themselves if captured? No, suicide pills were not the answer. It had to be something different, something original, and as foolproof as anything could be. Preferably a way to kill a captured soldier, a way that the soldier was not aware of. Death seemed the only solution. Any man tortured hard enough and long enough would talk. How could you keep that man from talking except by killing him? And still, it wasn't right to kill your own men. How, he thought, can you kill a man without killing him? Hank was pacing the floor. We're on our way, Murph. Back to Earth. No more combat. We'll train other guys how to fight, instructors. What a deal. Weekend passes, girls' beer, fried chicken, real milk. Lay off, Murphy said. We aren't there yet. Sitting there on the edge of the cot, he struggled for a sense of reality. Nothing seemed real. Nothing had seemed real since they left the foxhole. There, everything had seemed real. The coldness and wetness of the mud beneath them, the stars in the sky above them, 1,000 other things. But in the tank, there had been nothing but darkness and voices in the darkness. The tank had broken through the Antarian lines and taken them directly to a spaceport. There, in a thick fog, so thick that you could see only a few feet in any direction, they had boarded the ship. In the darkened ship, they had been led to this compartment. They had seen only 2 men aboard the ship. One crew member, seen at a distance, and Greg, the ship's captain. Now they were in outer space in a small compartment aboard a huge ship. It didn't seem real, and he felt as if they were walking through a shadowy dream. The door opened and Captain Chester Gregg stepped into the room. Gregg, Murphy reflected, looked as if he had been taken apart and put together again. There were lines in his face. Not lines that came from facial muscles, but the clean-cut lines of a surgeon's scalpel. Lines that divided his face into small sections. And the flesh from his forehead to his chin did not change shade gradually. Each section was a slightly different shade than the section next to it. Not a hideous effect, but noticeable when you looked at him closely. Gregg was evidently conscious of his appearance, for he stayed in the shadows as much as possible. Gregg glanced around the room and grinned. How do you like your quarters? Fancy, huh? Great, Murphy said. Almost as good as the Ritz. Are we the only passengers? Gregg nodded his head affirmatively. We had to leave in a hurry. We were scheduled to take more men back, but the Antarians were about to take over that port. We were lucky to get out when we did. Gregg hesitated, then went on. You guys are going to have a tough job when you get back. Not as easy as you might think, I know. I was in the infantry for a while in a training outfit. Hard work. He placed some papers on the table. Here is your homework. Homework, Hank repeated. It's the newest thing, Gregg explained. They figure that men who've been in combat with the Antarians can train recruits better than men back on Earth who've never even seen the Antarians. The plan is to train men like yourselves on the way back to Earth. No time wasted, that is. They plan to teach you how to train others. We have a colonel and a couple lieutenants aboard. You fill out those papers and they'll judge your knowledge of military procedure. Then they'll know exactly how much they'll have to teach you. When Gregg left, Murphy examined the papers. As Gregg said, the papers were a test of their knowledge of military procedure. There were yes and no questions. Questions such as describe procedure to infiltrate enemy lines, describe procedure for establishing night patrols, describe alternate code system. Hundreds of questions and an aerial map. The question: give the approximate location of Fort Johnson. And in small print at the bottom, the notation that this was a test of memory and ability to judge distance. Look at this, Hank. Hank studied the map and question. That's easy, he said. I was stationed at Fort Johnson. There is Salt Lake, see? Fort Johnson is about. I said look, not talk. Murphy rose and glared at Hank. You are stupid, he added. What's the matter with you? Hank inquired, his jaw sagging. You are stupid, Murphy repeated. Don't you ever question anything? This whole thing smells fishy. He paced the floor, glaring at the metal walls. There was something wrong with the compartment. It was like any compartment aboard any ship. But there was something wrong. He knew there was something wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint it. It doesn't make sense. We were in a foxhole a few hours ago, and now we're on a ship headed for Earth. It doesn't make sense. We're going to be instructors, and that map is fishy, Murphy continued. That's the sort of thing the Antarians would want to know. They have to photograph Earth from 1,000 miles out. They'd like to know exactly where Fort Johnson is. Well, so what? So what? Hasn't it occurred to you that maybe we're prisoners of the Antarians? Are you serious? Hank inquired. How can we be prisoners? He glanced around the room and shrugged his shoulders. We were picked up by one of our own tanks, and the Antarians capture our tanks now and then. It could have been a trick. Our own men were aboard the tank. We didn't see them. It was too dark inside the tank to see anything. We heard them, Hank insisted. That doesn't mean anything. Murphy remembered that they had been warned about Antarian talking machines. The Antarians frequently tricked or forced a prisoner to talk for hours. The conversation was recorded, broken down according to individual sounds, and recorded in a talkie machine. The machine resembled a typewriter, and an Antarian could reproduce any vocal sound by pressing one of its keys. A skilled Antarian linguist could use one of the machines and carry on a conversation with perfect English. They had been used during attempts to infiltrate their lines at night, but Murphy realized one could have been used in the tank. Take it easy, Hank said. You are imagining things. We're on one of our own ships, are we? What have we seen of this ship, except the corridor in this compartment? It could be. Well, this compartment could be like a stage. It was so foggy outside, we couldn't see anything. He paused to light a cigarette and continued. Greg gave me the idea. I've seen Greg before, at Fort Meade. I remember him, but he doesn't remember me. Of course, that's natural. You meet a lot of guys in the army and you can't remember them all. But Greg was in the infantry, like he said, and now he's a ship's captain. Our army doesn't work like that. The infantry doesn't take a man and train him to be a spaceship captain. That's the sort of thing the Antarians would do. They have a screwy theory about their soldiers being versatile. Hank's eyebrows rose. There was a trace of doubt on his face. We're here, he said nervously. We can hear the ship's engines. Murphy listened. True, they could hear a ship's engines. Could be a recording, he said. If there is a possibility, maybe we shouldn't talk so damned much. Hank rose to his feet, frowning. If you are right, they may have hidden microphones. What's the difference? If they were prisoners, Murphy thought, there was no reason to keep the Antarians from knowing that they knew. There would be no chance to escape, no way out. Antarians took their prisoners far behind their lines. A man, a creature who walked upright on two legs, could not disguise himself and pass unnoticed among creatures that resembled lizards and crawled on four legs. No. If they were prisoners, they would be well behind the lines. There would be no way to escape. But he wondered, if we're prisoners, why are they trying to keep us from realizing it? They had used a trick to get information, but they could have gotten the same information through torture. He knew he was brave enough to die for his country, but not strong enough to— what's wrong with this compartment? He interrupted the chain of thought. There was something wrong with the compartment. He could sense the wrongness. But what could be wrong with cots? A table, 4 walls, a ceiling, and a floor. There was nothing wrong with them. So that meant there was something wrong that was not in the compartment, a something that came into the compartment from outside. What, he thought wildly, is not in here, but comes in here from outside? I've got it! Hank jumped, startled. What? Vibrations, Murphy said. There aren't any. Hank shrugged his shoulders. It's important, Murphy said. Remember the troopship that took us to Antares? I remember I had trouble sleeping because of the vibrations. Every ship has vibrations. The engines kick up one hell of a fuss and the vibrations travel all over the ship. Not so bad in some places, but you can feel them anywhere. He pressed his hands against a wall. Hank, some of the color draining from his face, did the same. See? Murphy inquired. There are no vibrations. We're supposed to be in outer space, headed for Earth. There should be vibrations. He hit the wall with his fist. He hit it harder. The wall didn't sound right. Taking his bayonet, he jabbed the wall. The blade cut through a thin layer of metal, a layer of metal no thicker than 1/16 of an inch. Laughing wildly, he cut a large rectangle. The section clattered to the floor, exposing a layer of wood. He kicked at the wood, dry, crumbling wood, that gave way beneath his foot. He climbed through the opening. Hank followed him. Colonel Donovan studied the papers before him with blank eyes. Lately, the project had started to annoy his conscience, and the fact that it was a logical move did not lessen the annoyance. There at Fort Meade, he had faced the problem: how can you keep men from giving information when captured? It had been a vital problem without a solution. The Antarians could have learned countless military secrets and ultimately won the war. Death had seemed the only solution, but it had not seemed right to deliberately murder their own men. He had asked himself, how can you kill a man without killing him? And he had come up with the answer: drive him insane. They had placed him in charge of the project, and he had organized a group of psychologists, psychiatrists, chemists, doctors, and sociologists. He had asked them, can you install the seeds of Kestefrunia in a soldier, seeds that will bloom upon the realization that he is a prisoner of the enemy, and only upon that realization? The answer had been maybe, and they had started on the project. The system had been developed after months of research and experiment. It worked through a combination of surgery, hypnosis, psychiatric, encephalographic, and chemical treatment, all given to a soldier while under drugs and hypnosis. Although the originator of the system, no one had told him exactly how it worked. In such matters, it was the Army's policy not to tell anyone who did not have to know, and, not being a scientist, he would not have understood all the mechanics if explained to him. But he had a vague concept. A soldier realizes that he is a prisoner of the enemy, and the realization triggers a reaction planted in his mind. A reaction placed there by surgery, hypnosis, psychiatric, encephalographic, and chemical treatment. The reaction forced the soldier into a schizophrenic dream, entirely separated from the world. A tight, permanent dream dissociated from all sensory perception, a dream that not even Antarian whips could reach. And it annoyed his conscience. He was responsible for the insanity of thousands of their men. He could not help feeling that perhaps, if he had tried harder, he could have thought of another way. The door opened and Phillips burst into the room in his customary manner. He threw some papers on Donovan's desk. Our new project, he said. A tough one. Impossible, I should say. While Donovan glanced at the papers, Phillips slumped in a chair and lit a cigarette. The Antarians have made a counter-move, he explained. We found a way to prevent them from torturing prisoners and getting information. but our system depends upon the realization by a soldier that he is a prisoner. The Antarians learned that, and now they have a new approach. They use our tanks that they've captured and pretend to be our troops while they trick information from our men. You see, our men have the treatment, but they don't realize they're prisoners, so the treatment doesn't work. Our new project is to find a way that our men will realize they're prisoners despite any trickery. He shrugged his shoulders as if the problem were a tangible thing, and he wished to thrust it aside. Anyway, the war is almost over, and the Antarians are losing. I don't think it'll make any difference whether we find a solution or not. The war will probably be over before. He hesitated when he noticed Donovan's expression. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "You look sick." "Nothing." Phillips nodded his head. "I get it, the same old stuff. Your conscience is bothering you again." He leaned back in the chair, placed his hands behind his head, and looked up at the ceiling. "You are foolish to let it bother you. You know what happened to me yesterday? On the way home, I had a flat tire. It was raining, muddy as all hell, and I messed up my last clean uniform. The tire was ruined. Now I haven't got a spare and can't buy one because of this damned war. My wife's sister, Louise, is staying with us now. Her husband was killed on Antares, and she cries all night, every night. Now and then she gets Martha crying. Last night I couldn't stand it, so I went out and had a few drinks. I got charged with drunken driving, and when I got home this morning, I really caught it. Martha's talking about getting a divorce. She says I. Donovan groaned. "Phil, I am interested in your problems. Someday, we'll sit down together and cry on each other's shoulder, but—" Phillips raised a hand. "I was trying to illustrate how we all have 100 big and little troubles every day. The fact that the system prevented thousands of men from being tortured does not matter to you. Your stupid conscience hurts because you are responsible for driving men insane, but you don't understand. It's not a simple case of schizophrenia that our men get. It's a schizophrenic dream. The system blocks all sensory contacts and speeds up the mind. You know how a person dreams only a few seconds before he wakes up, and that dream seems days or weeks long? Can you imagine how much a dream can be speeded up and clarified by drugs? How much a dream can be controlled by hypnotic suggestion? How much experience can be? Murphy saw that they were on a street. The tall, angular shadows of strange buildings all around them. He heard a shuffling noise and turned to see Antarians crawling toward them. They were prisoners. For some reason, the Antarians had kept them from realizing it, and a brief, intense pain ripped through his skull. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them. The Antarians were dead, their bodies riddled with bullets. There, at the end of the street, their troops. He looked up at the sky. There were no blinking pinpoints of light among the stars. The war was over. They had won. The years that followed were good ones for Murphy. Although he had never written a line before, he wrote a novel about his war experiences, and it became a bestseller. He went to Hollywood when a motion picture producer purchased the story and, unbelievably, became an actor. He had never considered himself a handsome man, but millions of viewers considered him handsome, and beautiful women were attracted to him. He married and became the father of 2 children. Life seemed like a dream, a perfect dream in which day after day, year after year, everything was perfect. End of The Way Out by Richard Rain Smith.